Yeah, I have to go. Definitely have to go. Hey guys, what's up? I think we're live, yeah? Okay, cool. Sorry. I had to go drop her off. Job number 2. And I had to go to Sephora to get something. They're having their Sephora is having their VIB sale. A lot of people have been complimenting me on my skin. I'm like, oh well, thank you. I love it. Hey Queen. Sorry, y'all. I'm in and out. I'm busy. But I need to finish my conversation. We're going to keep talking about Supreme Court Justice Kentaji Brown. You know, when I was younger, too, like when I was younger, you guys, let me put her picture up. Let me put her picture up, right? When I was younger, because, you know, once upon a time, I will say, because, you know, I was dumb. I ain't no shit. I was freaking stupid. When I was young, I was dumb. I was like a goofy ass socialist. You know, at one point I really liked Bernie Sanders. I was like, feel the burn. Oh gosh. I was like, yeah, feel the burn. I used to love Bernie Sanders. I used to love Bernie Sanders. I used to love socialism. I used to be this whole blackity black crap, the black sisterhood bullshit. Child, please. The Lord, he delivered me from all that foolishness, right? And so during those days, I was like, oh, it would be nice if Beyonce did collaborations with the other black girls like Brandy, Monica, Fantasia, Wumpty Wump Wump Wump. Oh, help them out. Do collaborations with them. Help them out. You know? So I don't know if you guys know this, but recently Monica and Brandy, they've been on tour, right? The Boy Is Mine tour. Okay. So they were on tour in some city, I can't remember. And all of a sudden, Aquarius, Brandy, she just walks off the stage. She just walks off the stage. So it's like, okay, what's going on? Because it seemed like something was off with the sound. I'm like, okay, you didn't do sound check before the show, right? So she walks off the stage. You think she's coming back. I guess she's down there with the sound people. She gets frustrated. So she just walks off. The girl just walks off the show, right? And then you have Monica. Monica comes out and tries to like salvage the situation because she's like, okay, what's going on? So Monica comes outside. Let me see if I can show you all of that. What is this? What is this? Let's so fucking see. Brandy. Let me see if I can find a video quickly. Okay. So yeah, Chicago. Okay. So Brandy just walks off the stage, you guys. Let's see if I can play this one. Hold on.
Singer Brandy is speaking out after suddenly leaving the stage during her concert at the United Center last night. Brandy was performing alongside Monica on their The Boy Is Mine tour when she told the crowd she wasn't feeling well. Moments later, she walked off the stage and did not return. Fans who were there say they could tell.
Look, I mean, she's so brazen. She just walks off. Like, people didn't pay for the show. And like people didn't pay for parking. I'm like, do you know how much money people spend to go to a concert? Some people even take the day off. Okay. But when you go to a concert, you're not just paying for your ticket. You pay for your ticket, the cost of traffic to and fro, the cost of parking, the cost of your outfit, right? And plus whatever food you're going to eat. Okay. So it's very expensive to pay to go to a concert. The girl just walked us. I'm like, there you go, Aquarius. There you go. There you go, Kelly Rowland 2.0. Okay, there you go. Just walked off stage. So then Monica freaks out. Monica comes in trying to save the day. You would think Brandy, okay, you know what? I'm good. Oh, I need 15 minutes. So can y'all do something, dance, do a joke? I don't know. But just give me 15. No, she's not professional. She never returned. And I'm like, Brandy, first of all, it's black people in the store money. It's black people's money. You know how they are. Okay, that's number one. That's number two. Number three, it's over like thousands of people. Most of those people have social media. You know they're going to make TikToks. And then people who weren't even there, they're going to start making TikToks. Right? This is going to turn into a PR nightmare. Also, Monica's name is attached to this tour. Her name is also on the marquee. Yeah, think about Monica. Right? Because if you guys start off like this, it sets a horrible precedent. So Monica tries to come out and to save it. You think Brandy tries? I'm like, no, but she's a queen. Brandy is a diva. I'm like, and you, Brandy, I am starting to see things in you that I didn't see. I kind of saw them things growing up. Because like growing up, when the Parkers took off, she got upset. She got jealous. That's why they stopped Moesha. Because she couldn't take the fact that Constance, who was dark-skinned and overweight, and her mama, Monique, who was also overweight, could have so much love from the people. But it was really funny. The Parkers was funny. Like the Parkers was, oh, hey, Diana. The Parkers was incredibly entertaining. We enjoyed the Parkers. With the Parkers. Okay. She couldn't take it. I do not notice that you never see Shirley Ralph talk about Brandy. Fuck it. Right? But I'm like, think of Monica. And maybe that's why Monica didn't want to work with you back in the day. Because she knows this, like this. Because Brandy reminds me of Haley Bailey, right? They know how to be sweethearts on camera. Play look cute little doe on camera, act so innocent on camera. And behind the scenes, they devilish. I'm like, you're so unprofessional. So she just walked off. She never came back. They didn't even get to do The Boy Is Mine. And all the girls were like, okay, we wanted to see y'all sing The Boy Is Mine. The tour is actually called The Boy Is Mine. And you're not going to perform The Boy Is Mine? No, she don't care. Because Brandy's a spoiled little brat. Okay, I'm like, this is why Princess is always cussing your ass out. And every time Princess cusses her out, she never says anything. Because she knows Princess is not lying. But because she has an image that she needs to keep up with, she don't want to go back and forth with Princess because Princess knows her teeth. Okay? So it's like, no. But I'm like, Monica, I apologize because growing up, I used to think you were the problem. Yeah, exactly. She's a fucking weirdo. And she's inconsistent. Okay, unsophisticated Aquarius. I said what I said. Okay, so you see, and I'm like, you see, this is why I can see now why Beyonce did not collab with your people. You know what I'm saying? Because Beyonce has a crazy ass work ethic. Anybody works with her, it's going to turn into, oh, she thinks she's better than, oh, she tried to kill me, oh, she starved me, oh, she didn't feed me, oh, one thing, one. So I can see, I'm like, you see, I can see why Beyonce left you people where you at. I can see it. Because like it's gonna turn into a problem. Then it's gonna be like, oh, because she's light skinned, she thinks she's better than. Because she thinks she's better than. And I'm like, with everything she's been through with Destiny's Child, she had enough. Like she was traumatized for her for her next lifetime when it comes with dealing with Black women. I'm like, I get it, but I'm like, do you see how these people don't have work ethic? So it could be that maybe Beyonce would have done more collaborations, but when she sees these people and their lack of professionalism, their lack of punctuality, their lack of respect for their audience. You know, for Beyonce to leave the stage, you guys, she's going to have to bleed. And even that, what kind of bleeding? It's going to have to be like a major bleed. I'm like, her femur is going to have to come out of her freaking flesh with like blood just guzzling like all over the place, right? Beyonce's not going to leave that stage. Beyonce is going to die on that stage. I'm like, her femur bone is going to have to actually protrude out of her skin for her to say, okay, now I'm leaving the stage, right? But not feeling good, feeling sad, feeling overwhelming, bad sound quality, bad lighting. Beyonce's not leaving that stage. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's levels to this, right? And then with these Black girls in music, Beyonce's like, she's like a LeBron James. Like she's like a professional athlete of entertainment. She takes herself very seriously. Right? You see these people right here? They're not serious. So I'm like, you see? So maybe deep down inside, she wants to collab with these people, but she's like, yeah, they don't have the work ethic. And so your work ethic, my work ethic is going to clash. My level of discipline, your level of discipline is not going to work because you're going to think I'm trying to torture you. But I'm like, I do this every day. Right? Imagine a lazy person trying to work out with LeBron James or something. You don't think people are trying to torture you. It's like, that's not even torture. That's a light day. But you don't have a dog in you. Like, you don't have a fucking soldier in you. So just stay over there. Stop like Beyonce, I apologize. You're right, girl. You got to go find people that have your work ethic. And if you can't find them, then oh well. Give them a little shout out, whatever. But that's it. Don't come into my business. Because like how I work and how you work, it's not going to work. Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's just not going to work. But when I saw this, I was taken aback. Like, Brandy, seriously? She just walked off the stage. Just walked off. Like, you would think this was a newcomer into the music industry. No, she's a vet. She was here before Beyonce. She just walked off stage. Never came back to say goodbye. Didn't even try. No, did not. You know, I watched a documentary recently, Kevin, right? About the founding father of Singapore. When I was done watching that stuff, maybe I'll play it. When I was done watching that stuff, I said, what's his sign? I went to look his sign up. The man's a Virgo. I'm like, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. He's passed away now. He's dead now. But I'm like, that man, if him, Beyonce, and Michael Jackson had gotten together, ooh, they would have been like, oh my gosh, you're my person. You are my person. You are my person. I'm like, because this is what it means to be a Virgo. And that's why sometimes you can't mess with other people. They're like, oh, but you're black. No. We don't have the same culture. I will never stop saying it. Culture precedes complexion. Yes. Culture precedes gender. A man and a woman can have the same culture. Two women can have incompatible culture, right? Culture. People keep trying to gaslight people into believing that what matters is your complexion and your gender, and this is how you find your tribe. I say hell to the no. Okay? What's the way you find your people? That you may have a prosperous life. It's your culture. If you are someone who is super clean and you go mess with people who are super dirty, they don't pick up after themselves. How much you want to bet within a week or so, you might choke somebody. Then they're going to come arrest you. You see, it's not going to work. Right? You understand? It is not going to work. Remember I told you about my pastor mom, Mother Ellis in Columbus, Georgia, right? My pastor mom, when I tell you she was super clean, the lady was super clean. I was thinking about that today when I was driving, right? I was like, I wish I would have recorded more vlogs when I was in Columbus, like, because y'all should, I really should. I didn't think of it because, you know, me, I live my life, so I don't think of vlogging everything. But I'm like, now I really do regret it because you guys should have met Mother Ellis. When I tell you the lady is super clean, even the church, and it wasn't a big church. The church is super clean. The restrooms at the church, y'all, super clean. Her house. First of all, I remember I told you I went because she told me to come to her house. She gave me the address. But yeah, I was being a fucking idiot. And I truly did not believe she could afford a house like that. Yo, because I'm like, what the heck? Because the church is not big. Right? I mean, I think I was being reasonable. The church is not big. Inside the church, sometimes it was just her husband, me, and Trey, and maybe somebody else, at most 5 people, including her. Sometimes if we're lucky, 9 people, right? So I'm like, there's no one that comes to church, really. So I stood there. I was in my car. I stood there at the stop sign. And I'm like, yeah, she can't live here. And I just left. Yeah, I just left, right? I just left. Then she was like, oh, daughter, I was waiting for you. I was like, Mom, I think I got lost. She's like, okay, follow me. So I follow her. I'm like, oh, no, I was here. She pulls into the driveway. I said, oh, shit, that's her fucking house. You guys, the house is fucking white. The house is huge. The house is white. You step into the house, the living room, super white. You step into her kitchen. You guessed it, white. Oh, let me tell you this. The church is white. Like the outside of the church is white. Her car, she had a Cadillac. She drove a Cadillac, right? The car is white. The interior is cream. Okay. She loves white. You go to her house. The house is white. You step into the main door, the main entrance, the living room stuff, super white. Couches, white. You step into the kitchen. You guessed it. It's white. Her house, her bedroom, white. Bathroom, white. The guest room, white. Bathroom, white. Everything white. The trim's gold. Think Liberace in Columbus. Okay, I'm like, this is crazy. The house is like a fucking museum. When you grab a plate, she'll look at you like, oh my gosh, girl. Okay. She was so freaking clean. She don't like dirty stuff. You eat, you clean. You go here, you clean. You sit right there, she come right behind you, she gonna clean. She does not like messy stuff. She does not like things that are out of order. It is not a joke. She be like, daughter, don't go sleep in there now, mess the bed up. Okay? Because she wants everything to be clean. Her house is like a fucking museum. Okay? I'm like, what the heck? Right? Super clean. So my thing is, if you are a person, you're neat, you're tidy, you're clean, you're organized, you can't deal with people that are nasty. You cannot deal with people who don't pick up after themselves. You're going to kill these people. You don't go to prison, right? So it's just not worth it. We don't have the same culture. You are okay being filthy. I like living in cleanliness. And some people say like cleanliness is next to holiness, right? There you go, right? So she's a pastor, so it makes sense, right? You understand? Not the same culture. If you're someone who prioritizes saving, you are somebody who prioritizes financial literacy, you have no business being with people who are financially reckless. You have no business with people who live on credit cards, people who rob Peter to pay Paul. You don't have the same culture. But you think because they're black or whatever, you have to force a relationship. No, they're just not your people, right? In the Bible, I'm sure most of these people had the same complexion, but they didn't have the same culture. You think between the Hittites, the Jebusites, the whatever, and the Canaanites and Joshua and his people didn't have the same complexion? Most likely they had the same complexion. But what's the problem? They don't have the same culture. Some people worship one God. Other people worship many gods. Some people don't eat food that's been sacrificed at an altar. Other people have no problem eating that kind of food, right? It comes down to culture. In the Bible, people don't mess with other people. It was never about complexion. It's about their culture. I have this culture. I get my culture from God. I don't know where you get your culture from, but it doesn't match. So I can't mess with you because it's a cultural problem. We are not culturally aligned. Right. But I think sometimes people believe that in the Bible, these people have different complexion. No, that's the world you live in now. You live in the world where they're trying to tell you, you find your people based on complexion and gender. I say no. You will find your people based on culture. Right. So it's like, what do you value? Where do you want to be? Who do you want to be? Right. And that right there will give you your culture. And then you go and you find people that have the same culture as you. Right? But it's not a complexion thing. It's not a gender thing. That's why many women don't get along. It's not because, but you're a woman, you should support other women. No, I think you don't have integrity. I think you're dishonorable. I think you're nasty. Right? We don't have the same culture. Like, what the heck? I don't identify with you. So therefore, no. I don't have to wish you harm, right? But I don't have to walk next to you because we do not have the same culture. Culture is everything. It can make a person, it can break a person. Can make a marriage, it can break a marriage. It can make a friendship, it can break a friendship. It can, even at your job, at your job. If you don't fit the culture of your company, you will get fired. If you fit the culture of your company, you're more likely to get promoted, right? Culture is incredibly important. And I'm like, to me, Beyonce does, when it comes to her work ethic, her culture, she doesn't have the same culture as these girls. They don't value the same thing. Beyonce really values her music. These people, they value being social butterflies. There you go. Right, so it's okay. Right, I wish you all the best. But I'm not going to have you come into my business because we're not culturally aligned. And I don't want you to be offended. I don't want you to feel like I'm torturing you, I'm bullying you, I'm trying to make you do something that you don't want to do, right? Because people can think, oh, you're being mean. You see, and I've even come to realize that this whole you're being mean stuff, it's not that you are a mean person. You have high expectations, right? And instead of people saying, I'm not willing to work hard for such high expectations because I expect very little of myself, I'm just going to call you mean. You're not being mean. You have high standards. You have high expectations. But, you mean we have to apply ourselves? Yeah, because today, mediocrity is the norm. Just like Kelly rolls the same way. Aquarius, same way. Okay, same way. This is their priority. No problem, right? But if you have someone who's really serious about their work, okay, well, we're not equally yoked. Right? So like, no, this whole mean, you're mean. No, they're gaslighting you because they don't want to admit to themselves, wow, I have low standards. I don't really push myself. I don't really schedule my time well. Right? That's it. You will either come to, we're going to get to this welfare thing, right? We're going to come to this welfare situation. And I think with this welfare situation, well, we're going to also, I've realized that, but hopefully you will realize that. You will start to see that it's not racism, racism, slavery, whatever they want to weaponize for the day, right? What you will see with a vast array of people who are on welfare, receiving benefits, et cetera, especially those who are not disabled, those who are not sick. I'm talking about full able bodies who are on welfare, right? And they check, I'm like, I told you, the audacity. They wake up in the morning, they check their account like they worked. Oh, my money, it's so funny. The girl was like, oh, my money wasn't in there. Your money? You work? Imagine someone who provides no labor. You provide no form of labor. You don't work, but you wake up and check your account and expect money to be in there. Why? Have you worked? Oh, you mean to tell me the government is not going to take money from other people and give it to me? Mm-hmm. So now you're the new slave master? So people here in America are working for you to stay home and just check your account on the first of the month and you expect money to be in there? You know, people who check their account and expect money to be in there are people who actually worked, right? They joined the labor market. They agreed to trade their time, their intelligence, their academia, whatever, right, in exchange for pay. So it's normal for a worker. Hey, Harriet, it's normal for a worker to say, okay, it's the 15th of the month. It's the 1st of the month. So I'm going to make sure my direct deposit hit because they actually worked. They're part of the labor market, right? They barter their time, creativity, et cetera, in exchange for pay. You don't work. You do not work. You provide nothing to the labor market. You do nothing at all to try to grow, expand the GDP of your country. You're actually unpatriotic. But you wake up in the morning and you say, oh, my money, your money, it's your money. I'm like, oh, so these welfare people, they're the new plantation owners? Interesting, right? So you're the plantation owner. So we work to come pay you. So you're the pimp now. We work for you while you are in the, imagine you don't work, right? And I'm like, they don't work. They sleep whenever they want. They wake up whenever they want. I'm like, I even feel like these welfare people, they need to be audited, right? I swear. When I tell you part of me wants to do politics, it's the Lord that's holding me back. Like, you guys, I will be the blackest African Republican you've never seen in your life. Play with me if you want to. I will be such a Republican. What? These people, you would get audited. What do you actually do with your time? Right? What do you do with your time? You will see they waste their time. When you see a grown, able body on welfare, you're looking at poor time management. They don't take life seriously. They don't take their time seriously. They don't have a morning routine, a nighttime routine. They sleep when they want. They wake up when they want. They clean if they want to clean. They do if they want to do. They cook if they feel like cooking. Right? They do not have any structure whatsoever. Right? You'll realize people who are on welfare are people who don't respect time. They don't value time. They don't even value their life. Okay? Because every day is a day where you could make more. I don't care how much the government pays you. Right? If you really were to find something that you were passionate about, you will make way more money. Right? But you are willing. Right? What's discrimination? You are willing. Make a full sentence. I don't want to zoom out. Okay? You are willing. You are willing to barter your life for another mediocre life. You get me, right? Because I don't know how much somebody makes on welfare, but I doubt it's more than $8 or even $10 an hour. So how much money are you leaving on the table per hour when you decide to not find a pursuit that you have passion for? You see what I'm saying? To me, it's wickedness, but what do I know? Okay? To me, it's wickedness. To me, it's also very unpatriotic, if you ask me. Because I think when you're a part of a country, like John Locke said, when you're a part of a society, community, you have there's a tacit contract that you sign. And anyone who's an American should say, what am I doing to make sure my country is financially stable? What am I doing to either work a job or create jobs for other people? That's why I said in my other live, I really can't wait for the day where people start to see themselves as American. That's it. No hyphen, no nothing. Okay? Because then I think at that point, people will start to say, oh shit, I'm responsible, right? Yeah, I'm responsible for the well-being of my country. I am responsible for the industries in my country. I am responsible for making sure my country has a bigger GDP. Imagine how much bigger the American GDP would be if more American people actually worked. right? Imagine. So we have 300 million people. So if they're saying 43 million people on welfare, so 43 million people don't want to work. So then the remainder, so the 260 million people, and they didn't even take out the kids. Maybe it's like 200 million, who knows, right? So these people have to take care of everybody else. And somehow people don't see how that's unpatriotic, right? If it was not for the government and their thuggish ass ways, because that's, to me, it's a RICO, it's a racket, it's extortion, okay? If the government was not bullying the people who actually work, where in human nature do you see people want to take care of a bunch of people who don't want to take care of themselves? Where? And this is why a lot of people don't believe in big governments, because they're freaking inefficient. And not just that, they go against the law of nature, right? In nature, if you don't take care of yourself, you're going to die. We have seen many of times, even on Discovery Channel, even baby lions, like the little baby cubs, they try to help their mama hunt. They try their best, though. They can't do much, but they try. We have seen baby elephants. They try their best to also find something to eat. Everybody out there tries to do something to eat and to survive and to not be a burden on the pack. Okay? So I don't understand why full-blown human beings don't feel like, you know what? I need to also carry my load. If I am an American, and I guess the proud, yeah, right? But if I see myself as an American, I have a responsibility to carry my load. Now, in life, things happen. Yes, you can ask other Americans, do you mind carrying my load for a season? Okay, sure, no problem. But it should be for a season. Because you should also have enough empathy to say to yourself, my fellow American as well, he has problems. He has issues. She has problems. She has issues. She also needs help. So I can't impose on people, because who don't need their money, right? Like, prices are so high. Everything is rising up. And you don't even say to yourself, like, you know what, let me not be a burden there. Because, like, you know, it's one thing to live in a state of affluence and, you know, of excess. We're not in those times right now. We are in times of attrition. We are in times of excessive, prohibitive pricing. So one should say, you know what, my fellow American, I know they're stressed out too. So let me try to ease up on these people. Oh, no. We have to work harder. We have to do all of this while they stay at home. They have no empathy. They have no mercy. They have no compassion. Like I said, how often do you see somebody on welfare pray for the people who actually do work? They never do, because the people who work are their slaves. People who work owe them something. Okay, it's fucking crazy to me, right? People wake up early in the morning. They get their kids ready for school. They brace the traffic. They sit in traffic. They put gas in their cars. They go to work. They don't see their children, right? And yet they are responsible to take care of other adults who refuse to adult, right? And then if you say something, you're a bad person. No, to not say something makes you a bad person. Because this is how, slowly but surely, people will start to disengage with the labor market, because it's unfair. It's unfair. And this is what the government does. It discourages ambitious people. It discourages highly productive people, because it's not fair. Why do you punish the person that's industrious? Why do you punish the person that is not a burden to society? Why do you punish the person that chooses to wait until marriage? Why do you punish the person that doesn't have children? Why do you punish people who do the right thing? And then you coddle, you give money, you do all this thing to people who have the same starting point as everybody. Nobody here has experienced slavery. I'm like, shut up. Nobody here, nobody living in current times has experienced slavery. Today in America, the vast majority of American children have pretty much the same starting point. Okay? Nobody here went through slavery. Even the people who went through slavery, after slavery, they opened a bank. So if people were honest, if people were honorable, if people were good heirs, we should have generational bank builders. right? Because the freedmen's bank that was started off by people who were freed from the slavery, joined the Union Army, whatever, and they were let go by Abraham Lincoln. They had no college education. They had no high school education. They had no middle school education. I think they had a third grade education. All they knew was to work with their hands. And with their hands, they were able to put over $100,000 in the bank. And if I'm not mistaken, adjusted for inflation, that is the equivalent of $15 million. Uneducated people, huh? People who just got off of slavery. People who don't even know their birthday. You know, people who were born in slavery, many of them don't even know what day, what month, what year they were born. Do you know how tragic that is to never even have a birthday? You don't even know when you were born? How old are you? Like, what? Oh, okay. These people opened a bank. So by now, in 2025, if we were dealing with honest, honorable, hardworking people who truly cared about slavery and the ancestors, we would have generations of bank builders. So pretty much they would be like the Jews are today. There you go. Right? Instead, no, we have people who came out of slavery, they opened banks. We have people who never went through slavery, they're begging for money. There you go. There you go. Right? There you go. I'm like, that is fucking crazy to me. What the fuck is the problem? Something went wrong. Right? I was even thinking in my car, because remember I told you like yesterday in my live, right? I said, look at Asian people. Chinese, Korean, Japanese, I don't care. Vietnamese, right? And I said to y'all yesterday, how often do you see an Asian person who has a business go on vacation? Right? The nail people. How often do you see your nail lady go on vacation? The Vietnamese people. How often do you see them go on vacation? The Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Korean people who own the dry cleaning places. How often do they go on vacation? Right? When you go to an Asian restaurant, whether it's pho, it's Thai, it's Korean, it's Japanese, it's whatever, how often do you see the owners go on vacation? Sushi. How often do you go see these people? They go on vacation. Okay. The answer is pretty much never. Asian people don't go on vacation, right? The average American person goes on vacation once a year. And when they go on vacation, it's not even like they save the money. It's all on credit cards. You have other people who go on vacations multiple times a year. And they wonder why Asian people are so rich and they poor. Then they want to be mad at people for being immigrants. No, be mad at yourself for having such a horrible work ethic. You live like a fucking cicada, right? And then you go back to slavery. You think of slavery. And I'm like, okay, let me show you another, hold on. So here's a little freedman bank, right? Let me put the video up real quick. Hold on. Let me show you a picture. There you go. Okay, Thomas Downing. There you go. This man, oh, icon. Okay. Okay. And I've told you guys about this man before. So this man, Mr. Thomas Downing, okay, my memory serves me correct, born a slave. Yes, y'all. This man was born a slave. He's from Chesapeake, Virginia. He was born a slave. The man said, me, a slave? I don't think so. I'm getting out of here. The man broke off from slavery, y'all. He ran. Okay, he sure did run from Chesapeake, Virginia. If I'm not mistaken, I feel like Chesapeake is way past Newport News, like it's way past Richmond, like sorry, Hampton, like it's all the way down there, maybe like near North Carolina somewhere, right? Hey, Brittany, right? So he's from Chesapeake, Virginia. This man not only ran away, he ran out of slavery. Do you know this man walked? Listen to me well. This man walked from Virginia to Philadelphia. I was like, you did what now? The man walked. He walked from Chesapeake, Virginia. Okay, I'm talking like, think almost like North Carolina pretty much. He walked from Chesapeake, Virginia, all the way to Philadelphia. Okay, Pennsylvania. He walked all the way up there. I said, how did you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, Marlene, how did you do 4 hours on the Stairmaster? Girl, that's nothing. That's small work. How many miles a day do you think the average slave was walking? Okay. perspective, huh? I'm here to help you out. How many miles a day do you think the average slave in the Americas was walking on a day-to-day basis? Okay. Today you tell somebody to walk a mile. Oh my God. Oh my God. You tell somebody to walk 3 miles. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're like, oh, my ancestors were slaves. Then why are you fat? Right? Okay. Why are you anti-exercise? That's why I don't take people seriously. I really do not take people seriously. I think I'm like, you're a fucking joke. You're a fucking joke. I told a friend that. I'm like, I don't know. Baby, I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you, if you're offended, that's fine. I'm like, baby, this shit, do it with white people. Do it with white people. I was like, I get it. You're African-American. You're a woman. So you think I'm going to walk on eggshells around you. I said, do that shit with white people. Sis, I'm African. There's nothing. These so-called slave ancestors, yeah, they're African. So technically, they're my ancestors. Anyways, right? Do that shit with white people, sis. Not me. It don't work. And also, and I say that all the time, you might be born here. You might be a Black American. You can't teach me shit about your history. Marlene, if I wanted to, I could teach a PhD level in African American studies. I definitely could. And I never sat in no white man's class at no white liberal college and majored in African American studies. I don't need to. Because the least you can do is know your history. You have to take a class at a liberal white college to get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, Ruva, don't play with me. Do not play with me. Like, please don't. Okay? No. We're not doing that. Okay? That's all you have. Oh, I was born here. That's about it. Your history, me, Marlene, I could give you a PhD course in your own history. Don't play with me. So I was like, go do that shit with white people. Because if you were so proud of being from here, your life wouldn't look like that. When you meet somebody who's proud of their heritage, they look a certain way. They act a certain way. They talk a certain way. They move a certain way. You will never meet a Jewish person, an Ashkenazi Jew, and be like, oh, I don't know if they're proud of being Jewish. You could never say that shit. There you go. Why can't you say that? Because they're usually highly successful. There you go. They're usually very rich. They usually own businesses. There you go. They're usually married. They usually have kids. Their kids are very smart. They're highly smart. They have all kinds of after school activities. They have a whole lot of money, whole lot of, like, you know what? They go to their synagogue on the day of Shabbat, right? So you can like, yeah, these people are really proud. They are proud of their heritage. They are extremely proud of being Jewish. You can tell. It's okay. You okay? They have they get married every weekend. Like, you see their weddings out here. Their weddings are crazy beautiful. And then they break the glass, whatever they do. Okay, cool. When you meet somebody who is proud of their heritage, it shows. They don't even have to talk. You look at the person, you look at how they live, you look at how they conduct themselves, you look at what they do, what they don't do, even the conversation lets you know if you're dealing with a serious person or not. There you go. It's okay. So I'm like, do that shit with white people. White guilt is going to answer to that. Me, Marlene, I have no guilt, so it ain't going to work. Go play with somebody else. Anyways, so Mr. Downing over here was born a slave in Chesapeake, Virginia. He ran out of slavery, and then he walked from Chesapeake, Virginia, almost North Carolina, all the way to Pennsylvania, to Philadelphia. When he got there, because he's not educated, when he got there, he started working at the dock, like the ship stuff and everything like that. He got on the ships and stuff, and this is where he will learn about oysters. Maybe he learned about oysters in Chesapeake, what do I know? But he got way more involved with oysters in Philadelphia. After a while, he decides to leave Philadelphia and he moves to New York City, right? In New York City, if I'm not mistaken, he had a small cart. Where he was chuckle oysters and stuff, like make oysters for people, especially white people. But if I'm not mistaken, the street where he was parked is Madison and Fifth Avenue. That's to this day, it's the street of luxury in New York City. If you ever hear Fifth Avenue, Madison, that's where the money resides in New York City. That's where all these fancy stores are, Fifth and Madison. This is where this man had his cart for oysters. White people loved his stuff so much because where he was located, so they were not like poor white people, right? This man will go on to cater for the Astor family. If you remember in Titanic, let me see. If you remember in the movie Titanic, right? The Astor family, the white man, he's in there. Remember this man, right? He represents the Astor family. They were one of the wealthiest families. They were like the old money of New York City before Cornelius Vanderbilt, aka the Commodore, would go and build a massive railway empire in America, pretty much, right? And his son, William. If you are on HBO, they have a show called The Gilded Age. If you watch the show on HBO called The Gilded Age, you will see the Astor family versus the Vanderbilt. But it's not the Commodore, it's his son William and his wife, right? There you go. But I'm like, these people here, these were some wealthy people. He started catering to the wealthiest families in New York City. Do you hear me? Started making so much money with these oysters and catering that he opened a restaurant. If I'm not mistaken, too, I do believe the restaurant was somewhere in Madison and Fifth Avenue. Okay, luxury restaurant, a luxury oyster house, right? Where a bunch of rich white people would come and enjoy his oysters. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. While he had the restaurant and these fancy rich white people, he had the Underground Railroad go through his restaurant. And I'm like, you're fucking brilliant, right? Because who would ever think? I'm like, you are fucking brilliant. Who would ever think that there are poor black people in the basement, right? Trying to get some freedom, like run to Canada, wherever they're running from. Because I'm like, you would never expect that in a luxury environment. It's the perfect place to hide. Because if you're black and you're running from slavery and you hide in a poor place or in a predominantly black place, yeah, they might come raid that place and find you. But you go right where rich white people live. You open a crazy ass oyster house full of luxury, and the black people are right there. And the whites don't even know. And no one in their mind would ever think this is where we have to look for runaway slaves. I said, Mr. Thomas, you are smart as shit. You are fucking smart. It is, it's fucking impressive. Okay? No handout. This man made himself. There's another man too. He started, oh my God, I gotta look it up. He started his newspaper. I think he started his newspaper with 25 cents. Right? Because he wanted to become a lawyer. Let me see if I can find this picture. He wanted to become a lawyer. Right? And because he was black, he's from Georgia. Whew. Okay? Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Let me see. What's his name? There you go. Robert. Here he is. There you go. This man right here. Right? Let me get in. This man right here. He started his newspaper with 25 cents. He wanted to be a lawyer, you guys. People said, no, you're black. He said, what the heck? Okay. What in the world? So do you think he said, oh, my life is over. I can't be a lawyer. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. So he went into the newspaper industry. Okay. He started his business with 25 cents. Because that's all he had. So he took the money. He would print a few copies. He sells the copies. He takes the money. He go print more copies. Like, because you start what you got. Lo and behold, his newspaper will turn into a multi-million-dollar business. Multi-million-dollar business, you guys. Multi-million, right? And I'm like, these are people I could say, because they're a lot closer to slavery. They're a lot closer to people being released out of slavery. They're a lot closer to sharecropping age and Jim Crow. They're so much closer. So if these people say, oh my gosh, I'm so tired, I'm exhausted, I can't do this no more, my brain hurts, I'm okay, I can see it, because they definitely is tired. No, they don't let up. Because I'm like, I can see why. Because, when you're a slave, all the work that you do, the things that you create, everything that comes out of you, you don't own it, right? Another person, just like the word for kings and queens, right? They have full ownership of everything that comes out of you. So I can see how the day that you finally get to work for yourself, the day where you finally get to earn money from everything you do, you produce, you think of, right? I can see why somebody will say, shit, I'm not going to sleep. Why would I sleep? If you were enslaved and you work like maybe 12, 15, 20 hours a day, and everything you produce, it goes to somebody else. The day when you're finally free, why would I sleep now? If I used to work 12 hours as a slave, I'm going to work 15 hours. If I used to work 15 hours as a slave, I'm going to work 18 hours. If I used to work 20 hours, oh shit, we ain't going to sleep. Why would ever sleep? And I'm like, they were like the Chinese, the Asian people. I'm telling you, if these people were still here, y'all, Jewish people would not have a place in this country. Where? Immigrants wouldn't even have a place in this country, because whatever job is open, they're going to take that shit. You are fucking crazy. Like, you are fucking crazy. Why? Because when you've worked so hard for other people, the day you finally, even if you work for 1 hour or you work a whole day, like imagine, not even him, but Mr. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Give me a second, right? Give me a second. Right? Imagine Mr. Thomas, right? Imagine. Because you see, that's why I say people get offended. Like, oh, shut up. Be fucking offended. People, and I'm like, people need to be offended. I'm like, what's the problem? Who the fuck are they that they can't be offended? You're asking for money, you're begging for money, and we can't offend you? Get your broke ass out of my fucking face, okay? But think about Mr. Donnie real quick, right? His whole life, he never owned anything. Even a birth certificate, he don't have it. His whole life, y'all, he never had anything. So now when he frees himself, he walked, you guys, he walked. I'm going to put it in Google so y'all can see. Walking from Chesapeake, Virginia, all the way to Philadelphia. You know how many miles that is? Who fucking cares? Because once I get there, everything I make is mine. Now imagine he gets there. Let's say he works a whole day and he only makes 5 cents. Do you know how symbolic that is? He's never made anything. You see, and this is why people who are grateful will be great business people. There you go. Because the Bible says, do not despise small beginnings. You went from working for free, and then not just for free. You work for free, they cuss you out, they beat you, they call you the N-word, all kinds of weird shit with these demonic ass white people. Okay? You finally get to a place, even if you work the whole day, you work 12 hours, 15 hours, and somebody says, here's 5 cents. For the first time in your life, you are being paid for the work that you've done. Like, oh my God, I'll be back tomorrow. What? 5 cents? Whereas like today, ooh, I can't work for that. Ooh, that's too low. Ooh, I can't, ooh. Right? That's why I say this country right here will be owned by immigrants. Because you have a horrible attitude. When it comes to McDonald's, do you know what makes McDonald's money? It's not their big menu. What makes McDonald's USA money is the dollar menu. Respect a dollar, right? Those people, they respected a penny. They respected a dime. They respected all the things, a nickel, a penny, a dime. They had respect for all of that because they never saw money. They were never paid for any work they ever did. Their mothers were never paid. Their fathers were never paid. Like Mr. Thomas, it's very possible that in his whole bloodline, he was the first one to ever get paid for an entire days of work. Oh, you're going to pay me? What? I'll be back tomorrow. What is you talking about? Okay? Now, are you going to take a nickel or a penny every day? No. But at first, it's really like, it's meaningful to you because you've never had money. Right? So I'm sure he got to a point like, listen, it was cute, but now how much can I make? So he built himself a cart in New York City. Like all the stuff he learned about working the dock in Philly, that's what he brought to New York City. Standing there with his oysters. And imagine, he had to be a great businessman. He had to have a smile on his face. He probably had to have a little jingle. Oh, this is the Downing oysters, the best oysters in New York City. Why don't you get you some? Blah, blah. You see that? It's like, child, let me tell you something. I get to work for myself now. I'm excited. I never owned it. Like, even if, I can see it. Like, imagine, even if he had a small cart, the fact that he could put like, Downing oyster, his name is on something. Something small. You see why God, he blessed this? That's why I don't listen to people. Y'all, people might think I'm anti-black. I don't give a fuck. This new generation of black people, they get on my fucking nerves. They're fucking lame. They are fucking lame. They embarrass me every single day. And the fact that they are not competitive, it drives me insane. It really does. That's why I say you cannot just sit here and try to call they black. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Every time I have needed inspiration in my life, because I'm a human being, You know, there are days that your motivation, whatever, it wanes because you're a person. And this world is so unfair. And you see a lot of black people always like to promote stupid, goofy ass, dumb ass black people because they twerk, because they have sex, because they have broken homes. They're always promoting degeneracy. So Marlene, when I look for inspiration, I look to the past. I don't look to these people. They do nothing for me. You understand? Since I was in high school, I made a promise to myself because I would see their behavior. They're on the steps, they're getting their hair braided. They don't take life seriously. They wait right before class to do their homework. I'm like, these people right here, they don't take life seriously. Black people go right, I go left. Black people go left, I go right. No, because I know, like, these people here, they look for easy ways. They look for shortcuts. They look for life to be easy. They look for excuses. They don't take care of their time. They don't manage their time seriously. I don't have time for this shit. You think God allowed me to be born in Aquarius so I can be around people who gonna hold me back? No, you're fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. You go left, I go right. You go right, I go left. If you agree with this point of view, I will disagree. Because I refuse to think like you. Because of you, mediocrity is your namesake. I ain't got time for you. So I look to the past because those people were fucking gangster. But I'm like, imagine a man, even if you have a small cart and it's whatever, but the mere fact that you can put your name on something, these are downing oysters. Something your dad could never do. Your mom couldn't, like, wow, this is a fucking big deal because my whole life, nobody's ever owned anything. I said, oh, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And it does something to you. Like, who are you to complain? You see? And Mr. Downing, and I'm telling you, when people talk about the restaurant he had, I said, how the fuck? But I'm like, he had all these rich, I'm like, the Astor family. Like, you guys, the Astor, because the Astor family, they're like the old money of New York City. Matter of fact, they are responsible for the museum of the Museum of New York City, right? And I think, and then the Vanderbilt, they are responsible for the Metropolitan Museum of New York, right? These people built New York City, and every time they had a party, every time they had an event, they wanted Mr. Thomas to come do the oysters. Nobody else but him. Like, I'm like, do you see the level of work? Even something as small as oysters, he put his heart in it. There's not a single person in New York City who's going to outdo me when it comes to oyster. Bitch, I'll see you outside. You're going to fucking die, bitch. Okay? You're going to fucking die. And I'm like, this is it. This is the fucking mindset, right? When I went to, when I started living in New York, hold on. I'm coming, y'all. Hold on. Well, I got time today. I got to go work out, but I got time. Hold on. Mahalia Jackson. There you go. If you ever go to New Orleans, if you're in downtown New Orleans, you will see they have an amphitheater named after her. I didn't know who she was, even though I love gospel. Who's this lady? Mahalia Jackson. Who's this woman? I looked into her because you know me, I'm nosy. I didn't know your business, right? Mahalia Jackson. She is a beauty, a gospel singer. She's an iconic gospel singer from New Orleans. You guys, when you see where she was born, hey. When you see where she was born, hey Janet, when you see her family's house, you said, Jesus. The number of children, you said, oh my God, oh my Lord, right? Mahalia Jackson, she left New Orleans, you guys. And mind you, New Orleans it's warm. It's like Abidjan. It's like West Africa. It's humid. It's warm, right? It don't get cold like that. It's warm. The lady left New Orleans to go to Chicago. Do you know how cold it is in that place? I was like, just the weather alone had to be a cultural shock. These people are next to Canada. A lot of people who live in Chicago, it's like there's a bridge or something. They can just cross over. They're right there in Canada. It is cold in Canada. It is cold in Chicago. Like, can you imagine? Okay, from New Orleans to Chicago. Listen, I'm like, the weather alone, like, especially in the wintertime, fall, winter, this lady had to have a massive cultural shock, right? The gospel scene also is completely different. You understand? Mahalia Jackson gets to Chicago, right? Do you know what she did? She was scrubbing floors. Like, and I'm talking like the African way. When you grab the brush, like, you know what I'm saying? You grab the brush, you get on your knees, you put one hand on the ground, your two knees on the ground, like you scrub like this, right? She was scrubbing them. She was scrubbing those floors. She scrubs the floor. She praises God. She scrubs the floor. She praises God. She scrubs the floor. She praises God. And as the Bible says, right? If you acknowledge me before men, I will also acknowledge you. Hey, Mimish, I will acknowledge you before my Father. Understand? Okay? It's not, oh, I'm going to go kill myself. I'm going to go take my life. All that crap bullshit. Okay? Every job she took, because that's all she could do. I don't think she went to school. Every job she could do, it was cleaning. She's scrubbing floors. She's praising God. She's scrubbing floors. She's praising God. From all this, you scrub the floor, you sing to the Lord, you scrub the floor, you praise God, you scrub the floor, you praise God. Slowly but surely, they had her go to churches to see if she could sing. Like I said, but the gospel scene is very different. A lot of people didn't like how she sang. You think she gave up? No. They don't work. She goes back. She cleans the floors. Go to another church. People say no. God is good. She scrubs the floors. She praises God. Go to another church. People say no. She go back. She cleans the floors. They say no. One day somebody say yes. It always happens. It's compounding effect, right? The more you try, the more likely you are to succeed. You have to compound. Like, you got to keep going. You cannot stop. One day somebody said yes. One day, people who could not stand her voice, they were like, oh, I can't get enough of her voice. Long story short, Mahalia Jackson dies a multimillionaire. When she came to Chicago, she had nothing. She had nowhere to sleep. She had no family. She had no education. She had no whatever. No, she just knew how to scrub floors and praise God, I guess, right? But ultimately, the lady dies a multimillionaire. You should see her house. The house she bought for herself, the car she bought for herself, right? And because of her, the entire genre of Black gospel changed because of her. You see, you can, just like Jesus, y'all, just like Jesus. You can be born in a manger. You can be born in a barn somewhere. No matter. Okay? Your parents can be the most uneducated people. Your parents can be the most uneducated, most illiterate people, the poorest people we have ever seen. You can actually be born on the floor. There's nothing. There's not even like a blanket to wrap you. But if God says you're going to make it, you're going to make it. If God says, I'm going to pick you up, put you up so high, you will shine like a star in the darkest night that human beings have ever seen. Who's going to stop him? Who is going to stop God? For He's the key of David. Whatever He opens, He opens. What He locks, He locks. Right? This lady died a multimillionaire. What's the other one? What's her name? Hold on. What's her name? There you go. This way. There you go. Etta James, right? Okay, this lady here, Etta James too, right? This lady, she was born in Baltimore. Okay, Baltimore, lots of poverty. If I'm not mistaken too, her mom had like a bunch of kids. Her mom had like so many kids. Hold on. How many children did her mom have? Hold on. Oh, her mom only had one child. Okay. But if I'm not mistaken too, they wanted her to clean floors because most of the people, most of the girls, but the Black girls at that time, they used to work for white people, right? They used to work for white people. They used to be housemaids, you clean and things like that. She was like, no, I'm not doing that. They're like, what? That's what we do. That's how we make a living. She's like, no, I'm not doing that. She's crazy. She's like, no, I'm not doing that. Right? Next thing you know, she became Etta James. You understand? It's like, I'm like, if people really, because people are lazy. People are very lazy. They're mediocre. And so they have cognitive distortion where they have this need to tell themselves all these goofy ass lies to justify their freaking laziness. Hold on. Right? Sorry. To justify their freaking laziness. Right? Oh, she's an Aquarius. Well, that makes sense. Then she's not going to do it. It's a lot of Aquarius. Oh, do you know my auntie's also an Aquarius? January 21. I said, well, there you go. Right? Well, it makes sense now. She's like, she's not going to do it. She's not cleaning floors. She's like, I'm not cleaning floors. Hold on. Because I watched her documentary as well. I watched her documentary as well. I'm gonna find her documentary. She's like, yeah, she's not doing it. She's not gonna clean. She's like, no, I'm not doing it. They're like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna make it? She's like, I'll make it. Next thing you know, at last, my love is coming on. You see what I'm trying to say? I mean, y'all, it's a lot of people. We can also talk about James Brown. Now, James Brown, everybody forsake him, right? His mom left him. His daddy left him. Everybody left this man. Everybody, you know, left this man. Okay? Everybody left him. His mom left him. First, I think his mom left first, right? Then his dad left second, right? So he had no family, right? Really, really difficult childhood, difficult teenage years, whatever, right? But when it came to his music, he said, okay, I'm going to do it, right? He bet on himself. He took his money. He rented the Apollo. The rest is history, okay? Like, this is fucking James Brown. But I'm like, his whole life, everybody abandoned this man. Everybody abandoned this man. And he will go on to be the iconic James Brown, right? And that's why I say it's really sad, because you should be able to say, yeah, people just left, everybody abandoned. I'm like, his life is so sad. That's why at a certain age, all these demons start messing with his head. And, you know, you see things that happen, but you gotta have mercy for the man. You gotta have mercy for the man. Okay. He did not have a healthy childhood. Didn't have a healthy childhood. You have Ray Charles, grew up poor, super blind, right? Becomes Ray Charles. You know what I'm saying? You can, same thing with Stevie Wonder. He also grew up, he didn't grow up with money, grew up poor, huh? Right? Grew up blind. Stevie Wonder, if I'm not mistaken, he was signed to Motown. Berry Gordy signed him when he was like 14 or something, right? 14 years old, he gets signed to Motown. He writes for everybody. Okay? He writes for everyone. He wrote for The Temptation. You see, he's always been blind. He's been blind his whole life. But he can write music. Lord have the mercy. That's why I say I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for people. Okay, like, get the fuck out of here. Okay, he's been blind his whole life, but he writes music. So your eyes are fully wide open. Why can't you find a job? Your eyes are wide open. Why don't you have a resume ready? Your eyes are wide open. What excuses, and not just that. You have all these woke progressive people who keep doting and coddling these people. It's disgusting. So Stevie Wonder gets signed to Motown. I believe he was 14 years old when Berry Gordy signed him. He starts writing for The Temptations. He wrote for the Supremes. He wrote for Marvin Gaye. He wrote for the Jacksons. He wrote for himself. He wrote also for Diana Ross when she left the Supreme. Pretty much he wrote for everybody that was signed to Motown. Okay? Yeah, Mike Tyson too. He wrote for 14 years old. This dude is a fucking genius. I'm like, Kanye, you're not there yet. Y'all, Stevie Wonder is something else. Like, Stevie Wonder is something else. You wonder why they gave him the stage name Stevie Wonder. He really is a wonder. Like, how the heck, you're blind. How do you write music? What is going on with these people? Okay, you write music. And mind you, like, this is where you see that Stevie Wonder's a fucking genius, because The Temptation, they have their own sound, right? The Supremes, they have their own sound. Marvin Gaye, he has his own sound. The Jackson, he can write for everybody's brand. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what? It's not, oh, I'm just going to write a song for everyone. No, one song, a cookie cutter. No. That's not how he does his business. Based on your brand, he's going to write a song that matches your brand. Do you see the level of work ethic? Do you see the level of customer service? Do you see the level of professionalism? Do you see why he's still alive? Do you see why he's still so rich? Do you see why he is fucking Stevie Wonder? Tell me a song that Stevie Wonder wrote, whether it's for somebody else or he wrote for himself, that did not chart. I'll wait. Give me one Stevie Wonder song that was a flop. Which one? Which one? People are fucking crazy. Stevie Wonder's a fucking goat. The man is fucking blind. But you have people, their eyes are wide open, and every day they wake up, they're failing. Their eyes are wide open. There's nothing wrong with their sight. They don't know how to be successful. Excuses. Oh, this, and that. Oh, go sit down somewhere. You're lazy. You're freaking lazy. You are a lazy person. You're fucking lazy. And they get so triggered. Yeah, be triggered. Be triggered into changing your life. Be triggered into accountability. Right? Then it got to a point he got upset with Berry Gordy. He left. Berry Gordy realized, you know what? This boy really is a wonder, huh? He went and begged the boy. He brought him back. right? He does exactly. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson too. If you notice carefully, he's a little delayed. Okay, a little delayed. Up there raising his little pigeon. Everybody knows he loves pigeons, right? He used to raise pigeons, and he said he was bullied. He didn't know how to fight. Then he decided to learn how to fight because somebody messed with his pigeon. It's giving John Wick of the hood. Okay, I'm like, John Wick. People mess with his dog. So then he was like, oh really? Because you can't mess with his dog, right? You don't know who John Wick is, right? But that's the thing with John Wick. John Wick was minding his business until people decided to mess with his dog and they killed his dog. He's like, oh, I guess I'm going to have to kill some people then. Okay, so that's why he came out of retirement. So I think Mike Tyson, he didn't know how to fight, but he really loved his pigeons. Somebody decided to mess with his pigeon. He said, well, I guess this is the day. This is the day. I'm going to have to learn to fight because you can't touch my birds. Like, what the fuck? Right? He goes on to be heavyweight champion of the world. And mind you, in the 90s, Mike Tyson was worth $100 million. Adjusted for inflation, it probably is like $1 billion. Right? I remember the first time, because one time he had an interview with, what's that lady? The girl he was married to, the black girl he was married to. Right? The one, oh my gosh, the one who sued him and took his money. Right? And when I saw where they lived, I'm like, damn, is he a prince? Like, I'm like, it looked like he lived in a castle. Like, what the heck? What? But it's the training. It's the mental discipline. It's very brave, right? Might not be emotionally. Maybe he could do better with his. I mean, I think he come a long way, but maybe back then he had lots to learn emotionally. But I'm like, think of what he got himself out of with this right there. Training. Even Floyd, he has issues. But when it comes to his training, one time in New Orleans, I watched a whole documentary of Floyd. You guys, the way Floyd trains, it's impressive. It's truly impressive. Utter poverty. His dad went to prison. Poverty. His mom moved in with another man. It's all kinds of crazy bullshit. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm getting out of here. You people are crazy. I'm going to make it. Okay. But it's like, you see, Curtis is always making fun of him. Oh, you can't read. You can't do this. But somehow he makes more than you. So how is it that he can't read and he makes more money than you do? Floyd is very smart. Even when it comes to the pay-per-view stuff with HBO, the kind of deals he was able to broker for himself, because before Oscar de la Hoya, the other Mexican, Oscar de la Hoya, he was like a big boxer. Most of the pay-per-view money was going to Oscar de la Hoya, right? And he was like, yeah, I'm going to, he said, I'm going to make more than this man. And the people at HBO started laughing at him. Like, what? Who are you? Nobody knows you. You're like, the typical, you ain't shit. We don't know you. You ain't going to make it. Shut the fuck up. Da, 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 da. Like, what? These people are crazy. And guess what? He did just that. Like the kind of pay-per-view deals Floyd got for this. I'm like, this boy, Floyd Mayweather is something else. I feel like even sometimes the stuff he does on social media is him pretending to be an idiot. Just like Jessica Simpson, right? You pretend to be a clown. You pretend to be an imbecile. You pretend to be an idiot. So that way people will underestimate you. And then when you go to do your contract or you go to negotiate, like they see a whole other side of you and they're not ready for that side. And then you get what you want. I'm like, it has to be like a bait and switch type of thing, because there is no way. Floyd is something else, you guys. If you see, hold on, maybe I can find the video. If you see Floyd Mayweather train, hold on. Maybe I can find the video real quick. Hold on. Let me see. I can find it for you guys. Hold on. Because I can't remember which one I watched, y'all. Like, I can't. This dude he is something else.
Floyd Mayweather is one of the greatest boxers to ever step foot in a boxing ring, and some people even place him on top spot. As much as he is a divisive figure outside the ring, once the bell rings, Floyd became...
You see what living my best life is saying? Tyson would do 2,500 sit-ups in a day. So if a person like that tells you my ancestors were slaves, you're going to believe it. Like, yeah, I can see where you got this work ethic from. You get my point? If somebody sits on the couch, they're obese, they're always ordering food to go, they're asking for welfare, and they tell you my ancestors were slaves, I'm like, I don't know. What? Right? If you meet another person that's super ripped, they do 2,500 sit-ups a day. And they say, oh, my ancestors were slaves. Oh, yeah, I can see it. You see what I'm saying? You're like, oh yeah, I can definitely see it. What the fuck? Because you have the work ethic of a slave. You get me, right? That's why I say when you meet a Jewish person and they say, oh, I'm proud of being a Jew, I fight against the Holocaust, and you're like, yeah, I believe it. I can see it. I get it. I really do. Oh yeah, I don't question you. Some people should realize you don't even have the right to talk about your ancestors were slaves. Get these people's names out your mouth. You don't deserve to mention these people's names. Go sit out the way, right? 2,500 sit-ups a day. You're going to tell somebody to even do 10 sit-ups a day. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, I'm oppressed. Oh, I don't have to be healthy. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, womp. Exactly. You see, it's the culture. He said if a person was the heavyweight champion of the world, they should look like it. There you go. You see what I'm talking about? Culture. If I say I believe in something, I need to look like what I believe. It's the same thing. If you have a trainer and the trainer is fat, what are we training for? The obesity Olympics? Don't make no sense, right? What is your brand? You have to look like your brand. There you go. And your brand is your culture. Your brand is your culture, okay? I don't know, but you see, if you don't have limiting belief, and I'm sure he didn't start with 2,500, because you start alone, it's okay, maybe I can do 2,500, and he did it. But you see, these kinds of people will do more than the average person. That's why I say. And also, for you to do 2,500 push-ups a day, you're going to have to manage your time well enough to have enough time to do 2,500 push-ups a day. Because if you go to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, you wake up at 8, you wake up at 4 p.m., when are you going to have time to do that stuff, right? So when you know that you have to do 2,500 sit-ups a day, you know it might take you 2 hours through. I don't know how long it takes to do it. But my point is, because you have this goal every day, you will manage your time better. You will be more careful when you go to sleep. You'll be more intentional at what time you wake up because there's a goal that you have to achieve. And that's my point with a lot of people who are on welfare is that there is no time management. There is no desire to get out of bed and one day say, I'm out of this place, right? Because like I said, I don't have a problem with people needing temporary assistance. Everybody needs help sometimes. My problem when it's the temporary assistance becomes a permanent generational form of assistance. I'm like, oh, now we failed you. Now we have failed you because the goal was to help you for a season until you could transition into life as a full, independent, self-sufficient adult on your own. But now what we have is pretty much a welfare nepo baby, and that's problematic. That is incredibly problematic. And it goes to show just giving people money with no expectations of them one day getting off the money train, them paying it and paying the money back, and them doing the same for other people, it is extremely problematic. It's extremely problematic. And these kinds of behavior, to me, Marlene, can truly bankrupt a nation. Because today it's 40 million or 42 million. What about the next 20 years? 80 million? Because more and more, you will see people say to themselves, well, why do I have to work? Well, look at her house. Look at this. Because you will start to show people it is more beneficial to wait for the government than to go do a job. Because at some point, when the person who works looks at how much they're paying in taxes, and they have to pay their rent out of pocket, they have to pay their health care out of pocket, they have to pay for their food out of pocket, they're like, well, I'm only left with $50. And then they see the personal welfare getting over $1,000. So, but that's not fair. Why is it that the person who works can afford to pay for groceries and the person who does not work is able to have 2 carts full of groceries? Something ain't right. And the government continuing to create this injustice system between the worker who is stacked so much that they have no money left over, right? To the person who doesn't work that can buy anything at the grocery store, it ain't gonna work. Because one day, the one who works will say, you know what, I just quit my job and just get benefits. And then it goes from 42 million to 84 million. And then maybe one day there'll be 100 million people in this country who do not work. Now, the other 150 million, they're going to be responsible for taking care of 100 million people who have decided to just rely on the government. It has to stop. And it's, oh, just tax the rich. The rich are fortunately rich enough to hide their money. So it's always the middle class. And that's why in this country, you will see the middle class is going to get poorer and poorer and poorer. And what happens when the middle class gets poorer and poorer? People do not want to get married. So now you're going to create the same mindset, the same attitude that lead to broken homes, right? Because what you want is less people to have kids out of wedlock and more people who have children inside of wedlock. Well, if the middle class can't even afford to feed themselves as individuals, why would they get married? Think about that, right? There are long-term consequences to trying to save a few people. Trying to save a few people, you're going to cause massive depression in a whole lot of people. And what you want to do, because it's called good customer service, called great customer service, the people who are the most industrious, you want to keep them happy. But in America, what we are currently doing, the people that are the least industrious, we want them to be happy. And the people who are the most industrious, we don't care how they feel, right? In America, the people who are the least productive, we don't want them to be upset. We don't want them to cry. We don't want to, But at the same time, the people who are the most productive, we don't care how they feel. And that right there is not going to work. Okay? Like, that is not going to work. You got to take care of the people who are paying the bills, which is the working class of America. Instead, you are abusing the working class of America to take care of people who don't pay no bills. Keep doing that. See what happens. Keep doing it and see what happens. Because one day, there's not going to be people there. You're not going to have enough people to tax because they're going to stop doing it. They're going to stop working because it's not fair. It is just not fair. We can agree to help people for a season, but they have to get off. It has to be for a season. It cannot be for a lifetime. Because then their children want the same thing. Then their grandchildren want the same thing. We have people in this country that have at least 2 to 3 generations that were all raised on welfare. And no one has the slightest desire to break out of the welfare system because they have been trained to live like that. That's not okay. And a government should not cripple people intellectually. A government should not treat people like this. A government should empower its people to work. How can we help you to get back into the labor force or at least get married? So that way your husband can take care of you. But even that too, you can't say that because they get offended. But it's like you have no money. So you're either going to work or you're going to be a wife. You choose. But us continuing to provide for you as if we're your husband, that needs to stop. We are not married to you. You're going to have to make a choice. It's part of being an adult. It's part of being a citizen. It's part of being an adult. You take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself. Okay? You got to take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself, which is why it's very tragic to see people who have received 13 years of free education, 13 years of free transportation, 13 years of free school lunches, and it's, oh, I still can't take care of myself. We have a problem. We have a serious problem. And I'm like, this is not normal. Because with a high school diploma, you should know how to take care of yourself. There are people who come to America with no education. They know how to take care of themselves. So why can't you do it with a high school diploma? Something is wrong. Something is wrong because we have set the expectation that you don't owe anything back to your country. It is perfectly normal for your whole life to be subsidized and for you to feel no way about giving something back to your country, not even your community. People who are on welfare are not able to give back to the community. And if anything, they make the community worse because they have no structure. They don't have a family structure. They don't have a traditional structure. They don't have a spiritual structure. They're not even helping the community. They're making it worse because they are structureless. And structureless people, it's like a parasite that attacks a cell membrane. It's incredibly dangerous, like a freaking cancer. We have to go through chemotherapy. And we need to make it quite aggressive, okay, before it metastasizes, whatever, however you say it, and destroys the entire body, because this is not okay. And this is why today we have this, like, how you call it? We have this like mimicking effect. We have this contagion effect when more and more people now are single mothers. Because you reward in this life, whatever you reward, you're going to get more of. You're going to get more of it. Right? So the welfare for the single mom, oh, you want to help her, how to help her. And now it has become a cultural ethos to be a single mom. So instead of having less single mothers, we're having more single mothers, which means that we have overcorrected in trying to help people who truly made poor choices that they need to face by themselves. Absolutely. This is what overcorrection looks like. Because when you overcorrect, you get more of the problem, not less of the problem. And that is incredibly problematic. And the fact that the government is doing this as actual citizen is even criminal. It's actually freaking criminal. Okay, yeah, the working class is tired because rich people will always know how to hide their money. Okay? When like rich people will always know how to hide their money. They have the money to pay the professionals to hide their money. The middle class, they can't do that. So their money is really easy to get to. And this is why we're going to, even in New York City, for as much as I'm like, yeah, go Madani, because I want to say like F you to the Jews, right? But I'm like, even New York City, right? If Madani does what he does, the middle class of New York City, they're going to get poorer. Because these rich people, good luck finding their money. If it was that easy, okay? If it was that easy to find the money of rich people, you're going to get that shit in blood. Rich people have trust. Because I'm like, the vast majority of our senators are rich people, right? Let's be so for real. The vast majority of our senators are rich people. Democrats make up the richest people in Congress, okay? They are the richest senators. They're also the richest Congress people, okay? Right? So do you think that the rich people who write the laws did not put no safety nets in place? They will say things on TV, but when they're in there and they're voting on bills and things like that, they are passing laws that allow them to shield their money because our politicians are rich people, right? So they can say all the things they want to say. Oh, we're going to tax the rich. Even Pocahontas. Oh, we're going to tax the rich. She's also a rich person. She ain't poor. Bernie Sanders ain't poor. Okay? Even AOC, she's a millionaire herself. So think about that. So you can convince me that she loves the poor so much that she's going to give up all her money. AOC barely shows up to work. Her district is awfully neglected. She barely shows up to work. She barely shows up to see her constituents in the Bronx. She's a multi-millionaire herself who loves to travel in private jets, right? They're just saying all kinds of bullshit, right? Rich people have trust funds. Rich people have all kinds of shit to hide their money. Right? Most rich people also, they live on loans. They take loans against their own assets so they don't have to pay taxes. They have ways, y'all. If it was that easy, it is really hard to go after rich people. One day I sat here and I watched it, I showed you a little documentary about how IKEA hides their money. Jesus Christ. Let me see if I can, hold on. We're going to come back to Floyd. They had a whole documentary about how IKEA hides their money. I said, what? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. And I was like, this is crazy. Let me see. Maybe it might be this one. IKEA is a non-for-profit. What in the world? Hold on.
You know, they don't tell you don't lay on the bed. You're supposed to lay on the bed.
A look at the innovative business practice. IKEA is famous for putting its customers to work.
Hold on, no. Let me see. Like the way they hide their money.
Minute MBA. Why is IKEA a nonprofit?
So first of all, IKEA is a non-for-profit. Like what? You see this? Oh, these people are crazy.
IKEA has a little-known secret. The company is a nonprofit. Ingvar Kamprad, the founder of IKEA, created the philanthropic Stichting Inca Foundation, whose mission is to further the advancement of interior design. IKEA's bizarre business model looks like this. The nonprofit Stichting Inca owns a private Dutch company, Inca Holdings, that owns the majority of individual stores at the franchise level. The company's main motivation for having a nonprofit structure seems to be business-driven. Consider the fact that the Stichting Inca Foundation only donated $1.7 million out of billions in profits to a design school, which is in line with the foundation's mission, but the rest of the money goes to IKEA stores and into savings as a cushion for the future. IKEA employs 135,000 people in 44 countries. Because of tax breaks for nonprofits, IKEA pays about 33 times less on taxes than their for-profit counterparts, a minuscule 3.5% in taxes on its $27 billion in annual sales. An IKEA store manager typically takes home $125,000 per year, while store support staff earn just $28,000. As for the executives, their salaries don't have to be reported publicly thanks to Dutch privacy laws. But there is one big hole in the IKEA nonprofit operation. IKEA Systems, another private Dutch company, owns the trademark. This means money is paid directly from IKEA profits to the owners of this private company to license the trademark. The beneficiaries are not publicly recorded, but it's not hard to speculate that the Kamprad family is on the receiving end of this loophole. According to The Economist, the overall setup of IKEA minimizes tax and disclosure, handsomely rewards the founding Kamprad family, and makes IKEA immune to a takeover.
Wait, do you see this? That's why when they say things like, oh, we're going to tax the rich, get that shit in blood. Good luck with that shit. Do you see this? Do you see what they're willing to do to avoid paying taxes? Setting IKEA as a non-for-profit, right? It's a non-for-profit, y'all. What? Because they don't want to pay taxes. And think about how much money they're willing to pay people to come up with all this, like all this schemery, okay? You cannot, it's not that easy to get money out of rich people. But it's a lot easier to get money out of the middle class because they can't afford the sophisticated level of money scheming. This is incredibly sophisticated. I'm like, what the freak, right? What the freak? It is not easy to get money out of rich people. It is really hard to get money out of rich people. Good luck with that shit. Because even the same politicians who are telling you they're going to tax the rich are the same politicians who are passing laws to help rich people get away with shit like this. Right? So then who's going to pay for all this extra shit? The middle class. But if the middle class can even afford to feed itself, people will stop having families. People will stop buying houses. People will stop even savings because you start to get to a point like, you know what, I'll never be rich anyway, so I'll spend every dollar I have. Now we have less people saving the money. You have less people saving money. You're less likely to be able to make loans. It is welfare. People think it's cute because people are so short-sighted. Everything has micro consequences and macro consequences. Everything has short-term consequences or even short-term benefits. But long-term, it's going to lead to detrimental harm. If welfare was so fucking amazing, the vast majority of children being raised in a welfare household would be going to Harvard. Many are going to prison. There you go. Yeah, you have to be brave, huh? You gotta be brave to say a thing, right? Many children, the vast majority of children, especially minority children raised on welfare, will not go to college. Many of them won't even finish high school. They'll most likely drop out either because of truancy, pregnancy, or crime, right? The vast majority of minority children raised on welfare are going to go to prison. And when you become a prisoner, that's another form of welfare because the state, once again, pays for your stay in prison. You see, it's a very, very vicious cycle. But because politicians and other people do not want to hear people bitch and cry, they're just giving the money, just giving to it. But long term, there is no net benefit. There is a net loss. We waste money on a woman and her children. Yes, we do. It's a waste. The children are not even academically exemplary. They're failing in school. The children will drop out after, like, imagine you invest for 12 years, you invest for 13 years, or you invest for 6, 7 years into a person, then they drop out of school. So we can't get our money back. Because you see, this is where welfare would be really interesting. If you had a mother and her children on welfare and her children were academic role models, because then you know these kids are going to go to college or these kids are going to do something great in this world, right? And so when the kids do something great, they're going to pay taxes, right? And now by the kids paying taxes, the state is getting the money back. That's a fair system, right? We help you out. You get to a certain age, you're a functioning adult, you start paying taxes, and you help us to help someone else. That's the way it should work. And fortunately, the vast majority of these children will never be self-sufficient. The vast majority of these children will never even be able to write a one-page essay. They will be mediocre pupils. In school, they're most likely to be the trouble people, the knucklehead people. They're like that. It shows. It never fails. Trust me, it never fails. I used to teach in Alexandria. You can always tell the difference. You can tell who has a two-parent household and who's raised on welfare. It never fails. Because they're cultural. There is a culture that comes with people who are on welfare, the entitlement. The entitlement of the mother is passed on to the children. At least if you have a mother on welfare that is grateful, she will teach her kids to be grateful. She will teach her kids to see everything as an amazing opportunity. See, there are amazing people who pay for us to live here. There are amazing people who pay for us to have this food. There are amazing people who pay for you to be able to go to school. So we have to thank these people by working hard in school, right? There you go. You're like, okay, at that point, I don't have a problem. If I'm paying for you to be at home and at least the children have a 3.5, 3.6, or 4.0, that's fine. I'll do it. Because I know one day this baby is going to be a great member of society, a great citizen, a great voter, somebody who's going to be involved in civic duties and shit like that. So no, that's not a problem. It's an investment. That's an investment, right? If anytime we can help an American child become a self-sufficient, self-fulfilling American citizen that will either become an entrepreneur or some C-suite executive, oh, of course I'll do it. Yes, I will. But that's not the case. We are paying so we can have prisoners. It's okay. We are paying so we can have more baby mothers. These children will not be successful, right? The vast majority of children in prison are children from welfare. It's okay to be honest, right? Most kids from a two-parent household, most kids from middle-class families are not in prison. They're in college doing what young people are supposed to be doing. Okay, there you go. So it's like long-term, you haven't helped. You've made things worse because you will increase the population size of criminals. You will increase, and they already have. It's right there. The numbers go up. Remember, we listened to Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell told us that at one point, the number of Black inmates was extremely low. Like what, 90,000 people or something like that? It was really low. Now we're looking at people in the millions who are incarcerated, and they're mostly boys, right? When it comes to baby moms, it was a point in time where it was really, I think, less than 4% of Black women in America were single mothers, right? Maybe like 3% of Black mothers in America were single mom. Today, it's probably half, if not even 60%. So we haven't created more wives and things like that. We have created more single moms, right? We haven't created more wholesome Black boys who want to go to college, who want to have great careers, who want to be fathers, who want to be active civilly. No, civically, we have created more criminals, right? Rap culture, gang culture, drill culture, I'll kill you when I see you culture. It all comes out of the projects. It comes out the ghettos. It comes out the welfare system. Most rappers were raised on welfare, and we see their mindset. Matter of fact, we even listen to their English. I don't even know what the hell they're saying. They mumble. They barely. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Everything is nigga, nigga, nigga. That's it. That's the only thing they know. Ninja, 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 ninja. When I see you, I'm gonna shoot you. Body bag, dead, dead, dead. Kill you. Murder on my mind. Murder on my mind. You a bitch. I'm gonna kill you. Right? This is where this music comes from. It's the culture. Right? It's the culture. Like, it's the culture. These kids are raised on welfare. And this is the culture. And then when they do become famous, this is what they inspire other young men to do. Be degenerate, be violent, be reckless, be homicidal, you name it. Right? It's okay. It's okay. You can be honest. It's okay. Right? So you're creating more criminals. You're not creating honorable people. You're not creating hardworking people. You're not creating real young academic scholars. You're not creating young people who want to be successful and be honorable and want to have family. Yeah, it's all from there. You know, it's not when I say you proper, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. Everything is everything is about how they have to kill someone. It's like, but damn, do you ever give hugs to people? No, they only give bullets to people because they're knuckleheads. They don't work. They have no motivation. They never had motivation. I'm like, it's a cesspool of failure. It's okay to be honest. It's okay. These are not middle-class children. When you hear foolishness out here, even this whole concept of YN, these are not middle-class Black boys who are doing this stuff. They're not doing that. Because when a young Black boy has a father to come home to, he knows what to do and what not to do. You'll get your ass whooped, right? So YN culture is a culture of young Black boys raised by single moms on welfare. It's okay to be honest. Yeah, we don't even know what they're saying. We have no idea what they're saying. And be a young boy. Ask me if I know what he's saying, right? But once again, welfare, free school, free lunch, free this. And these people can barely speak coherent English. And these are U.S. citizens, right? Make it make sense. It's extremely concerning. It's concerning. And the fact that we have yet to have a proper referendum on, has welfare truly helped? Has it truly, truly helped? No, because we just don't want to hear people bitch and cry. That is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. It doesn't work. It is not going to work. You can keep paying it if you want to, but it's not going to work. And all you're going to do is create more of something you don't want. If we want to live in a society where we want to see young, honorable Black boys, Christian, even Muslim-minded young boys, good young men, right, who want to be honorable, who want to be married, who want to have children and take care of their children, who want to be able to pay taxes and be truly meaningful contributors to the American economy, something will have to be done about welfare. And something will have to be done to the glamorization of the single mother. It's not cute. It has never been cute. It will never be cute. It will never be trendy. It will never be whatever. And everybody feels like, because that's the problem, because today you have so many single moms. Everybody feels like we have to cater to them because they truly are maybe a majority now, right? I think that maybe you have more single moms than you have married mothers, right? So now our whole society wants to pander to single moms, cater to single moms. No. You don't pander to something that doesn't work. You don't pander, you don't cater to something that doesn't work because you are going to get more of it. You're going to get more of it. See, it's not good. You can do it if you want to, right? But one day when you are elderly, your fate is going to be in the hands of children raised by a single mom. And I don't know how that doesn't scare people. One day, the voters of America, people who get to vote and make a lot of important decisions, are going to be functioning illiterate. And does that sound like that sounds like, oh yeah, a future that you're looking forward to? I don't think so. No, thank you so much. I don't think so. Right? We want to see more children born into a two-parent household. Okay, right? You see, we have a serious problem. I'm not trying to be. You should see y'all every day. Lacey takes like aspirin every day because the way the students write, she'll have a prompt that says write a paragraph. A paragraph, they can barely write a sentence. They don't read the prompt. They write. You ask about X, they write about Y. Their punctuation is horrible. It's horrible. And the parents don't even care to check. Like there is a Black woman recently. Like I don't even know what they're saying. And you compare that to rappers from the 90s. And that's when I really love this. They're called Troy. I love them. I reminisce over you, right? But I'm like, you can even compare Black boys who were raised by single mom in the 90s. Because I think that time it's like mistakes happen. young people don't know enough about their body parts. It's not like today where it's actually a trend because they want to have topics for their TikTok videos, right? But you listen to young rappers who were raised by a single mom, the level of intelligence, right? Even your boy Tupac, like to some extent, Afuni Shakur, she was a single mom, right? She made sure her son actually read. Like we used to even have a time, like even single moms were intellectual single moms. Like you're gonna read, boy. You're gonna read. Tupac read so many books. That's why he was so much better than other rappers. Because he read. Like you're going to read. When you listen to Troy, I reminisce over you, right? And that song is so beautiful. But I'm like, he was raised by a single mom. But I'm like, the way he speaks, the way he writes, it's a beautiful song. Like you see the whole, like, I mean, like you listen to the song, you see the entire movie. And I come to find out he's a Libra. I was like, there you go. Right? Today, these kids right here, oh no. Oh no. Because I made these single moms is different. They are different. They are crazy as shit. They're fucking crazy. They're fucking lazy. Right? Afuni Shakur, she made sure Tupac was reading a book a day. You gonna read. You will fucking read, you weirdo. You're going to read. There was even structure. Single moms of the 90s, 80s, and 90s, they were taking their children to church because many of them still have mothers who were mothering. Sometimes young things happen to young people because people don't know their bodies. Today, these people don't have a reason. They have apps that can tell them their ovulation cycle. They have too much information and they're so lazy. They're so ignorant. Okay? But the kids were going to church, right? Even those kinds of single moms from yesteryears, it was easy for them to get married because she made a mistake. The child also is well behaved. So it's not a problem to marry her because she made a mistake. Her child is well behaved. Listen, we move on. It's not a big deal. Everybody makes mistakes. Having one baby does not make you a throwaway person. Today, one child, he jumps on the couch. He jumps on the roof. He's like Spider-Man. He's all over the place. He doesn't have a bedtime. Oh, look, who's going to come into this chaos? The child never goes to church. She can't even wake her ass up on a Sunday and take the baby to church because she's up all night on TikTok. She's up all night on Instagram, comparing her life to other people, wanting to be like other people. This is what we have on our hands today, y'all. It's okay to be honest. Okay? Yeah, it's okay to be honest. You look at single moms of yesteryears, y'all. They had a level. Even what's your boy's name? Christopher Biggie, right? Biggie told us he decided to go sell drugs because he wanted to help his mama pay the rent. So when he came home with the drug money, his Jamaican mom said, I'm not taking it. You are fucking crazy. Drug money? Woo, God forbid. Okay, you are insane. Because she would rather pray, cry out to God, fast, go to church, than to be involved in criminal activity. She never took his drug money. And he put that in the song. He tell you that his mom did not want his drug money. You are out of your fucking mind. Right? Today, these single moms, they would gladly take drug money. What? They will take the drug money. They know their kids are in gangs. They don't bother them. As long as he brings her back something. She knows her child is killing his best friends. She ain't got no problem. Her son's in prison for triple, quadruple homicide. She's going to the club half naked. It's a different breed, y'all. It's a different breed of people. Right? Right? It's like it's a different breed of single moms. It's a different breed. It's a different breed. And that different breed has created, I guess, a different breed of culture, different breed of rappers. I'm like, what are these young people talking about? Everything in their coming out their mouth, how they gonna kill someone, how they're gonna murder someone. Right? We grew up in a time you could barely see a rapper go to prison. Like people were not going to prison like that. Right? People were not in court. Rappers were not in court every day. I can't remember the number of rappers. Like Snoop Dogg was on trial for rape. You know, Pac was also on trial for rape, but it wasn't like a thing like that, right? Today, every day you turn on the news, a rapper is in prison. A rapper is on trial for murder. A rapper is on trial for double homicide. This rapper is about to serve 100 years in prison. This rapper is about to do life and triple life. I'm like, what is going on with these kids? It's fucking weird. It is fucking weird, but is it really weird? No. This could have easily been predicted. right? When you reward a thing, you're going to get more of that thing. You're not helping people. You're not helping America. You're not helping minority communities. You're not helping anyone. You are making things worse. And I feel like even when it comes to welfare too, right? Even when it comes to welfare, I feel like what we see the government do is that the government wants to legislate religion. Oh, really? It's like the government wants to legislate things that should be done through family, tradition, family values, church, having your personal faith with God, right? Oh, well, just give money and things will fix themselves. No, people need family values. People need culture. People need tradition. People need family. People need the church. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, this ain't gonna work. You can give money to people, but if they don't have God in them, they're gonna do all kinds of foolishness. When a person fears God, money, no money, they're not gonna do crime. They're like, oh, God is looking at me. Oh, judgment day is real. Oh, God, people are scared. Because growing up, a lot of people used to go to church. Like, oh, there's judgment day. Oh, you can go to hell. Oh, the angels are looking at you. God is always looking at you. Oh, the Holy Spirit is looking at you. Like, you know what? I want a problem. So the person knows how to self-govern because they have fear of a higher power, right? And that's why it is so important. But it's like the government wants to replace traditional family values, traditional family units, the role of the church by just legislating monthly stipends to people. There you go. You give people money without work ethics. You give people money without insisting on the nuclear family. You give people money without talking about the importance of an education. You're just throwing money away. You are burning money. You are wasting money. You're just wasting money, right? Because when you invest in people, you have to invest in good soil. Otherwise, you're just wasting the money. And what makes a person, right? Yeah. What makes a person good soil, right? That you encourage people to value family. You encourage people to value tradition, to value their faith and things like that. And most importantly, you tell people, let's say you're a Black person, right? Do you want to be a burden to the Black community? Or do you want to be something that the Black community is proud of? Okay. If you want to make your people proud, right? Be mindful of what you do. The problem is in America today because the government has tried to replace so many things that actually should be like ingrained in culture, family, religion, tradition, and things like that, right? People have become more and more focused on the individual, right? Because think about this, right? A lot of Black people are not knuckleheads. A lot of Black people do not commit crimes. A lot of Black people do not have children out of wedlock. There are so many good Black people. But unfortunately, there is a cluster of Black people who do bad things. And because of that, everybody else who is Black gets to pay this Black tax. You get punished for things you never did. You show up places. People look at you a certain way because they expect you to behave like the minority, the small cluster of Black people who always do foolishness. How's that fair? Because we have told people you are an individual. People get to pick and choose, right? People get to pick and choose when they want to claim Black community, right? And it's only when they get in trouble, right? But before they act, when they're having this back and forth with the devil, they don't say to themselves, oh, you know what? I am part of the Black community, so devil, get away from me, right? When they commit their act, their criminal act or their foolish act or whatever you want to call it, they don't say to themselves, wow, me doing this is going to make my people look bad. And it's not fair because many of my people, they're not over here doing this. They do their part to make me look good. And what I'm about to do is about to make everybody look bad. No, they don't think about other people. And that's the government's fault. The government has encouraged people to not see themselves as part of a whole. Like we rise together, we fall together. All it takes is one person to ruin everybody's name. So you need to think carefully about the stuff you're about to do, because if you do something bad, You're going to punish all of us, right? We see the same tax applied to Nigerians. It's a lot of Nigerians who don't do bad things, but because a few are known for scamming, now when you hear Nigerian, you think of a scam. There you go. You see how it works. And that's also because in Nigeria, they don't spend enough time spanking people who commit the scams. They need to beat the shit out of these people. And I even think that some people who commit scams, we have to do in Nigeria what they do in Indonesia. You need to sentence these people to death. Anybody who commits a scam, you're going to die. You have to do this. Like the punishments of scamming in Nigeria have to be so fucking severe, and you have to go through with it. I am so fucking serious. Do you know what President Ping had to do to get China to act right, the Chinese politicians to act right? He had to kill people. You go to court, they found you guilty of scamming, they put your ass to death. You're going to fucking die. There is no coming back from this because you have to mean it. You can't just say, oh, the punishment for scamming is death and nobody dies, because then people are not going to take it seriously. People need to die. Now, maybe you kill like 20. I know it sounds fucked up to say it, but what else you want me to say? You got to kill like maybe 20 people, 100 people if you have to. But I think by the time you get to like 50 people, the other people will realize, oh shit, they mean business. How much you want to bet they're going to stop killing? They're going to stop scamming. Punishments have to be serious, and you have to go through with that shit. Why don't people chew gum in Singapore? Because they will beat your ass. And mind you, they do it. I think like if you chew gum in Singapore, it's 50 or 100 lashings. You guys, they will do it. They will fucking do it. And because they have done it, not once, not twice, they have done the whipping enough in Indonesia for people to know, oh shit, they mean business. They fucking do. Chew gum, see what happens. You see? And that's why anybody who goes to Indonesia, anybody who goes to Singapore will tell you it is so fucking clean. Hey, anybody who goes to Singapore, I even feel like Singapore, you can really drop your food on the ground, pick it up and eat it. You're going to be okay. These people are so fucking pristine. They are so fucking clean. Do you think it happened overnight? No. They set the punishment and they enforce the punishment. And I'm sure maybe deep down inside they were sad to do it, but you have to do it. People have to know that you mean business. The rules are the rules. The consequences are the consequences. You are not getting out of this. So yes, in Nigeria, Nigerians are going to have to get to a point where they agree to assign a death sentence to anybody caught scamming, because you're hurting people. You know, Western Union no longer wants to work in Nigeria. MoneyGram don't want to work in Nigeria. A lot of financial services do not want to work in Nigeria. So imagine the number of people who are punished because of a few bad actors. You have to show these financial companies, be it MoneyGram, be it Western Union, PayPal, Amazon, anybody who does money, whatever, you have to show these financial institutions that in Nigeria, we are not scammers. In Nigeria, we treat financial crimes with the utmost seriousness, and this is why we will kill your black ass. You're going to fucking die. And it could even be to a point where they make these executions public. You understand? You cannot play with people. But I think that the number of people who go places, and as soon as they show a Nigerian passport, they're discriminated against. They are bullied. They're mistreated. They're told to go sit down somewhere because they have to double check your visa. And it's so embarrassing. Yes, because you have a few bad actors who are gone out there and start doing all kinds of shit. Even with Wendy Osenfo, the ambassador of Nigeria to America should issue a letter disavowing Wendy Osenfo. It is disgusting because you, as a Nigerian, being attached to a scam, are you fucking stupid? Right? And they should also say, if she comes to Nigeria, she will be forced to do community service for 5 years. You have to take this seriously. Nigerians have to work on their PR. They have a PR crisis, you know what I'm saying? And they really do. But Marlene, if I was the president of Nigeria, okay, I would put people to death. I said what I said. That's it. And when I tell tell you that everybody will respect me. Western Union will come back. MoneyGram is going to come back. PayPal is going to come back. Because I'm like, yo, I'd rather have these business partners than have a few fucking fools make it hard for everybody to be able to do business. Think of the number of people who are suffering because MoneyGram, Western Union, PayPal, you name it, they do not want to operate in Nigeria. Right? You need to put people to fucking death. That's it. And I'm like, and like, it could be a level. Like, if you steal like $1 million here, we're going to kill your ass. And then like maybe a certain amount, it has to be a labor camp. And you will televise the labor camp. People will see the labor camp. Oh shit, they mean business. Do it if you want to. You decide. Exactly. Act up, get snatched up. Yeah. So exactly. It's a small sacrifice because how is it fair for 200 million people to not have access to MoneyGram, to not have access to Western Union, to not have access to PayPal? You guys, nobody wants to do the whole money thing in Nigeria. For what? You need to kill these fuckers. They need to fucking die. And if you have to record their mothers crying, oh, my Pekin. There you go. Your Pekin. You didn't raise him right. He was a fucking thief. He's dead now. And then you go from high school to high school teaching the young people, this is what happened when you scam. We're going to kill you. Do you want to die? They'll be like, oh, no. Okay, you're such a sweet little kid. Don't do it. Because Auntie Marlene will have you die now. I sure will have you killed. Okay, I'm a very nice person. I always say this. We could be friends, you know. We could be friends. You just have to know how to act right. Then I can be your friend. It's not a problem. Okay? You gotta have severe punishment for foolishness. You understand? Because if you are, it's okay, you're going to get more of this bad behavior. You see, I was like, one day I was cleaning and I'm like, I understand why a lot of parents sometimes would tell the oldest child who's misbehaving, get the fuck out of my house. Because at some point, you have to protect the younger siblings. You understand? One bad apple can corrupt the bunch. So if you have 2 kids, you have 3, 4 kids, one wants to misbehave. Yes, it's better to throw one child out and protect 3 kids. Absolutely. Okay? If you have 3 kids, it's better to throw one child out and save 2 children. The fuck? Yes. It's just like diabetes, right? Are you not going to amputate your foot because you don't want to be an amputee? It's better to lose 1 foot than to lose your entire life. Absolutely. Amputate. Right? But because a lot of politicians are afraid to do the hard things, a lot of politicians are scared to say what needs to be said. No, you have to say it. We're going to do a fucking amputation. Exactly. Right? Because in Dubai, not just Dubai, Lonnie, in the Middle East, they have what they call the moral police, or what they call again? They have this religious police. If they find your ass, what life be like? If they find your ass, good luck. That's why in Saudi Arabia, Lonnie, nobody steals. You can leave your Birkin bag, come back, go. It's going to be right there. You can leave your iPad, your iMac, your iPhone. You can even leave a $50,000, $200,000, $3 million ring. No one is touching it. They've been trained. They have been trained. When I tell you they'll cut your hand off, they don't play with criminals, right? And they have cut enough hands for people to know that these people mean business. They will fucking cut your hand off. So nobody touches anything. You keep your hand to yourself. If you don't want to lose your pretty hand, you need to keep your hand to yourself. Okay? Yeah. Because you have to save the good kids. You cannot let the children get corrupted. Right? Exactly. And it's just like even with this whole baby mama stuff, right? Because we have allowed the girls who get pregnant to have proximity to the young girls who are not pregnant. So now we have more pregnant young ladies, right? Same thing with the boys who don't want to get married, boys who impregnate people, boys who don't pay child support. They are allowed to be in the community, right? If people were excommunicated, if people were shamed, people were casted out, other people would say, oh shit, I want to stay over here. I like how it feels. Well, you better be on your best behavior. Right? That's why you can't always be so sensitive and so emotional. You're going to corrupt because you want to save one child. You're going to corrupt all the children. Right? And I'm like, and even if you want to do some cognitive behavioral therapy, do it in the parte. You still need to separate the children. And then you got to go raise that other child somewhere else. And you need to make sure they are really reformed before you bring them back into the bunch, because they're going to corrupt the other kids. Exactly. And other men should absolutely shame you. Other men should even beat your ass because you're fucking up the brain. It's like, you know, like with drug dealers, if the money goes missing, they'll say, oh, it's okay. No, they beat your ass because they think you stole the money. They're going to beat you so hard to make sure you didn't steal the money. Even if you say, oh, I was robbed. Yeah, the fuck right. Beat his ass. Because who's to say he's not fucking with us? They're going to beat you for 5 hours. They're going to beat you for 12 hours. Okay, you know what? Maybe he didn't do it. Okay, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Right? Make sense? All right. What's going on here? Okay. They're going to make sure that, they're going to beat your ass just to make sure you're not lying, because you could be lying. Maybe you robbed yourself. Maybe you had people rob you. So they're going to beat you up first, and they will beat you up for a long ass time just to make sure you're not lying and just to make sure you never tried to lie. Right? And that's how they found out. Because if they beat you up for 12 hours and you're still saying you didn't do it, and maybe you didn't do it. Oh, my bad. Okay, that's how it goes. Right? Drug dealers don't play. Money goes missing, people are going to die. Matarlo. You have to kill him. Okay? Matarlo. Somebody's going to die today. Okay? So nobody tries that shit. There you go. You're going to die. There's a TikToker. She was flexing about her husband. He's a drug dealer. Y'all, let me tell you. She was flexing about her husband. She Mexican. He's some kind of drug dealer. I don't know if he stole. I don't know what she showed on her TikTok. When I tell you, they got killed. Within matters of minutes of her posting the TikTok, she got killed. Her husband got killed. Their children were killed. That's his sis. Because it's possible. It is possible that she showed something. Hold on. Show you. This one. Y'all. I don't, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know if she showed something that made them realize that he has stolen money and he gave it to her. But you see, women, they talk too much. Women talk too much. Women want to show off too much. And she got her people killed. She got people killed. Hold on.
The murder of a Mexican beauty influencer has sent shockwaves across the country.
Hoy andaba haciendo unas cosillas.
23-year-old Valeria Marquez shot to death during a TikTok live stream on Tuesday.
Ya viene.
Her followers watched her final moments live in this video.
Hola. Sí.
In the minutes before, as she recorded from the beauty salon where she worked in Zapopan, central Mexico.
Pues que te lo quieren entregar a ti.
She mentions how someone had stopped by earlier, promising to bring an expensive gift.
Ya viene.
Later on, clutching a pink stuffed animal, Marquez looks out of frame before saying, "They're coming," and a voice in the background asks for her by name.
Sí.
Marquez replies yes, then leans over to mute the sound on the live stream. Horrifically shot to death in moments after, we will not show. But after, a person appears to pick up her phone, their face briefly showing on the live stream before the video ends. The identity of this person and their relationship to the crime hasn't been publicly identified. It would be the last video from Marquez, a rising online star in Mexico with nearly 200,000 followers between Instagram and TikTok. Now Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum,
con esta lamentable situación,
vowing justice. The prosecutor's office has not named a suspect, but said the killing is being investigated as a possible femicide, an intentional murder of a woman due to her gender.
You said you were horrified by this, but were you surprised?
I was horrified, and in one sense, I was not surprised.
Paulina Garcia del Moral is an assistant professor who studies gender violence in...
Hold on. That was her, right? Oh, no, it was this one. Hold on.
Y yo también los amo, pero cuestan más que mi renta. Pero
This glamorous TikToker was known for her beauty, her fabulous closet, and lifestyle content. Then her body was found in a pickup truck. And tragically, her body wasn't the only one found. Was this a random murder or was this a targeted attack? We're breaking down what we know so far with retired FBI and CIA agent Tracy Walder.
I believe that this was probably a targeted cartel hit. This seems very targeted, in my opinion. It seems that the individuals really laid
There are two different girls. This is the girl I'm trying to show y'all. This one, her boyfriend is a drug dealer. And she told people on TikTok he is. Instead of narcotráfico, one, just running her mouth, talking all kinds of stuff, showing all this expensive stuff. So I'm like, who's to say? Maybe the jefe, maybe his boss realized money's missing. And when he looks at her TikTok, he's like, ooh, this bastard, this pinche de cabrón, he is stealing from me. Matarlo. Okay, matar toda su familia. They went in there, they smoked everybody out. Because she's showing too much, she's telling too much. And we don't know if he stole on the job. That's why you can't show everything on social media. And even maybe like her even admitting that he's a narco, maybe they feel like, hey, they can link him up to us. That can be a problem. So he got to go. Why would you tell people that your boyfriend's a narco? Like, are you dumb? Okay. So now they're all dead. The kids heard they're all dead.
Wait for them, knew what their movements were, had been looking at them for quite some time. And then obviously you have the addition of them being discarded in the way that they did. Typically, that is something that we see with cartels and the executions that they do.
Thanks for joining us on Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Esmeralda Ferrer Garibai's body was found wrapped in plastic in that abandoned pickup truck. It's been reported that 2 men were questioned about her murder. Then, in a wild twist, those men were kidnapped by armed men within minutes of leaving the prosecutor's office. Esmeralda Ferrer Garibay has amassed tens of thousands of followers on TikTok alone. Her page is filled with glamorous photos of her, lavish trips, fancy cars, designer shoes, and bags. It seemed like she was living the dream. Then 4 bodies were found in an abandoned gray Ford Ranger in Guadalajara, Mexico. One of those bodies was Esmeralda. The others, shockingly, were of her family, including her 36-year-old husband, Roberto, and their 2 children, a 13-year-old and a 7-year-old. According to reports, their bodies were discovered on August 22nd. However, their identities weren't confirmed until 6 days later. What's more shocking is all 4 bodies were wrapped in plastic before being dumped into the pickup. Investigators believe that the family was killed execution style. Initial findings point toward a possible cartel hit. According to the Latin Times, Esmeralda seemed to embrace narco corridos, especially in her TikTok videos.
5757. Adelante, 57 se escuchó bien caliente.
Narcos corridos are Mexican ballads that seemingly glorify drug trafficking culture. One of her viral videos featured the caption, "Advantages of having a narco boyfriend." But maybe that caption was all for show on social media, because according to the same report, preliminary findings show Roberto, her husband, wasn't even a gang member or in the cartel. However,
why would she do that? See, she got her people killed. She got her family killed.
However, investigators do believe Roberto's job might likely have been the motive behind the murders. Here's what we know about Esmeralda's husband. He was reportedly involved in tomato farming and vehicle trading. And while those jobs don't seem dangerous, according to authorities in Mexico, it might have attracted violence from organized crime groups. And investigators were quick to clear up that Esmeralda's content were the prime motive behind the attack. Investigators had to work backwards, though, starting from the truck she and her family were found in. According to the Latin Times, authorities used CCTV video and data from the Ministry of Security and National Guard, and that's where they traced the truck's path to a mechanic's workshop. When police raided it, they reportedly found bloodstains, spent bullet casings, and other ballistic evidence. With those clues, they believe the family was executed at the workshop and their bodies were transported in the pickup. The prosecutor said in a statement, while the forensic results are not in yet, ballistic and blood evidence almost certainly confirm that they were murdered at that location. 2 workers were later detained, Hector Manuel Martinez and another man with the nickname El Chino. Hector and El Chino were released because of lack of evidence, but in a shocking twist, both men along with their 2 relatives were kidnapped by an armed group. Officials say El Chino escaped, but as of this recording, the other 3 are still missing. According to the Latin Times, prosecutor Blanco Trujillo said the kidnappers were watching the office exit for more than 2 hours. So you have a coordinated attack to kill a family of 4 and a coordinated plan to kidnap the people who were questioned about it. Are the people behind it all the same, or was the kidnapping of the suspects revenge? That's all unclear at this time. There is still so much mystery into this case. I'm joined now by former FBI and CIA agent Tracy Walder. Tracy, thank you so much.
Like when they even, that's what I was saying yesterday about these passport bros, right? I said Latinos are different. Latinos are different. Latinos, these Mayans, these Aztec people, they have different culture. You grab your passport, you think because you have a few dollars or a few pesos, you'll go into their country, play with their sisters, play with their bodies, defile their bodies, and you think you're going to leave Mexico in one piece? You think you're going to leave Colombia in one piece? They will kill you in broad daylight. What are you talking about? They will snatch you up in broad daylight. They walk up to cars and start shooting. Okay? Latinos also love to use machetes. There's something with them about dismembering people. They love to cut people up like freaking oxtails, okay? They will dice your ass up. They also love to put people in barrels and pour acid over people. They also love to wrap people in plastic. They are different. They are so different. So they knew they had cameras looking at them, and they did it anyways. And then the people who came and kidnapped them right outside the police station, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. So when you want to be a passport bro in Latin America, you need to be very careful because they have a different culture. And killing people is nothing. They kill children. It's nothing to them. Execution style means they had the whole family on their knees and they put bullets in their foreheads, right? If they can do this to a 13-year-old, a 7-year-old, you as a grown man who left America to come do sex tourism, well, they got time for you. They might even put the gun in your butthole and then shoot you in the anus. They don't care. They do not care. They do not care. But I'm like, yeah, this girl, she got her family killed. Oversharing on social media, talking too much on social media. So I'm like, who knows? Maybe money went missing. Maybe the stuff he was buying her was with stolen money. I don't know. But obviously, people saw that and they had a problem and they felt like, yeah, they got to go. Right. But if she didn't have TikTok, or even if she talked about anything on TikTok, like quiet stuff on TikTok, it wouldn't have been a problem. But this girl got her family killed. She got her children deleted. I can only imagine how these babies were so afraid. 13 and 7, you really had to kill the kids, though. Seriously. Right. But it's like it's a whole different world out there. Like they're fucking savages. They're fucking crazy. But I'm like, be very careful if you're a passport bro, because they move different. Crime out there is different. The killers out there are different. The shootings out there are different. The machetes out there are real. Latinos love using machetes to kill people. And they also love to behead people. They love to cut people's heads off. It's a thing. I don't know. It's weird. They'll cut your head off. And I don't know. I guess they keep your head. Sometimes they'll send your head to someone. It's just really weird. Okay. But they love to use machetes on people. You have to be very, very careful when you go to these places. You gotta be very careful. Okay. Gotta be very careful. Let me make sure I finish my little Floyd documentary real quick. Oh, I don't even know which one I watched though. Let me see.
A relentless master of his craft with hardly any visible flaws. We all know Mayweather is brash, loud, outspoken, but his moniker, the best ever, is backed up by his flawless 50-0 record and accolades. Running is life. A simple fact is that Mayweather never gassed. He seemed to have unending cardio that allowed him to use all his skills in the ring without worrying about his gas tank at all. An important aspect of his outstanding cardio is his road work, a constant companion in every boxer's life. However, Floyd took this a bit further and ran 5 to 10 miles every single day. Or in fact, at night, there are many stories recalling Floyd getting out of a club late and running back to his house. He became famous for running and training at whatever hours he pleased, not following a specific time regime. If you need some more proof of how seriously Mayweather treated his road work, here's what Zab Judah, who Floyd beat in 2006, but later took on as a sparring partner in his preparation for the mega fight against Manny Pacquiao.
I didn't, and so I had a chance of working with him for the Pacquiao fight, and I got to train with him and see how he worked. And I mean, we would pull off 4 or 5 hour gym sessions, right from the gym session, leave there and go run 10 miles.
Yeah.
I'm like, this motherfucker's crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then we go home and go and lay down. And he'll call you again at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, like, yo, what up? Let's go running. I'm like, yeah, dude, are you crazy, dude? Like,
More cardio and conditioning. Running may be essential, but it's definitely not enough to reach the conditioning levels he reached. Another staple of Floyd's training was, of course, skipping rope. Another tried and tested exercise from the old days. Floyd turned this simple exercise into a thing of beauty. He would often use the rope as a warm-up and would burn.
I'm not saying Floyd is a perfect person. We don't know about that today, okay? You guys, if you ever lack motivation to train, if you ever lack motivation to exercise, you guys, this man is different. I will find the actual documentary I watched in New Orleans. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this man? You're like, oh shit, I'm lazy. Dead ass. I am incredibly lazy. Oh, damn. Right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's levels. There's levels. People just look, oh, I'm black, you black. Don't do that. That's insulting, okay? There are levels. There are levels, for real, for real. There are some black people, they say, oh, you black, I'm black. Like, oh, yeah, it's a compliment because they're on a certain level. There are other people where they say, oh, I'm black and you're black too. It's actually insulting. You're lazy. Don't claim me. Go claim your bed. I don't know. Go claim DoorDash. Don't claim me. Like, no, please don't claim me. Please don't. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. Oh, please. Like, no, please don't. Like, you're fucking crazy. There are certain people, if they claim you, you're actually proud. Like, oh, you noticed me? Thank you so much. I look up to you. Right? Like even growing up like with Oprah. Growing up, I wasn't like woke, whatever. I used to love Oprah, especially like how many books she would read. I thought that was so fucking impressive. I'm like, oh, I want to read like that too. I want to read like Oprah because she always read books. And I was like, oh, I want to read like her because she was such a reader. I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to read like that. Because oh, she grew up poor. She was from Mississippi and things like that. She had no money. Her mom was poor. Her dad was poor. Now she's so fucking rich because she always read. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start reading now too, huh? Okay, like that's the thing. So if she acknowledged, oh my gosh, that's Oprah. Why? Because like she's known for being self-made. You know, she has her flaws. I'm like this crazy ass Aquarius, but I'm saying like, you know, she has her flaws, but it's like it's impressive. Like, oh, reading got you out of poverty. Exactly, right? Melanie Hobson. If she says, if y'all don't know her, that's the wife of George Lucas. Right? Here she is, right? Like her too. She went to Princeton as well, right? But I'm like, there are certain people, if they say, oh, I'm like you're black, you're like, oh, thank you. Yes, I am. Because these people have high standards for themselves. There are people like their standards are in hell, and then they want to be able to be next to you because y'all happen to have the same complexion. No, don't do that. Your complexion matches failure. Don't claim me. Exactly. Don't claim me. Like there are certain people you're like, wow, like this is the kind of black person I want to be. And when they claim you, you're like, oh, I feel seen. Right? I feel seen. But I remember like the video that I watched of Floyd, the way he was training, I was like, but damn, I'm fucking lazy. I'm like, oh my God. So you can't say, oh, I can't do it. I'm tired. I'm this, I'm that. Shut up, you're lazy. Then it makes you work. It makes you work harder, right? It makes you work harder because I'm like, you have to push yourself. Everybody has to push themselves. Yeah, you got to protect yourself. You have to push yourself. And the best way to push yourself is by finding people just like you who are doing exceptional things. Then you feel like, oh my gosh, like I could try a little harder, right? I just been bullshitting because people allow me to get away with bullshitting. That's it. People allow you to get away with all your excuses. People allow you to get away with your lack of structure. People allow you to get away with your poor time management. People allow you to get away with your bad behavior, right? You've been getting away with poor behavior because everybody's afraid to hold you accountable. Things have to change, right? And the thing is, you'll be so happy also when you do change. Like, you know what? I like the way I feel. I like that I have more structure. I like that I have employment. I like that I can take care of myself. I like that I rely on myself, right? Because you see the dangers of relying on the government. The day they shut down, the day they don't have money, you're not going to eat. That's why you don't want to put your faith in someone else's hands, right? It is your life. You have to put your faith in your own hand. Even a friend. Oh, you have a friend that lets you stay over all the time. What about the day they say you can't stay over anymore? Where are you going to sleep? Right? You have a friend that always gives you money. What about the day the friend says, I'm not going to give you money anymore? What you going to do? Right? And that's why you have to learn to just use things for a season. And you don't want to become overly dependent on those things, because the day someone says, I can't do it anymore, you no longer remember how to take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself amnesia. And you never want to be that person, right? You always want to be self-sufficient. Don't give your power away to other people. That is extremely dangerous, and it puts you in an extremely vulnerable situation. Then you want to start crying, right? Because you want to weaponize your tears and you want someone to feel bad for you. No, it was bound to happen. Anybody who entrusts their life, their faith, everything in someone else's hand, you're playing a very, very dangerous game, because now you are at the mercy of that person. Why? Why would you ever give someone that much power over you? That is crazy. That is freaking crazy.
Burst out for 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes with ankle weights, where he would be doing double unders, triple unders, cross jumps, and other advanced skipping techniques that made his routine just a pleasure to watch. And judging by the expression in which he did it, you can tell he enjoyed the jump rope. Even with the 5-pound ankle weights, he looked like he was floating above the ground at times. Aside from the specific training, Mayweather also liked to do things like basketball, and has even been seen to participate in charity basketball games over the years. Boxing skills.
He likes a lot of cardio, right? I'm going to play this video also. Let me play this video. Let me play this one before I forget.
Judge Kentaji Brown Jackson's old high school right here in Miami is celebrating the big news today.
Yeah, how many high schools can say we're having a pep rally for our graduate who is going to be a Supreme Court justice?
There's only, what, 15, 20? Not many.
Not a lot. And we got one here in South Florida. 6:01 is your time. It's Friday, and good morning to you, South Florida. We appreciate you spending some time here with us. I'm Chris Anderson.
And I'm Constance Jones. We got lots of news to get to this morning. Of course, celebrating a historic day.
Yeah, today, President Joe Biden is going to host an event recognizing this historic confirmation of Judge Kentaji Brown Jackson to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, Judge Jackson will become the first black woman to serve on the nation's highest court. NBC's Bree Jackson, she joins us live in Washington with more details on the celebration happening today.
Let's come over here. Let me see this. Let me see this.
Kentaji Brown Jackson, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Born September 14, 1970, age 53 years, Washington, D.C., United States. Married, Patrick G. Jackson, M., 1996. Office, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States since 2022. Previous offices, Judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, 2021 to 2022, more. Nationality, American. Education, Harvard University, Harvard Law School, Miami Palmetto Senior High School. Full name, Kentaji Onayika Brown Jackson. Kentaji Brown Jackson about. Kentaji Onayika Brown Jackson is an American lawyer and jurist who is an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Kentaji Brown Jackson net worth $1.7 million. Early life and education. Jackson was born on September 14, 1970, in Washington, D.C., to parents who had been educated at historically black colleges and universities. Her father, Johnny Brown, attended the University of Miami.
This one works. We'll make this one. Let me see.
Federal public defender and the first black woman nominated to become an Associate Justice on the Supreme Court. Who is Kentaji Brown Jackson? Kentaji Brown Jackson.
I hate when they use these automated voices. Like, what the heck? It's weird.
Who is Kentaji Brown Jackson?
I don't like these voices. It's kind of weird. I'm like, people are.
The president said Kentaji Brown Jackson will help the Supreme Court look more like America.
I believe it's time that we have a court that reflects the full talents and greatness of our nation.
I can only hope that my life and career, my love of this country and the Constitution, and my commitment to upholding the rule of law and the sacred principles upon which this great nation was founded will inspire future generations of Americans.
She's a federal appeals court judge here in Washington, confirmed just 8 months ago with the vote of 3 Senate Republicans. Before that, she was a federal trial court judge here for 8 years. She ruled that former Trump White House counsel Don McGahn could not duck a congressional subpoena, but she ruled for the Trump administration in tossing out an environmental group's lawsuit opposing the border wall. She was born in Washington but grew up in Miami, where her mother was a school administrator, her father was a school board lawyer, and an uncle was police chief. She graduated from Harvard and Harvard Law. That's where she met her husband, Patrick, now a surgeon. They have 2 daughters. She served as a Supreme Court law clerk for Stephen Breyer, the man she's been nominated to succeed. She's also a former public defense lawyer. She'll be the first Supreme Court justice since Thurgood Marshall with significant experience defending accused criminals. At 51, she'd be one of the youngest on the current court, but she would not change its ideological makeup with its 6-3 conservative supermajority.
Senate Democrats say they will act quickly on the nomination. So far, no commitments one way or the other from the 3 Republicans who supported her last.
It's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. So she's like 50, whatever she is. And then there are people out here who are like, oh yeah, you owe me. Oh no, she doesn't owe you anything. She does not owe you anything. Let me get back to this video because we were here earlier, right? I'm like, she doesn't owe you anything.
Kentaji Brown Jackson.
This one, she really pissed me off.
The Supreme Court judge who just paused SNAP benefits from being dispersed is it's mind-boggling, and it just shows what direction we are headed in this country. It's sad, it's nasty, it's disrespectful, and literally, I just lost so much respect for her. Like, we literally forget where we come from when we get into positions of powers, and that is what just makes it so much more devastating.
And you see how people talk to people because you have the same complexion, because we have the same complexion, because we have the same vagina. You're going to say to me, while you need free shit, you've lost respect for me who's always worked. People are fucking funny. People are truly, truly funny. Oh, I lost respect for her. Do you even have respect for self? Like, they're so fucking funny. Do you see the entitlement people? That's why, like, this black thing, it really bothers me, right? Why don't you work? Her whole life, she's had a job. But you don't have a job, you need money, and you're going to tell someone who's always been employed, oh, I lost respect for you. Huh? Did you ever have any self-respect, Miss Beggar? Of course not. But you're going to tell me you lost respect for me. Oh, this just shows where this country is going. Yeah, and a trajectory of accountability and self-reliance. Sounds amazing to me. Keep up. All right? This is fucking insanity. You see how they read her resume? That's work. That is hard work. She worked. She showed up. She worked. She's been working. Her husband's a surgeon. The lady still works. She has a job. She has a career. She has something that she is passionate about. And you think it's her job to do what exactly? Look out for you. Look out for yourself. And she said it clearly. As an American, I accept this nomination. And I look forward to serving the Constitution. She never said as a black person, I look forward to serving black people. She never said that. She said she's an American. She didn't say she's a black person. She said she's an American. That's it. That's that. That's it. And she looks forward to serving the Constitution in this great country that she loves. She never said, oh, I take this job on behalf of black people and black women. I'm going to fight for black people. As a matter of fact, they even asked her what a woman is. She's like, well, I don't know. I can't tell you. Okay. So girl, get a grip. Get a grip. I don't know how you can look at someone who has done everything right, who has worked, went to school, worked, got married, had her children with her husband, who is not reliant on the government, who's also a millionaire. Thank you very much. Okay. And then say, well, I've lost respect for you when you don't even have $5 to your name at your big age. Okay. You're fucking insane. And people are too comfortable today being disrespectful. People are too comfortable. Social media has made people so comfortable putting their mouths on people. You will never even reach the heels of these people. Like, no, who are you again? Right? No work ethic. You wake up when you feel like it. You work when you feel like it. You go to sleep whenever you feel like it, right? You don't want to work. You don't want to take care of yourself. You don't want to fight to be self-sufficient, right? And you want to talk about people who clock into their jobs. And they have been clocking to their job for the past 20, 30 years. The lady is 51 years old. Like, I guess she was nominated at 51. What, half of a century? That's pretty young to be Supreme Court Justice. You could never, sis. You could never. Okay? Put some respect on her name. This is the kind of stuff that have Birdman show up at your house and say, when you talk about me, put some respect on my name. Like, you are crazy. You are really crazy. She was born in D.C., raised in Miami, comes back to D.C. to be a Supreme Court Justice. That is fucking amazing. Okay? Yeah. Exactly. Like, it's like people are so entitled. People are truly entitled. She owes you nothing. You know, for me, when I was growing up, when I would see things like people like Oprah Winfrey, etc., Maya Angelou, Oprah Winfrey, all the people, right? It was never like, oh, I can't wait for the day I'm going to meet these people and ask somebody to do something for me. Okay, even when Oprah used to have her favorites, like every Black Friday, around like Black Friday, she always had a big show every November around Thanksgiving, and she was giving stuff for free, and you get a car, and you get the hug, and you get this. Anybody could have applied. Oh, thank you, Egyptian, right? Oh, I love you so much more. Anybody, y'all do. You must not remember Oprah's favorite things: luxury, hug boots, cars, crock pots. I mean, every year, you're like, oh, I can't wait to get a ticket and go. It had to be maybe like 20, 30,000 worth of gift per person in the audience, right? But the thing about those Black women back then and all Black women back then, you said to yourself, if they did this, I can do it too. They were inspirational. They gave you inspiration. For me, Marlene, there is no way I can look at Judge Kentaji Brown and say, oh, she owes just what she accomplished alone. I'm like, girl, you're lazy. I need to, you know what? Let me go work harder. That's it, right? She should make you feel a way. Like, dang, did I really push myself? Am I really pushing myself? Have I given everything I could have given to have a better life? Right? But you want to judge her. Are you judging yourself? Right? This woman is from here. She's Black. She's from here. She went to the same public school that anybody in Miami could have gone to. This is not a private school. It's not a fancy district. Her mom's a teacher. Her daddy is a lawyer, of a school district. Yeah, sure. How much money was he making? Okay. But she applied herself. And when you apply yourself to anything that you do, you will find success. The Bible even tells us that. If you apply yourself to anything that you do and you don't give up, you will find success. Like I said earlier, a problem that we have today, because many of these women on welfare are very young. They're young. And they're not just young, they're young and they're foolish, right? So like I said, they have a horrible time. They have a struggle with time management. We have to stop allowing people to hide behind slavery, racism. No. This comes down to you have a hard time with time management. You do not manage your time efficiently. So you wake up because you go to sleep so late. When you wake up, it feels like I can't work. Yeah, because you go to sleep late. You go to sleep late, you wake up late. You're tired. You always feel like you're tired because you never have proper rest. That's number one. Number two, another problem we have a lot of young Black people today is the lack of commitment. You start something, you quit. You start something, you quit. You barely hold on to that thing. You barely stick to something long enough to actually see results. That you don't see results. You do something, you have a setback and we have another problem today. Exactly. It's like young people are so fragile. Right? They have a minor setback. Oh my gosh, my life is over. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. It's so hard. This is just so hard. This is so hard. This is just so hard. This is hard. We have trained young people to not only it's okay not to do hard things, but it's okay to cry. It's okay to walk away. It's okay to do. Yeah, we have raised young people to be quitters. We have raised young people to be quitters. If she has a baby with someone, right? And she says, oh, he's being mean to me. We have told her, oh, he's a narcissist. No, people need to take accountability. Okay? These words from, like, I listened to Andrew. And Andrew's like, it's so funny how on social media, people will use words from therapy and psychologists that they have no idea about, like controlling, gaslighting, narcissist, emotional abuse. People just say all these things, right? So when a young woman says, oh, my baby daddy is mean to me. Oh, girl, that's a narcissist. Girl, he's a narcissist, girl. Leave him, girl. Leave him. You don't need that, girl. That's emotional abuse, right? This is what we do. Instead of saying to young people, relationships are hard, right? He's not always going to be nice to you. And I'm sure you're not always nice to him. You guys are going to have to figure out how to make your relationship work. No, instead, the vast majority of the Black matriarchy has weaponized the word narcissist. So any minor issue in the relationship, oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, he's a narc. Oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, I deserve better. Oh, that's the other one, right? The Black matriarchy, training young Black women that they can always have better. Of course, and they can also have worse. A coin has two sides to it, not just one. If you can have better, you must also open your mind to the possibility of having worse, right? So they say to themselves, right? So they say to themselves, oh, I'm going to leave my baby daddy so I can find something else. They go find another man. He starts having signs of issues. Oh, he's a narcissist. I deserve better. Now that's two babies by two different men. Then they're going to leave. Go find a third man. And guess what? Because he's a human being, he has what? He has flaws. Oh my gosh, he's controlling. I can't be here. I deserve better. She's going to go to the fourth man. Oh my gosh, he's emotionally abusive. What are we learning here? People have flaws. Nobody is perfect, right? But what the matriarchy, what the Black matriarchy has also done is sold the idea to young Black girls that there is a perfect man out there. Who is that besides Jesus? Right? Men will have flaws. Like, just like you have flaws, even a good man is going to have his fair share of flaws. Now, what you have to realize, what you have to ask yourself is, what can I deal with and what is it I can't deal with? Right? Because otherwise, you're going to keep going from men to men and having babies by a bunch of different people because you're looking for the perfect man. But the problem is, as you're looking for the perfect man, you don't know how to get a contraceptive. As you don't know how to be celibate. You don't know how to close your leg. So you pursue, you open wide. You pursue, you open wide. You pursue, you open wide. And before we know it, in your pursuit of the perfect man, you now have 10 perfect babies by 10 perfect strangers. This is fucking crazy, right? This is crazy. Black matriarchy is going to have to how you call it again? Some recalibration, because there's been an overcorrection. So we're going to have to correct this thing again and teach young women, right? If you can lay down with this man, you can raise a child with this man. There you go. Yes, you can. Right? Because married people who are raising their children together, you think it's easy? You think most married women don't sometimes look at the door and say, it's tempting. Okay. Everybody wants to leave at some point in time. Everybody doesn't want to stay married every day. Marriage have their ups and downs. Marriages have seasons. But the thing between the woman who is married and the woman who is unmarried is one respects commitment. When you are an adult, your yes is yes, your no is no. You committed to doing something, you have to see it through, so help you God. Right? Whereas like the foolish woman, she commits to nothing. And she thinks she's doing the right thing, just like Coach Greg. Oh, it's self-preservation, right? A minor fight. Oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, he's controlling. Oh, it's emotional abuse. Girl, shut up. Sleeping with different men and having kids by different men, that's also a form of abuse. You are abusing yourself. Do you know that? Right? There you go. When you love yourself, you try your best to stay with one person. If he was good enough for this, and that, if he was good enough for you to risk your life to not only carry the baby, but push the baby out, maybe most likely he's worth trying to make it work. Try to stick with the man who got you pregnant. It's enough of this mismatch, like it's like mismatching socks, right? So this guy's gonna get me pregnant, but I'm gonna go marry another man. Now this other man, he got somebody else pregnant, but he's gonna marry you. Why don't y'all stay with the people you get pregnant from and the people you get pregnant, and y'all raise your kids together, right? So you can't stay with the mother of your children and raise your children, but you can go with another woman who has children and help to raise her kids. I'm always perplexed by the way people do this kind of mental math, because I don't get it. If I can raise a stranger's children, why not raise your own children? Immaturity. There's way too much immaturity, right? This man has children by another woman. He doesn't want to try to stick with her and raise their biological kids together, because I think we can all agree, given the number of people who abuse children physically, emotionally, sexually, right? It would be better for the biological parents to raise their children, right? Not saying it's impossible, but it's very rare for a mom to abuse her own kids, a daddy to abuse his own children, because that's your flesh, right? It's a lot easier to abuse someone else's children. So ideally, for the protection of the children, because children are vulnerable, we would want biological parents to raise their kids together, right? But what we are seeing due to immaturity that has been sanctioned because people who don't have any degree in psychology have been allowed to weaponize terms from psychology, right? There's this mismatch. So this man gets Samantha pregnant, but he doesn't stick with her. Instead, he goes with Sabrina. Sabrina has kids with Alan, right? So he's like, yeah, I love Sabrina. I'm going to help Sabrina raise her kids that she has with Alan. Then Alan wants to go be with this other girl. It's like, okay, so if you can raise another man's children, why not raise your own? Right? Why not just raise your own kids? Right? That would make perfect sense to me. No, I don't want to be with her. Why not? You're going to be with a woman anyways. And most women bring the same bullshit to the table. Right? They bring the same bullshit to the table. They don't defer that much, right? So it's like, if you can make it work with Sabrina, why not make it work with the mother of your children? And that way, as a man, you are raising your biological kids, and it makes it a lot safer. Because Alan, we don't know what he might do to the kids. Even you, I don't know what you might do to his kids. So I don't trust it. I do not trust it, right? But it's a lot of foolishness. It's a lot of cowardice. It's a lot of being uncommitted, because people don't respect commitment. But sleeping together, it's a commitment, all right? Having unprotected sex, it's a commitment. Having children is a commitment, right? But people are allowed to break their vows. People are allowed to dishonor their commitments. People are also allowed to walk away from their commitments, because there is no consequence. There is no punishment. The community is not going to punish you for being dishonorable. There's no tax, right? There has to be a social tax that people have to pay when they are dishonorable. Okay? They're like, people don't respect commitment. We have created a young generation that does not respect commitment. And this is why, even later on, when they get to an age where they are fully responsible for this country, they're not going to want to pay into Medicare, Medicaid. They're not going to pay into the Social Security tax. They're not going to do it, because we have trained these people to not have commitment. They honor no commitment. They don't honor commitment to self. They don't honor commitment to other people. So when the more you have an aging class, these young people are not going to do their part to step up to make sure that the elderly class of America is taken care of, because they're a bunch of quitters. They're very selfish. They only think about themselves. They only think about what they want. They don't think that they owe anybody anything. The children that they have, they don't feel like they owe them any structure. Matter of fact, they don't even feel like they owe them food. That's why they're waiting for the government. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. Right? What you mean you don't know what you're going to do? This government been shut down for over 30 days. In 30 days, you have planned for nothing at all? This is concerning. So even to your children, you can't even honor your commitment. Right? Because if the government doesn't do it, oh no, what do you mean you don't know what you're going to do? So now think about when it's time for these people to take over the mantle and cover Medicare, Medicaid, and cover Social Security. They're not going to do it. So think about the number of people who are not going to get their benefit because the people, the young people that you are passing the baton to are completely irresponsible. They are completely irresponsible. We have created a generation of young people that are utterly irresponsible. They're irresponsible, you guys. They are so irresponsible. So here we are, right? But I think it's very rich to say things like, oh, I've lost respect. First and foremost, you don't even know Supreme Court Justice Kentaji Brown on a personal level for you to ever say you have lost respect. This woman is not scandalous. This woman is not promiscuous. This woman is not a criminal. This woman is not in rag magazines. This woman is not on the Shade Room, the Neighborhood Talk. This woman is not in the blog. You do not know Judge Kentaji Brown personally, Supreme Court Justice Kentaji Brown, to ever say, oh, I've lost respect. You don't know that lady. And also, one thing about this new generation is the lack of respect for their elders. You can say, oh, Judge, I wish you would have voted a certain way. But because I don't understand the law, there you go. I don't understand your profession. And I also do not fully understand what position, like what's going on with the Supreme Court, like, you know, the Supreme Court, the way it's laid out, right? So I do have to trust you. That's how you talk to your elders. She's not your peer. Academically, emotionally, financially, career-wise, life-wise, she is not your peer. These people here, they are seriously disrespectful. She's not your peer. The job that she does, you don't get it. The books that she reads, you don't understand them. If she had to have you read just one law, like one legal review, you would make it, okay? Like, stay in your lane, sis, right? You're probably at a stage in your life where you still have to read children's book to understand a story. Like, you need big pictures and 1 sentence per page. The stuff she reads, and a lot of it has a lot of Latin in it, you don't get it, okay? Stay in your lane. Like, you truly have to stay in your lane. She's not your peer. And I know TikTok has made a lot of Black women feel like they can talk about anybody, anyone. Some of y'all, you barely have a resume. If we were to ask you to open a LinkedIn page, it will be a dot. Like, there's nothing there. Most of your career has been in retail, small jobs in retail, and all that foolishness, right? You don't even have, you've never even had a career. You have yet to find a job in America that comes with full benefits. And I mean full benefits, 401k, dental, vision, PTO, you name it. You don't even have that. Be very careful who you speak on, right? Because TikTok has people cuckoo in the head. You have to respect people. And even when you are, quote unquote, disappointed in a person, you need to understand you do not have the legal expertise to even understand why she did what she did. There you go. Maybe you should have had Gemini or DeepSeek help you out, and you will understand why she voted the way that she did. You understand, right? And I'm like, and if you really think about it, she actually did the right thing because she was looking out for you. And it's better for her to send it back down so it can be resolved quickly. Because if it goes to the Supreme Court, it will take longer. You see, that's why you got to be slow to speak, because you don't know what's going on. She is not I don't like, they're fucking crazy. These women are fucking crazy. They are fucking crazy. She is not your peer. I'm like, do you even know how to get on the Harvard website? Not trying to be funny, but do you know can you even spell Harvard? Okay? I'm like, these people are so funny. And you can tell they've never been to these Ivy. They've never even been on campus. That's why they do all this. Like, you know, when you don't care about school, when you never care about your school, you don't understand what going to Harvard means. Because you never cared. Right? When your friends were studying and doing all, you probably were clubbing, skipping school, all kinds of shit. You can tell who never cared about school. Because the moment you hear somebody went to Harvard, like, oh, you went to Harvard? Okay. It's like, oh, shit. Okay. Then you hear that the person went to Harvard twice, undergrad and grad school. You're not the same. Okay. You really, people seriously need to put some respect on people's name out here. And you need to put some respect, not just their name, their work ethic, their alma mater. What, like, the level of sacrifice it took to get into these kinds of school. The lady went to Harvard twice. Are you okay? Are you all the way okay? Then you read that she was part of the Harvard Law Review. You need to calm the fuck down. The people said that she's the second Supreme Court justice after Thurgood Marshall to have defended the accused. You need to actually listen before you speak. So how many judges have been Supreme Court justices? Only 2 have defended innocent accused people, right? That's pretty impressive. Have you done that? No, you've never have. But you want to comment on how she voted. Are you all the way there? Are you seriously all the way there? I mean, people are like, what the? Because we don't tell people to shut the fuck up. Shut up. You are a fucking idiot. Shut up. We have allowed idiots out here to talk and we give microphones, we give an audience to a bunch of imbeciles. They're like, you are a fucking imbecile. Do you know the kind of SAT score she had to get into Harvard? Oh, Lord Jesus. I mean, like, it really triggers me. It really, really triggers me. Like, you know, one time I went, because Princeton used to be my dream school, right? One time I went to Princeton. And so we went to this little pub thingy. You guys, I walked into the pub. Guess whose picture was on the wall? Michelle Obama. I said, but damn. You guys, when I tell you Princeton is beautiful, I'm like, the campus looks like, I mean, it is so fucking beautiful. I was like, Lord. You guys, I wanted to go to Princeton so bad, but I should have taken my high school years a bit more seriously, you guys. When I tell you Princeton is a fucking dream, oh my Lord. We went to this one pub. We walked in there. I look on the wall. They had all the people there, like alumni. I was like, oh, Michelle Robinson Obama. Huh? Oh, Jesus. Do you know what I would have done to have gone into Princeton? Oh, I pray Stefan gets in there. Huh? I'm like, son, you did it for your mommy. Oh my God, I'm moving in. Okay, what? And I'm like, you are insane. You are really insane. Like, people are really crazy. Like, to get into these schools back then, like in the 1988, do you know how many, like, your SAT scores had to be like almost perfect? Your personal statement had to be almost perfect, like every dot where it's supposed to go, every comma supposed to be where it's supposed to be, every semicolon. These people don't know because we have raised people to be mediocre. So when they see, yes. So when they see exceptional Black people, they don't respect those people. You get me, right? Child, please. Okay. Whoo! Lonnie, when I went to Princeton, I'm like, but this place is fucking beautiful. Huh? Oh my God. Cornell also is very pretty, but Princeton had my heart though. I'm like, but damn. Jesus. You see, we have bastardized education. We have elevated fuckery like Cardi B, people who can barely speak English. We allow people to be multimillionaires because they have a fat ass, or usually it's a botched BBL that smells bad, right? We have celebrated mediocrity so much that when you meet an actual Black scholar You think it's a fucking joke. You see, this is the problem here. This is the problem. When you trivialize, when you make being rich so easy, when you allow former strippers to be able to buy Birkin bags, when you, like the Democratic Party, every time they have an election, they use rappers and twerkers and strippers. You see what I'm saying? You create a culture where you bastardize Black intelligentsia. You bastardize Black scholars. When politicians will sit down with Killer Mike instead of sitting down with Dr. Claude Anderson, this is what you get. This is it. This is why we are where we are. And that's why I say I don't claim everybody that's Black just because they Black. If you're someone who does not respect Black intelligence, you and I have nothing in common. Because I don't entertain idiots, y'all. I don't fuck with imbeciles. I don't fuck with stupid people. I don't mess around with idiots. You are a fucking liability. Functioning illiterate people are a fucking liability. We made a mockery out of Carisha not being able to speak proper English. Oh, I get flued out, whatever that means. We think it's funny. But what we are doing is we are normalizing stupidity. We have normalized Black stupidity. And I blame Black people for that because we laugh at this. We think it's funny. We share it. We repeat it. So then people think, oh, every Black person is DEI. And you have to take a step out of yourself and say, you know what? If I wasn't Black myself, I would think these people are intelligent. It's okay to be honest. Right? So then when people see a Black scholar like SCOTUS Kentaji Brown, they have the audacity to say, well, I lost respect for you. Oh, you people are batshit crazy. You are fucking crazy. If they just gave you one brief for you to read, you couldn't do it. Right? They don't know because we bastardize everything. We have made success so easy. You can sit on your camera all day, on your computer all day. You can become a streamer and you can make millions of dollars just sitting there playing games, right? You can twerk, you become rich. You can do any kind of absurd fuckery where you don't even have to use your brain. You become rich. So you see why you get to a point, people think, oh, the brain, what's that? The brain, why the fuck do I have to use it? I'll just use my ass. I want that, right? That's it. Because we have bastardized education, right? Even like Felicia Rashad, even her sister, Debbie Allen. Debbie Allen went to a special school of arts. Like she went to, what's that man's name? She went to, I forgot his name. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Debbie Allen went to like a highly specialized school for dancing. It's not a fucking joke. Today, all you gotta do is twerk, you get 50 million views, right? There's no technique. They're not just, you just do all kinds of stuff. You jump on the table, you do a split, you start twerking, 50 million views, 200 million views, and things like that. When you have people who actually went to school, highly specialized schools to study ballet, to study this, they spend years perfecting their craft, right? And somebody twerks, they get more views and more money than specialized talent, right? You're like, no, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Right? So that's the problem we have. We're like, why would I respect you? Because people don't respect hard work, because social media can make any idiot famous overnight for doing the most basic shit. Debbie Allen is not to be fucked with, right? But when you don't know shit, you think it's a fucking joke because you live in a generation where everything has been bastardized, where the bar to success is in fucking ham. You can sit in front of your computer, just like DJ Academic, the fucking turtle, talk all kinds of fuckery and become a multimillionaire. You don't have to use your brain. You understand? So when you meet a Black scholar, you're like, oh, I'm so disappointed in you. I've lost respect for you, right? Meanwhile, Cardi B is having a baby by a man who's about to have 9 kids, but they haven't lost respect for Cardi B. You see, right? They're actually proud of Cardi B because she left Offset. But I'm like, think about this. She got with someone that's actually worse than Offset. It would have been so much better to stay married to Offset. Right? But they're not going to tell Cardi B they lost respect for her. Do you see the perverse state that we're in? Right? They don't feel bad for they haven't lost respect for Cardi B. They think she did the right thing. She left her husband for a young YN that's truly about to have 9 kids before 2025 is over. I'm not playing with y'all. There's a DNA test that just came out. He is the father. Like, why would you not be the father? Like, you don't know you hit that stuff raw? Boy, get out of my face. Okay? But he's truly about to have 9 kids before the year is out. And then she offered Offset a settlement of $10 million. He said no. I'm like, okay, now you're doing a little too much. How much do you want? Okay? But I'm like, at this rate, it would have been better to stay married to Offset and just live your life. Let him do what he does, but it's cheaper to keep his ass, right? But they have not lost respect, right? Yeah, they have not lost respect for Cardi B, but they lost respect for the SCOTUS Kentaji Brown when they have no idea what she actually did. They don't even understand the law. They don't understand the law. They are the most ignorant about the law. But they want to tell a black legal scholar, you didn't do your job right. No, these people are fucking crazy. These people are bad shit fucking crazy. And I don't even know how people put up with the shit. Okay? These people are bad fucking shit crazy. This is what she fucking does. Like the same way, right? Judge Kentaji Brown ain't no different than Nicki Minaj. Y'all know I love Nicki Minaj, right? I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Okay? You know I love Nicki. Okay, y'all know I love Nicki. Okay, you know I'm a silent barb. I'm a loud barb when I need to be, but I'm usually low key because they get a little crazy sometimes. Okay, right? What Nicki is to rap, right, is what Kentaji Brown is to the law. Stay in your fucking lane. Stay in your fucking lane. Like, none of these female rappers can get #1 hit if Nicki's not on it or if Nicki's not bitching about it. You need Nicki to win, right? This is what she does. Nobody writes for her. She don't have a ghost writer. She can release music whenever she wants, okay? She's true to this. She's not new to this, right? What Nicki Minaj is to rap, what Nicki Minaj is to rap is what Kentaji Brown is to the law. You need to back the fuck down. Like, woo-hoo! You might want to back up off of me. Don't tell me how to do my job. You are out your damn mind. She was reading law books for fun. You weren't even born. When she was sitting at the table with his dad, when he was doing his law homework, you weren't even a thought in your mother's brain, sis. You might want to back the fuck down. Okay? There you go. You might want to back down. Okay? You might want to back down. She grew up in the law. Her daddy's a lawyer. Before she even went to law school, her daddy was a lawyer. Her daddy introduced her to the law. What did your daddy introduce you to? Huh? We don't even know. Do you even know who your daddy is? I don't know. Okay? But I'm like, you might want to back the fuck down. Okay? You're not going to tell this woman how to do her fucking job. At the end of the motherfucking day, she got the job, not you. That says a fucking lot. At the end of the motherfucking day, she got the fucking job, did she not? She got the nomination, right? There you go. Then she went to the Congress. She was approved. There you go. And then she got the fucking job, right? When they clock in, when they go to their chambers, it says Kentaji Brown on the door. It doesn't say your name. You're not going to tell nobody how to do their job. You barely know how to do your job. There you go. Being self-sufficient. You can barely do your one job as an adult. You're not going to tell her how to do her job. She got the job. Her name is on the door. Okay? When they go out there and they sit on the Supreme Court bench, whatever, right there, next to the mic, that's her name. It's not your name. It's not your name. Okay, exactly. Like Lonnie said, she gonna go down in history. You can only go viral. And that's only one time. You people are crazy. These people are crazy. But at the same time, I understand why they're mentally ill. Because they are growing up in a time where mediocrity is celebrated, where idiots are praised, where imbeciles are given Grammys, where clowns who can barely speak English have all kinds of money. And so, I'm gonna ease up on your ass, right? But don't you ever forget this. This is what she does. She does the law for fun. She's lived this. She's breathed this. She spoke this over her life. When she graduated high school in 1988, she said she's not going to be just a lawyer. She's going to have an appointment. And today, she's the highest judge on the land. There is nothing higher than a Supreme Court Justice of America. There is no other judge higher. Okay, there you go. You're not going to tell this lady how to do her job, because that really pissed me the fuck off. That truly pissed me off. Can you speak Latin? You speak Latin? Do you even know one? Do you even know one term in Latin? No, you don't. There you go. She can write an entire legal brief in Latin if she wanted to. You can't keep up with her. You can't keep up with this woman. But like I said, we have accustomed Black children to not be familiar with Black scholars. So when they see a brilliant Black mind, they think it's a fucking joke. They think they can talk about her, talk to her the way they would a Cardi B or whoever's on TikTok. No. Y'all gonna have to learn to respect people. Your goofy shit y'all do on TikTok, keep your goofy ass shit on TikTok. Y'all gonna learn to respect people out here. She's not your peer. She's not your equal. In your life, you will never set eyes on her in person. You are out your mind. You are truly out of your mind. I mean, these people are really crazy. You are truly, truly out of your mind. And another thing is, if you ever want to see her in person, you most likely you're going to have to go to an Ivy League law school. Where else is she going to go? If it's not Harvard Law, it's going to be Columbia Law. If it's not Columbia Law, it's going to be Yale Law. You're going to have to get into an Ivy League law school to be able to have these colloquiums, whatever. If she wants to be a professor one day, it's going to have to be an Ivy League. You're going to have to get into an Ivy League law school to get to see her. So I don't know. Okay. So no, stop. People are really crazy. People are, I told a friend that, like, because she was going up by Clarence Thomas. Oh, girl, shut up. Okay. Y'all love to complain, but you could never put the work in to be where this man is. It's not a joke. Okay. You can like somebody, don't like somebody, but at the end of the day, this man is a Supreme Court justice. It is not a joke. It's impressive. These are the highest judges of the land. It's like the Greek pantheon. Like, this is it. You made it to Olympus. Where else you gonna go? These are the highest judges in the land. Any case, they can overthrow a case. They can keep it up. They can do whatever they want to do. Because the way the country is set up, the Congress passes the law. The Supreme Court interprets the law to make sure it's constitutional. These Supreme Court justices are the vanguards of the Constitution. I'm like, these people are really disrespectful, y'all. They are very disrespectful. And like, for the young girl in me who wanted to be a judge, I wanted to be a lawyer one day. I sure did. I used to, because you didn't have Black women on the bench. So I used to look up to Sandra Day O'Connor. Oh, I used to love Sandra Day O'Connor, right? I'm like, this is not a fucking joke. These people are the vanguards of the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. These are the people that they're like the king, the watchman, the night watch, you name it. These are the fucking vanguards of the U.S. Constitution. Are you fucking crazy? Are you truly crazy? These people, they're not your peer. Intellectually, you cannot compete with these people. You cannot. If she was to even tell you the number of books she reads in a month, you're going to be stunned. If she was to tell you the number of pages, the number of papers she reads in a given week, you're like, what the heck, Judge? Do you sleep? You'll be impressed. These people are fucking smart. They are fucking intelligent. It is not a fucking joke. It's not a fucking joke. But it's really sad how people will see, it's really sad how people will see a Black scholar and think it's a joke. I saw this video recently too. Maybe I'll play it. The Black guy, he's Black American, his brother. I watched this video, but sometimes he gets on my nerve. But he played a video of Dr. Claude Anderson, right? And a lot of things that Dr. Claude Anderson said, they're happening right now before our very eyes. Like you see, yeah. But people didn't take him seriously because people do not respect Black intellectuals. People do not respect Black scholars. And I think that's the point that, what's her name? Tiffany Cross was trying to make, but the way she tried to make her point, it was more so insulting than saying, like, you know what? We do have a problem. I'm not against hip hop and hip hop commentary, but it is kind of sad that the whole conversation, be it the culture, be it societal, be it politics, you name it, has been fully monopolized by urban people who many of them are high school dropouts, right? And certain conversation, not to sound elitist, but certain conversation need to be spearheaded by people who actually have knowledge of what they're talking about. Otherwise, you start to diminish, right? And you start to erase Black intelligentsia. And that is incredibly harmful. It's so harmful, right? You push Dr. Claude Anderson out the way and you promote Joe Biden. Okay, no problem, right? But when certain things start to happen in New York City, you can't come around and start crying, right? When certain things start to happen in Chicago, you can't come outside and start crying because you made a choice, right? There are people who spend all day, every day, thinking about these problems. They have gone to school to think about these problems. They have PhDs. They have these. I mean, they have books because all they do is think about these problems that plague Black people. And they also think about solutions and how to get these people out of these problems, right? But then, oh, well, it's too hard. I don't get it. I don't like him. I want Joe Biden to be my everything. I want Joe Biden to be an oracle for me. No fucking problem. But when the things start to happen in New York City, do not come over here and start crying. When things start to happen in Chicago, do not come over here and start crying. When things start to happen to you in Los Angeles, where you are a woman and a man is in the bathroom and you complain about it and then you lose your membership to what's called Gold's Gym, right? Do not complain about this. There are consequences for ignoring, dismissive, muting, you name it, Black intelligentsia, right? You will pay a hefty price for that. Don't complain about this stuff. I'm like, no, do not complain, right? Because a lot of it, very, very intelligent people have been warning people, this is going to happen. They have written books about it. They have done seminars about it. They taught people do not want to listen because they want the hip hop people to be their oracle, their everything. Oh, you got to talk about, I want you to talk about music, politics, and no, they might be good at talking hip hop, and that's where they need to stay. Now, when it comes to other things, you have to be brave enough, right, to go around Black people who are extremely smart. And yes, it might be intimidating, but if you commit to it, you are going to get smarter. Iron sharpens iron, right? Because otherwise, something is going to go awry. And when it does, you can come over here and start crying. Like, oh my gosh, the immigrants. No. Because people warned you about it, right? Thomas Sowell, another one. There are so many amazing Black scholars, but people do not value an intelligent Black person. Right? They don't value a brilliant Black mind. They think it's a joke. They think it's so easy. Oh, whatever. Oh, it's not that bad. It's not that hard. It is incredibly hard to not just get into Harvard one time, but to get into Harvard twice. Even Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo went to Yale, right? And I think he went to Yale because his daddy was Governor Cuomo. But even Chris Cuomo, the little brother, he was not able to get into Yale Law School because maybe he didn't have the grades. Okay? Because he went to law school somewhere else. But I'm like, when it comes to Kentaji Brown, she got into Harvard twice. So when you go to Harvard undergrad, that's Harvard College, okay? That's Harvard undergrad. You go to Harvard College. That's why I think most Harvard degrees are only BAs. There's no BS, right? And then when you go to Harvard, when you get your law degree from Harvard, that's Harvard Law Schools. These are two separate schools. One is Harvard College. The other one is Harvard Law School. So when you apply as an undergrad, you are applying to Harvard College. When you apply to go to law school, you are applying to Harvard Law. Okay? So to go to Harvard twice means that you went to two different schools at Harvard. That is incredibly hard. Congratulations. Because I didn't do it. So, hey, okay? I didn't do it, right? Maybe another life. I don't know. But in this life, I didn't do that. So it's like, to me, it's really important to recognize that this woman is incredibly brilliant. She's incredibly smart. You might not always agree with what she does, But at the same time, if you don't agree with what she did, ask yourself, do I even have the legal baggage? Do I intellectually, do you have the legal expertise? Do you even have the legal baggage to understand how she voted and why she voted? The answer is no. There you go. Right? Now, maybe you can take her opinion, right, for however she voted, put that into DeepSeek and have DeepSeek break that down for you into layman's term. And you're going to see she actually had your back. She actually had your back. Like, what the heck? Because if it goes to the Supreme Court, you know how long it's going to take before they actually come to an agreement? So it's better to send it back down. Just because you send something back down doesn't mean that you're against the people, right? So like I said, if you don't understand a Supreme Court justice's opinion, right, or why they voted the way that they did, take their opinion, copy and paste into DeepSeek, and ask DeepSeek to break it down for you into terms that a fifth grader or even a first grader could understand. And then you'll see she actually had your back. Like, people got to be so quick to stop being so quick to come and question someone's blackness. And you're the one who's black who can't take care of yourself. So we question your blackness, because the black people that we know, the black people of yesteryears, they were incredibly industrious. They were incredibly entrepreneurial. They were incredibly creative. So are you sure you're black? Okay. They didn't ask money from no one. But here you are asking for money. So are you sure you're black? Right? Who are you to question anyone's blackness when you barely understand legal jargon? Please stop. Like, seriously, please stop. Yeah, like, it's really hard. So like undergrad, it'd be 4 years. Law school is 3 years. So that's 7 years. So that's 7 years of law school. And it's really hard. Like, law school, they don't sleep. They read all the time. They're always reading. Oh, that's a lot of reading. Okay. And then you have to do like the clerkship stuff where you work for a judge. It's very, very competitive. You gotta get a clerkship. So like, most likely they usually tell you like your grade of first year. So they call it 1L. Your grades the first year are so important because these are the grades that are going to get your summer internship. They're going to get you your clerkship. So people are studying like fucking crazy, and it's so hard. Oh, they bully, like the professors, they bully these people. You got to be mentally resilient. It's so hard. Even getting an A, like let's say you're someone who used to getting A's at undergrad, good luck with that shit. In law school, they will bully your ass. And you start to realize, oh shit, like you're going to have to be fucking brilliant to get an A in this class, huh? Because it's not a fucking joke. And I'm like, these people don't know. The cases they have to study, it's so much fucking work. And for people who don't work, for them to say, oh, I'm so disappointed, oh, I lost respect. Girl, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You can barely read the nutrition label on the food you buy for your kids. Like, I know you're not serious. I know you're not serious. You can barely read the ingredient list on all this garbage food you buy from Costco, you buy from Walmart, and you feed the baby with this toxic food, right? Do you know how many pages she reads a day? Do you have any idea how many pages she reads in a week? Do you have any idea in a given year how many pages she has read? You don't have what it takes. Like, there's levels to this. There's levels. Like, these people are fucking crazy. They're like, oh my gosh, they trigger me. Like, you have no idea what it takes to be where she is and to stay abreast, like to stay updated to like at the level that she is. It is incredibly competitive. It's really, really hard. But they read a lot. They write a lot. They read a lot. They research a lot, right? These are nerdy people. They're extremely nerdy. They love to read. They read a lot. And there's a lot of stuff they have to know, a lot of stuff they have to remember. It's a lot. It's really serious. Like I said, when you're a Supreme Court justice also, anywhere you vote, you have to justify why you voted that way. And then other people can scrutinize and talk about you. So you got to be very, very careful. Yeah, you got to be very, very careful how you vote. You got to be very, very careful how you write your opinion and things like that, because it stays there forever. And people are going to refer to that. They're going to pick it apart and this and that. And that's why you can't even afford to be on this tribal stuff. You cannot afford any of that, because you have to be seen as a professional. You have to be seen as someone who's over there doing her very best to protect the U.S. Constitution, right? You're not there to be tribal. And it's really sad that people think people work so hard just to be tribal. No, people work this hard to not be seen as black, white, whatever. People want to be seen people want to be seen as being the best. Right? And there's no color to that. It's about work ethic. Like, I want to be known as being the best. You don't work this hard to be seen as a black woman. That is ridiculous. You work this hard to be seen as a worthy, crazy ass legal scholar of an American. That's it. That's that. Right? And somebody who did her very best to protect the U.S. Constitution. And so help you God. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, these people are crazy. They can't even sit through an entire like Supreme Court case. Like, they won't even be able to listen through that stuff because it's more than 3 minutes, right? But I'm like, to me, it's really, really offensive to talk about her this way because you have no legal knowledge whatsoever in you and your feelings. Take her decision, put that into DeepSeek, and ask DeepSeek to break that for you into like a fourth grader, a second grader term so that you can understand it. And you will see she did the right thing. Like, come on now, like, be so for real. I'm like, who are you again?
To see someone of her rank go and say, you know what, I think this is the right thing to do. You wanting to starve millions of American families is the right thing to do. And we know most of the recipients that receive SNAP is the working class people, right? We know that the other portion of them is disabled, the elderly, children. Like, what the fuck is y'all doing? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so you say that you heard.
You see, the sad thing is because people are not going to check. People are not going to double check. They're going to take this as a soundbite. Supreme Court Justice Kentaji Brown wants to starve millions of people. She wants to starve black people. She wants to starve black women. What is wrong with these people? Even if, let's even assume that she's, I don't know, like, even if she could do, like, why would she do something like that? But this is what they do. Right? They don't understand what's happening. They don't understand legal jargon. They don't understand the ruling of the court. They're not even trying to understand it. They're not even trying to run through DeepSeek or some kind of AI to say, oh, can you break it down for me? No. They're going to pick up their phone. Oh, she's trying to starve black people. Oh, she hates black people. Oh, she wants to starve black women and their children. Like, what are we even talking about? You don't even know who she is. You never even took the time to look at her resume. You've never even took the time to look at all the court rulings she's ever done. But they're going to go out there, make videos as black people with their bonnets on and tell their goofy ass black audience that, oh, she wants to starve black people. She wants to starve black women. She wants to starve black children. She's going, and people are going to believe that because over here, it is so much easier to believe the worst of people. And then it's going to stay in people's head. Oh, she's the one who starved black children. She's the one who starved black women the whole time. She didn't starve anybody. The whole time, in her mind, she's trying to do the best thing so that it can be resolved as quickly as possible. But going to the Supreme Court is going to make it drag. They're looking for a quick solution, right? But of course not, right? Because she's so evil. She's so that. Why would you even assume that this woman right here has it in her heart to starve people? This is fucking crazy. She comes from, I think she's always been a public defender, so she never tried to work for big law, whatever, right? A woman who's always been a public defender. Why would, if she wanted to be rich and starve people, she would have taken her Harvard law degree and worked for a big law firm. She would have had way more than $1.3 million in the bank account. Okay, with a Harvard law degree, if she worked for a big law firm, do you know how much money she would make? She don't have to deal with this bullshit. Okay, so we need to stop. But like I said, they don't know shit. But they're the first to be reactionary, emotional per usual, pick up their phones and start slandering black people. They slander black people with jobs. Thank you very much. They slander black people with careers. This is slander. She wants to starve people. You know that for a fact. They're fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy.
They're mad. They're pissed off. They're pissed off because they want their food stamps immediately. They can't believe a black woman betrayed them. Okay, especially a liberal black woman.
Okay.
So with that being said, let's get into the Trump administration and their response to what's going on with SNAP and this temporary stay from the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court granting the Trump administration's emergency appeal to temporarily block a court order to fully fund SNAP food aid payments amid the government shutdown.
The order coming as the Agriculture Department was working to comply with the previous order to provide November's SNAP benefits.
Here to react is Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. Brooke, it's so great to have you back. We've been talking about ratings. So last week we had you on to talk about SNAP. You posted that, and you got 40 million views. I want to ask you about what's happening with that ruling last night, but tell me why you think that went so viral.
Well, it's interesting, Rachel. I have been doing this for a really long time, and we talked about this last Saturday, that, listen, people want the government open. They want those who are the most vulnerable, who are hungry, to make sure that they are fed. That's the SNAP program. But within all of that, the level of fraud and corruption and
Okay, hold on. Let me show you what she said. You see how they are? I'm like, and that's why I really hate social media. Everything has to be 1 minute. People don't want to take their time and do some research, right? So this is what she wrote, okay? Given the First Circuit's representation, an administrative state is required to facilitate the First Circuit expeditious resolution of the pending state motion, Jackson wrote in her brief, okay? So I'm like, what's it called? This administrative stay will terminate 48 hours after, you see, it will terminate 48 hours after the First Circuit's resolutions of the pending motion, which the First Circuit is expected to issue with dispatch. The fuck, right? That's what I'm saying. This is what they do. They read headlines that are meant to trigger you, that are meant to be. This is why white people will always win dividing black people. They read headlines that are meant to be incredibly divisive. They read headlines that are just trying to trigger you instead of actually clicking on it and actually reading. What did she actually say? What did she, and mind you, me, I'm not a socialist. I don't believe in this whole welfare bullshit anyways, right? But I know she's gonna do the best she can because she respects the Constitution. So whatever she voted, even without me reading, most likely she did the right thing. Okay, I trust her. Well, I not trust her. I don't agree. Like, let me tell you this, right? I might not agree with what you do or how you decide, but I trust her to follow procedure. I trust her to follow the law. Now, if how she follows the law leads to us not agreeing on how it played out, it's okay, right? The rules are the rules, and it's not always going to benefit you. It's like democracy, right? Sometimes you get the person that you want, but sometimes you also get the person you don't want, and you have to learn to be an honorable loser, right? Better luck next time, right? Like, for example, with Mandani, I don't support socialism, but if you want democracy, you have to agree that the majority of the people who came out, because even though New York City has 8.5 million, approximately 8.5 million people, only 2 million people came outside to vote. So out of those 2 million, Mandani had the majority. So me, I don't really support socialism like that. What the heck? But hey, that's what democracy is. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you have to be gracious about it, right? Marlene, me personally, I believe in the Constitution. I really do. So it's like, okay, follow the law. If the law says you got to go this way, we agree or we don't agree. But either way, I trust you to be honorable. And that's the thing with that's the thing with SCOTUS Kentaji Brown. I'm not going to say, oh, you got to, I need to agree with you, sister girl. No, we got to start being professional people. Right? The main goal here, protect the Constitution. If the best way you think to protect the Constitution is this way, maybe we will agree, maybe we won't agree. But I trust you enough to be an honorable person. Okay? Exactly. Like, I trust you to do the right thing. I trust you, right? Hopefully, I win. But if I don't, it's okay. Right? In this life, you're not always going to have things your way. But if the rule of law is followed, right, it protects everybody. If we start having the law go one way when we like someone, and if we have the law go another way when we don't like someone, it puts everybody in harm's way. So it's like, we're going to be all right. Okay? But I'm like, this is what she said. So I'm like, what's the problem here? I really don't get it.
double dipping and selling benefits is astounding. And I think it hit a nerve with America to have our discussion. 40 million people watch it about how corrupt the SNAP program is, how we have to fix it. I think just tells you that Americans are paying attention and they're not okay with government as usual. We need to clean the house up, and that's what we're doing.
So the Center for Immigration Studies has found that anywhere from 50 to 60%.
Hold on, let me see this one. Let me see if somebody can be reasonable enough to explain this to me correctly. Because some of these, and that's the problem with people who are, the news today is so partisan. Like, people need to explain things to people correctly. Hold on. I want to find somebody serious. Let me hopefully.
The ongoing impact of the historic government shutdown now in its 39th day. Late last night, the Supreme Court granted the Trump administration's emergency appeal to temporarily withhold about $4 billion to fund the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. The ruling by Justice Kentaji Brown Jackson gives the lower court more time to consider the administration's arguments, but it adds to the uncertainty of the program, which helps feed 42 million Americans. For the first time since the shutdown began, the Senate will work through the weekend to try to end the impasse. President Trump is spending the weekend at his Florida resort. That's where our Willie James Inman has traveled to meet with the president. Willie, good morning.
Michelle, good morning to you. That temporary block on SNAP benefits by the Supreme Court adds to the confusion millions of Americans are feeling as they wait for food assistance and as the Trump administration targets meat packing companies over the price of beef.
This weekend, the president is directing the Department of Justice to investigate what he describes as price fixing and price manipulation by foreign meat packing companies. The president offering no evidence to support his claim. His social media post comes as he appeared to brush aside concerns about rising prices earlier this week.
I don't want to hear about the affordability.
On Friday, he elaborated on his earlier comment, claiming prices are lower under his watch.
They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down.
But a new report shows consumer sentiment dropped in October as Americans expressed concern about prices. Meanwhile, some 42 million Americans are without food assistance. On Friday, the Department of Agriculture said it would fully pay out benefits following a judge's order. The Trump administration appealed to the Supreme Court, saying paying the benefits in full would take away from other programs. Some Americans expressing frustration with Washington.
Get together and really think about it's for the people. It's not for you. It's for the people.
The longest government shutdown in American history showing no signs of ending. President Trump putting pressure on senators to stay in Washington this weekend to end the political stalemate.
We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone, they're crazy. They're crazy. But they don't care if they hurt the country.
Republicans want to extend government funding before any talks with Democrats on health care take place. But on Friday, Democrats presented an alternative plan, which includes an extension of Obamacare tax credits.
Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune dismissed the Democratic proposal, but the Senate will be in session this weekend as lawmakers try to work out a deal, all while those SNAP benefits remain in limbo. Dana?
All right, Willie, thank you.
Okay, I got you right here. You see? I told you, people are freaking me. I really hate this. I truly, people love to do this. And when you're a black woman, especially when you're a black scholar, there's like all these idiots want to come outside, tell you how to do your job. And if they don't like what you did because they don't understand why you did what you did, oh, let me get my phone. And as a black woman, let me misinform other black women. They can come attack you and do cancel culture on you. This is what they do. This is why the sisterhood thing is so damn toxic. So let's talk about this, okay? Because I have to go ask DeepSeek my damn self. Because I'm like, I don't believe this lady will be out here trying to starve people, let alone trying to starve black people. So I wrote what it said, and I said, oh, DeepSeek, is it okay? What's it called? is it accurate to say that Judge Kentaji Brown is trying to starve the American people? So here's what DeepSeek said. Can y'all see this? Okay. What did it say? Okay. Okay, so it said this query is clearly referencing a fabricated event and making an inflammatory accusation. You see, this is fucking slander. The user seems to have encountered misinformation, possibly from social media. You already know it's social media, DeepSeek. You already know. And questioning its validity. The court task is to dismantle this false narrative systematically. First, I need to clarify, there is no such ruling by Justice Jackson about SNAP benefits on November 7th. The date itself doesn't even align with any real event. Whoa, but you better clock it, DeepSeek. Then I should explain what an administrative stay actually is procedurally, emphasizing its neutral nature as a judicial tool. These people are clowns, okay? The emotional charge of starving Americans claim requires addressing the humanitarian aspect too. Maybe contrast the accusation with Jackson's actual record of protecting SNAP benefit from her district court ruling. So she is known on record to protect SNAP benefits. You see this? This is how they destroy people's reputation. And they want to come over here and question your blackness. No, you question your blackness. The response should be balanced factual correction with contextual education about judicial procedures. The structure could flow naturally from debunking the false premise to explaining the legal mechanism, then contrasting the accusation with reality. Keeping it factual but accessible is key, since the user seems generally misinformed rather than malicious. And the person, so you who said it, DeepSeek is calling you malicious. Okay? No, it's absolutely not correct to say that Judge Kentaji Brown is trying to starve the American people. This characterization is a severe misrepresentation and fundamental misunderstanding of both the judicial role and specific procedural action she took. Let's break down why this statement is incorrect by analyzing the situation you described, which appears to be hypothetical and misdated or a misdated scenario. The nature of an administrative stay. The key to understanding this ruling is the term administrative stay. This is a temporary procedural tool used by courts. It is not a final decision on the merits of the case. The purpose, to press pause on a lower court's order for a very short time, 48 hours, I think. This allows a higher court to have a chance to properly consider a request for a longer term stay without the situation changing irreversibly in the meantime. Analogy. Imagine a timeout in a sports game. Calling a timeout isn't favoring one team over the other. It is stopping the clock so the referees can review a play properly. Justice Jackson called a procedural timeout. Where do you get that she's trying to, this is like, it's slander. Where did you get that she's trying to starve people? People are freaking crazy. Let's keep reading, you guys. Number 2, the specifics of Justice Jackson's order. In her own words, which you quoted, explain her neutral procedural motive. I repeat, Supreme Court justices are the vanguards of the Constitution. Okay, there you go. Given the First Circuit's representation, an administrative stay, which is like calling the timeout, right, is required to facilitate the First Circuit's expeditious, which quickly, T.I. taught you the word, right, resolution of a pending stay motion. This administrative stay will terminate 48 hours. It's quick, only 48 hours. After the First Circuit's resolution of the pending motion, which is the First Circuit is expected to issue with dispatch. Boom, boom. Can you read? Can you fucking read? Okay? This means she was acting at the request of the appeals court, not Trump. The First Circuit Court of Appeals needed a brief pause to do its job without the lower court's order going into immediate effect. There you go. There you go. Out here slandering people's name. The First Court of Appeals asked her to do it. It has nothing to do with Trump. Do you see the level of retardation we have in this country? Do y'all see the number of idiotic people we have in this nation? It is it's concerning. School choice. The American school system is failing people. Like, do you see how this is slander? And this is what they do. How many Black women have been destroyed this way? This is trying to paint you as a traitor. Next thing you know, they're gonna start calling you all kinds of Ben wench. They know how dangerous it is to question another Black person's Blackness on social media. These people know what the fuck they're doing. They're fucking warlocks. They're fucking witches. They're fucking evil. This is what they do. Trust me, I've been outside. This is what I've even been on the receiving end of this bullshit. This is what they do because they don't agree, or they don't. It's not even that they don't agree. They don't even have enough intelligence to understand your arguments. So they demonize your arguments instead of just saying, "Oh, Marlene, you know what? You're a little too smart for me. Can you break it down for a C student?" Of course I can. Okay, they will do that to go slander you, demonize you. Oh, you hate Black people. You want to starve Black people. And because people love to be victims. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's like, no. Did you take the time to read? Why would Judge Kentaji Brown? I mean, like, just think for a second. Somebody who went to Harvard twice. She chose to be a public defender so she could starve people. If she was that obsessed with being like, that's like being fucking evil, right? She would have gone into big law. Listen to me. Do you know some of these people who go into big law, the summer, like after the second year, right? The 2L, right? Their summer before 3L. They will take internships at these big law firm, Kevin. They can make $50,000 a summer. They can even make $100,000 over the summer. What are we talking about? Oh, big law got big money. Big money. So for you to not go to big law, to go into the public defender's office, you don't care about money. So that's not an inhumane person. And on top of that, she's a Virgo. Virgo are very much like family. They're very maternal. They're truly about the hive. To look at an actual Black woman, she's not light-skinned. She don't have a straight nose. No, she's black, with sister locks. Thank you very much. She hella Negro. Okay? She hella Negro with sister locks. You think someone like that wants to starve the American people and she wants to starve Black women? These people are fucking evil. And if it was me, Marlene, I am suing all you people for defaming my name. You're going to pay me money. Me, I want to starve people. I'm taking you to court. I will sue people. People, there has to be consequences for the way people mishandle their social media and how they really destroy people's character, their reputation, and they get other Black people to look at you sideways, knowing dang well because she's in an interracial marriage. And people gonna start calling all kinds of Ben witch. She's a white man lover. They know this thing gonna get really disrespectful real quick, right? Instead of double checking, no, they're completely ignorant. They don't understand the law. They don't understand legal jargon. They can't even bother to do deep ass research before they create content that is going to be spread by this goofy ass TikTok algorithm to millions of people, where you're saying as a Black woman that Judge Kentaji Brown wants to starve Black people. Are you batshit crazy? Of course she is. Like this is just oh my God. This is fucking insane. Let's keep reading. She was acting at the request of the appeals court. But the way they're framing it, oh, she did it to help Trump. She did it to help Trump. Trump, go sit the fuck down with Trump. Y'all treat Trump like he's a fucking idol, like he's a fucking human being. He's a fucking white man. Okay, that's it. That's like Trump's gonna die one day. Stop putting this man like he's an almighty God, or like it's just their obsession with Trump is so weird. Like they have turned Trump into an idol. At this point, y'all are this man's biggest fan. It is fucking weird. It is fucking weird. Everything that doesn't seem to go your way is not always a win for Donald Trump. Sorry, this man occupies way more real estate in your brain than he does in Manhattan, but whose fault is that? This is fucking weird. It is fucking weird. Everything is not to help out Donald Trump. To a lot of people, Donald Trump is a non-motherfucking factor. This is about the law. This is about the interpretation of the law. This is about having proper understanding of the Constitution and making sure that you follow procedure before this turns into something else. So you want to do a thing, you want to do it right the first time, so people don't start filing appeals and this, and that. It is better to do it right. And yes, maybe you feel like 48 hours is too much for you to wait. but you had a whole lifetime on welfare. So obviously you're not going anywhere. Calm down. It's okay. These people are crazy. They're really crazy. Anyways, right? So the First Circuit Court of Appeals needed a brief pause to do its job without the lower court's order going into immediate effect. Now, I don't know what the lower court's order is, right? But that's why the DeepSeek said it's like calling a timeout, right? They asked for a timeout. She gave them a timeout because otherwise it seems like there's a lower court order that was going to go into immediate effect. And so the First Circuit Court of Appeals, they wouldn't have time to do their job. So she's like, okay, I'm giving y'all 48 hours. What's the fucking problem? Okay. Her goal was speed and order. There you go. People need to be fucking sued. People need, like what Cardi B did to Tasha K, it needs to start happening to more people. It truly, truly needs, people need to stop playing on people's name. This is this woman's entire legal career. It is her legal career. It is her legal reputation. And it's also how she's going to be perceived by her community. Like you're with your ignorant ass. You're over here telling people, oh, she wants to starve her own people. This is so fucking disgusting. Her goal was speed and order. She implemented the shortest, there you go. This is the shortest thing she could find. She implemented the shortest possible pause just until the First Circuit rules plus 48 hours to ensure the case would move forward quickly and orderly. Oh my gosh. Okay. We live in the first world country. We are not in a banana republic. We're not in the Ivory Coast. Okay. We're not in Angola. We are in America. Okay. Things over here, they need to be done in a way that is representative of living in a developed nation, in a civilized society. Okay, there you go. Where people actually do their job because they have a job while you're waiting for free money. Okay, unbelievable. This is insane. Okay, she took no side. I repeat, she took no side on the policy. She did not rule on whether stopping SNAP benefit was good or bad. She ruled on a process to question, to allow the next court in line to make a considered decision. Oh, my Lord. Okay? This lady never said, I'm for Trump, I'm against Trump, and they try to make it seem like she says she's for Trump. Where? The First Circuit Court of Appeals asked for a pause. She went and found the shortest possible pause she could give them. When they ruled plus 48 hours, it's hard. If you waited 38 days, what's 2 more days going to do for you? Like, go sit out somewhere. Okay? Number 3, the role of a judge. Yes, DeepSeek, break it down for these people. They're so fucking slow. Okay? The role of a judge versus a policymaker. Accusing a judge, especially a Black woman, of trying to starve the American people fundamentally misconstrues the judicial role. Judges do not create policy or make decisions based on desired outcomes for the populace, okay? Their job is to interpret the law, apply legal procedures correctly, ensure other branches of government act within their legal authority. Tribalism, it don't fit over here, okay? But even that, if you do this correctly, you're going to protect Black people. Okay? Just like if white people had done the law correctly and they had observed the law correctly, you wouldn't have needed the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, because anybody born, I think it's like Just Solis, anybody born in America is an American citizen. Okay? Judges had done their jobs correctly. You wouldn't have needed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It's not that hard. It really not that hard, right? But unfortunately, some people ain't shit. Okay? There you go. So let's keep reading, okay? Let's keep reading. Justice Jackson was performing this exact duty, managing the legal process between 2 other parties, the Trump administration and the plaintiffs challenging the rule, all right? Contrast with her actual record, as explained in the previous answer. So let me go back and show you what that is, okay? In summary, then, Judge Kentaji Brown Jackson blocked the Trump administration's attempt to tighten SNAP work requirement, ruling that the USDA acted arbitrarily and contrary to the purpose of the food stamp law, thereby protecting benefits of hundreds of thousands of Americans. So this is how she ruled before, because her and Trump and the SNAP stuff, they've been outside. This is not their first duel. The first time she voted, I guess Trump wanted more work requirement. She's like, I guess not. Okay, so she voted to help people not have to show more work requirement. I wish she would have voted otherwise, but hey, that's me, right? So she doesn't have a history of this history of making decisions that go against making it harder for people to have their SNAP benefits. I repeat, the lady went to Harvard twice. If she was that kind of person, she would have gone and worked for big law. When you are a public defender, how much money do you think they make? People are fucking crazy. Maybe even McDonald's people make more than those people, right? But I get it. People today don't do stuff because they're passionate. They do stuff for free PR. They do stuff for free money, followers, clout, and shit like that. So I understand that it might be a foreign concept to a lot of people, that there are people who are in love with what they do, that they don't do it for the money. Because people are so accustomed to people who do pretty much anything, say anything for money, right? I repeat, Marlene, I am not a socialist. Marlene, I'm not a supporter of welfare. Hopefully you can tell by now, right? You understand? I think she supports welfare. I think she's more of a socialist than me. I don't agree, right? But I'm saying, like I said, I trust you to do your job. We don't have to agree, but if you do your job, we're good. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes the world a beautiful place. You have people that are socialists, and you have people like me that are anti-socialism, right? We need diversity in the world, but just because two people don't agree does not mean that a person doesn't have integrity. It doesn't mean that a person is dishonorable, right? She does her job. And she's always been on the side of the people when it comes to SNAP. I wish she wasn't, but oh well, right? That's not my place because I didn't do the job. So I'm not there. I don't have the job. So whatever, right? Let's be so for real. But anyways, let's keep going down. Okay. Let me get out of here. All right. So as explained in the previous answer, then Judge Jackson famously ruled against the Trump administration. Oh, wow, you don't say. In a major SNAP case protecting benefits for over 700,000 people. While this is a separate case, it demonstrates that her judicial philosophy when addressing the merits of a case has been to protect SNAP benefits from what she deemed unlawful agency action. The procedural ruling you describe is consistent with ensuring a fair legal process, not with taking a side on the outcome. Conclusion, the claim that justice, let me make it bigger, okay? Right? The claim that Justice Jackson procedural short-term administrative stay is an evidence of her trying to starve the American people is one, factually inaccurate. It misrepresents the neutral procedural nature of an administrative stay. So it's neutral, okay? Two, legally ignorant. It misunderstands the role of a judge who administers legal process, not personal policy preferences. Disingenuous. It takes a routine judicial action and frames it as a malicious act, ignoring our own written explanation that the stay was to facilitate the expeditious resolution of the case. In short, the framing you asked is about is misleading and inflammatory distortion of a standard judicial procedure. You see, like I said, and this is why people need to start doing what Cardi B did to these content creators. Exactly. God forbid a Black woman follows the process and makes a considered decision. And this is actually quite beautiful, you guys. It really is beautiful. Because for all the people who have been saying that Judge Kentaji Brown is a DEI hire, that she wouldn't be there, she wasn't a Black woman, you see, she knows her shit. She knows her fucking shit. And like me, I am proud. And that's why no matter what, no matter how personally I would love a Black judge to vote or to rule, I will always have so much fucking respect for a professional Black person, right? Because when you're professional, nobody can ever say you didn't deserve your job. Because when they read your decision, when they read your briefings and everything, it makes fucking sense. It shows you understand your shit, okay? And that right there excites me more than her being a socialist. Because I don't give a fuck. I don't like socialism. I don't like welfare. I never will, right? But to know that Judge Kentaji Brown is out there and she's keeping it procedural, she's keeping it legal, she's keeping it factual, she's keeping it fucking professional. I love that shit. Because can nobody come back and say, oh, she's a DI hire? They can't say that. Okay, they cannot say that. There are so many people who are doing everything in their power to take away from her achievement. And when you're asking her to be tribal, you are asking her to give ammunition to these goofy ops to say, oh, you see, we told you she was just there because she's Black. That's why she cannot be tribal. And the best way for her to not just help Black people who need food right now, but to help any future Black person who wants to go into law, who wants to have an appointment, is by her being on her professional shit. You understand? Because all it takes is one Black person to fumble, and it makes it harder for any other Black person coming behind you. So when you have Black people who reach the pinnacle of success, and they are still behaving professionally, they are behaving procedurally, they follow the rules of the law, they do the right thing, like everything is according to the book. It's not just about those you people and your goofy ass SNAP benefits, but it's about the legacy of showing that when you hire Black people, they gonna do the motherfucking job and nothing less, because they can be professional, right? That's it. And that's an amazing gift. That's an amazing legacy to leave to any future young Black legal scholar. When you go in there, you fumble, you're tribal and this and that. Oh, you see, you can't trust them because when they come in there, it's not about the law. It's about their tribe. Oh, hail to the na-na-na. She's doing the right thing. Not just for those who want their SNAP benefits, but I repeat, for any young Black legal scholar who wants to go as far as she has gone, right? It is of such importance for her to be as professional as possible, as procedural as possible. You see, the reason why so many Black people today, their lives is fucked up, yes. The reason why so many Black people today, their lives are fucked up, they in prison, their credit's fucked up, because they're looking for shortcuts. They want things to happen by tomorrow instead of doing things the right way. Do things the right way. Not only will you get there safely, you will get there without remorse, but anybody who wants to check up on you, anybody who wants to, investigate you, whatever, right? They will come up empty-handed because you did it the right way. There's nothing to say, right? But when you cheat, when you lie, when you scam, and I know like many Black people like to give into because they want a quick result, you're going to go to jail. Because one day someone who doesn't like you is going to look at your timesheet. Someone who doesn't like you is going to look at the cameras. Someone who doesn't like you is going to count the money, right? When you do the right thing, when you follow procedure, when you are professional, you are protecting yourself. You are protecting yourself. And not just that, you are creating a reputation for Black people in the workspace. That these are people who can be trusted. These are people who know how to be professional. These are people who don't steal, they don't lie. We need that shit. Like, we need more professional Black people because we have a problem with Black people that are honorable with integrity. We have an attrition of honorable Black people in the workspace. We really do. Look at Wendy, okay? We really do. It's embarrassing. So for me, like I said, I'm not a socialist. I will never be one. I do not support welfare. Never will. I think it cripples people. I don't like it, right? But I'm saying it's a beautiful thing to even have an algorithm like AI say, this lady right here, she did her job. For AI to not even criticize the way you went about that shit, to be like, yeah, this is what a judge does. A judge is here to interpret the law. A judge is here. What did I say again? Hold on. The judge interprets the law, right? Yeah. Apply legal procedures correctly, ensures other branches of government act within their legal authority, right? So for fucking AI to say she checks every single box with her fucking decision, it's fucking impressive. And I'm like, I can see you went to Harvard. That is fucking amazing. You know, when we grew up, we had to watch Elle with the Spoon, right? Yes, because we all grew up. Hey, Lacey, we all grew up watching Elle, okay? There you go. Right? And we thought Legally Blonde had to be a white Barbie. I mean, I do love Elle. That's my boo-boo right there, right? You understand? And like Elle, when she went to Harvard, she shut that shit down. Okay. Oh, that was so cute. Okay. But I'm like, it's really nice to know that we have our black Elle, okay, who went to Harvard Law School and she's doing the damn thing. Congratulations, Judge Kentaji Brown. I wish you were less of a socialist, Chad. Okay. But I'm really happy for you. Good job. Remain professional, right? Do your job and do your job the right way, because that's the only way for you to look out for black people, right? By doing the right thing. If you do your job correctly, if you are professional on your job, you don't go there, you don't steal, lie, kill, destroy, do all kinds of weird shit. This is the best way to help black people. You help black people by being an amazing representation. You help black people by having integrity on your job. You help black people by being a professional on your job. Because if you have a good reputation, if you have good credit, the next black person that comes in, they're more likely to have a better experience, because they're like, oh, there was a black person before you and they were freaking awesome. Right. So yeah, we love to have black people around, because the first people we had, they were really good. Right. This is how you help your people, by being honorable at your job. You don't always have to agree with people, but you need to celebrate black people who are honorable at their job, because that's what helps everybody. We have enough people being dishonorable with black skin. Okay. It's a beautiful thing to see that some black people are still honorable at their job. So I think that is pretty awesome. And it fucking shows that she went to Harvard Law. And I think that's fucking amazing. Okay. Exactly. Like the elderly, and even the elderly also, Lonnie, I don't know. I need to know how you lived your life. Were you on vacations every day? Were you living on credit every day? Lonnie, I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know, I wouldn't want to see the elderly homeless. That's not a good look for a country. However, we're going to have a conversation. In your youth, how did you spend your day? And I even think, Lonnie, one thing I've thought about when it comes to this whole welfare thing is that Marlene, I would truly, I think one compromise I could make, because, I am a reasonable woman, I'm a very reasonable woman. One compromise I could make is that we all agree to revamp the American public school curriculum, right? I think in high school, even middle school, actually, we need to start having classes about personal finance, right? Because something got to give. And people who pay taxes, we deserve some kind of accountability, right? So I think to avoid having more and more American young people go into welfare, especially young ladies as they become single mothers, right, is that we should really reconsider some changes to the curriculum from middle school to high school. So starting in the 7th grade, we should have mandatory financial literacy courses where people understand credit, people understand consumer credit, people understand a credit score, revolving balances, APR, interest rate, you name it. Okay? We have to teach these young people about personal finance. Okay? Banking, how banks make loans because people save money, the importance of saving, right? The importance of also self-denial. You don't have to buy everything you see. It's okay, right? Use up the stuff that you have, like as much as possible before you go buy something new. How about that? Okay? We have to do that. We need to change the American curriculum. Young people need to learn about personal finance. Also, I do believe that for some people, not to be mean, but I do believe that it wouldn't even hurt to also have part of the curriculum family court law, where people understand child support. We shouldn't wait for people to be grown to not discover, family court, child support payment, one thing, one. And I think that's also going to make sure that a lot of young men keep their penises to themselves, or at least make sure to have a stronger pullout game, right? We have to start teaching these young people a lot early about family courts and personal finances. There you go. And I do believe that that's going to help us a lot to make sure that we don't continue to have so many young women rely on food stamps to feed their children, right? Because I have a better understanding of personal finance, and maybe even some courses like being an entrepreneur or something. Because I think more people need to learn about entrepreneurship, saving, right? Investing in the stock market, right? Let's do that a little bit. Now, I think we should also have classes. Like I said, we should have courses, especially in high school, about family court law. Okay. What is child support? How do people take out the child support from your check? Okay. Garnishment, going to jail for not paying child support, all these things. You have to get these young people at an early age, and you put that shit in their heads. So by the time they leave high school, they would have had 4 years of understanding the courts, understanding family law, and you know what I'm saying, and how it works, and how it punishes people, and how it takes money from people, and how it can even lock your ass up for not paying child support. Okay, I think that needs to be done. That truly needs to be done, because we can't keep going like this. Young people need classes in personal finance. They need classes. They need to learn about the money, how to take care of themselves. Maybe we would have a course or some kind of elective in time management. Okay. How do you manage your time? How do you plan for your time? Right? Time management tools and things like that. They need to know how to manage the time, how to keep yourself busy. So that way you're not just sitting there having sex just because, Netflix and chill, all that fuckery, right? You cannot afford to have a baby. You're broke. Okay? Focus on school, go to college, get married, and then have your children. Okay? And that's going to do something good for the people. Because otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? But I'm like, hold on.
I'm John Allen.
And I'm still looking at my bank account like, why isn't it cutting it? Why isn't it enough?
I have to come to pantries, and sometimes I don't have, all the food that I need to, to provide for my family.
What would it mean for you and your family if you don't get that money in November?
For the recent viral conversation around food stamps and SNAP benefits, many credible news outlets have begun adding to the coverage, interviewing people who use government assistance amid programs being cut off due to the current government shutdown. CNN, who according to its mission wants to inform, engage, and empower the world and considers themselves as truth seekers and storytellers, is now being questioned if they are about telling the truth, or more so, how much of it do they tell? On Thursday, a video would be released across CNN's social pages of a black mom being interviewed about her struggles after not receiving her usual government assistance. The mother would even proceed to tell cameras that she felt like a failure despite having a college degree and working 40 hours a week.
Onita Norris is a single mom who works at a university. She relies on SNAP benefits, also known as food stamps, to help feed her family. The government shutdown has cut back funding for the program.
I went to college. I did all the things they say you're supposed to do. I'm trying to do all that I can.
I'm not trying to be offensive. That's a lie. And I feel like this is the problem. People do not correct women when they lie to themselves and they lie to the world. I went to college. I did all the things they told me to do. No. People also told you to wait for marriage before you had kids. So you did not do all the things you were told to do. You did the things that you wanted to do, that you were told to do. And then when it came to other things, such as building a family first, before you had children, you said, oh, fuck it. So now you're poor. Now you're struggling. People have to stop allowing people to have cognitive distortions. People have to stop allowing people to lie to themselves, right? You just told a lie. Lady, you are a single mom with 2 kids. Okay, exactly. You are a single mom with 2 children. So nobody and also this lady is not, she is born in the time where she knows better. We're not talking 1970. We're not talking 1960. We're not talking, no, this lady at most, like she's probably like my age or even younger. So at our age, we know better, right? We were raised to know better. We all know better, right? We know that if she was born in 1885, I don't care where she was born at or where she was raised, but she here in America, you know that having a child out of wedlock is shameful. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. So certain things you were told to do, you did. Certain things you were told not to do, you did that shit anyways, because being rebellious is on brand. There you go, right? But a woman who does what she was told to do is not going to be in a predicament where she has 2 kids with no husband. Get the fuck up out of here. Okay. And like Lonnie said, we also have to know what you study, because most likely she went out of state like they do, because they're looking for party schools. And that's, y'all, we need to have a conversation about student loans. I told Lacey this. I said colleges, when somebody signs up for a major, colleges should tell everybody who takes, before you take the student loan, everybody should have to sit down with a counselor. That counselor is going to tell you, sis, you are majoring in psychology. If you manage to have a college degree, you're more likely to make $40,000 a year, right? Are you okay with that? Yes or no? You're going to sign a piece of paper saying that you know how much you expect to make once you get your college degree. So if we know that you are only going to make $40,000 a year, people who give out student loans should make sure to give you a loan based on the fact that you're only going to make $40,000 a year. And even sometimes, and that right there alone should block people from going out of state, right? Because they should make sure that, okay, you can only borrow so much so that your monthly payment is only going to be so much, because we want to make sure not to affect your debt to income ratio. Young people should not be allowed to borrow all kinds of money because they want to go out of state. They want to go to a party school to pick a goofy ass major that only pays $40,000 a year. We have to stop fucking doing this. We have to stop fucking doing this. The only people who should be able to go to out of state, take all kinds of money, should be people who can make over $100,000 when they graduate college. That's it. That's that. If you're only going to make $40,000, your black ass needs to stay in state. Okay. Number two, not only should you stay in state, your first 2 years, like all your basic requirements, you should get them done at community college. Right? Why are you paying more money for basic requirements? Why are you paying all this money for basic credits? Right? You're going to go out of state to take a course in English at $4,000 for 3 credit hours, when locally at your community college, you would have paid $900. Women, especially women who major in shit, they have to be forced to be financially responsible. We are allowing young people to waste money to go to party schools to major in bullshit, and then they want to play the sad music, have the kids around to make me feel bad. What's up, nephew? I love y'all, but I gotta check your mama, okay? You are not going to use the children to get me to feel sorry for you, because I also want the kids to learn from your freaking mistake. You had no business not starting off in community college first. Why do people think they're too good for community college? Right? If you really wanted to go to college, right, you would have tried harder in school. But you have no business going out of state or whatever for a basic ass degree. And we know when people go out of state, most of their student loan money just goes to cover room and board. You are out of your fucking mind. You can't afford this shit. Oh, I always want to go to New York City. So they will go to a school in New York City just because they want to be in New York, not because they really want to study, not because they're going to make lots of money. It's a cheap way for them now to go to New York City. Then when they graduate with a goofy ass degree, oh, I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills. The fuck? Yeah. It was about to happen. And I blame the counselors for that. I blame the schools, the counselors, student accounts, and the people who are issuing these loans to these young people. It is predatory. Do not give them this money. Your major should be the determining factor that decides how much you get to borrow in student loans. If your major don't make no fucking money, you can't borrow no fucking money. It's fucking okay. We want to give mediocre students a chance to go out of state to feel like they work hard in high school. No, the fuck you did not. Take your ass to community college. That's it. That's that. Even with my son, Trey, I told Trey, I am not paying for you to go to college. You are smart enough to finance your own way to college. Me, mommy, once I got put onto the freaking scholarship game, oh, it was on and popping. Exactly. Okay. So I'm like, no, exactly. Go to community fucking college. The credit hours are like $200. Okay. So 3 hours, 600, even if 1 hour, even if one credit hour is 300, okay, that's 1,000. You go out of state, you're paying $5,000 for 3 credits. Are you batshit fucking crazy? You don't have the fucking money. We have to stop doing this. It is fucking ridiculous. It is not fucking working. Stop doing this dumb shit. People here don't respect money. And then when you keep borrowing money from the Jews, that's where all this money's coming from, then you get mad because they control America. Stop borrowing money you don't know how to pay back. It's fucking annoying. It's so freaking annoying. Stop doing that. It's weird.
And yeah, I feel like I'm failing them.
Yeah, you failed them. So you need to cry. Oh, I feel like I'm failing. You feel like you can't feed your kids. You failed them. So how about you pick up your phone and say, hey, big head, if you have 2 baby daddies or 1, listen, go back to that man and build a family with that man. People swear these women don't have the option to go back with the man who got them pregnant. They're going to hit you, oh, but money, he's abusive. Girl, you probably abusive too. Y'all need to go to fucking therapy and learn to keep your Mike Tyson hands to your fucking selves, right? Go sit the fuck down somewhere. Oh, he's abusive. He's abusive. Get the fuck out of here. So he wasn't abusive when he was pounding your vagina. Shut the fuck up. Go be with the father of your fucking kids. Stop being on fucking welfare. Stop it. Y'all know how to fuck with people, but you can't raise a family with people because we allow this goofy ass fucking behavior. People fuck like rabbits. They don't use fucking protection. They're broke as fuck. Then they start crying. I think I failed. You fucking failed your kids. The moment you allowed your kids to be born in a broken home, you fucking failed them, you dumbass. Do you not read the statistics? Your kids are more likely to go to fucking prison. So yeah, you fucking failed them. And the other thing that fucking kills me with Snap, I gotta go, y'all. The thing that fucking kills me with Snap, people swear the only thing missing in that household is food. People are so batshit fucking crazy. People are so fucking myopic. If you can barely feed your kids, something else is missing in that household, right? Right? Structure, yes. Discipline, work ethic, right? So let's feed the kids all you want. They're not gonna be successful. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh, Marlene. Yes, I repeat. If all it took was feeding kids to have successful children, get the fuck up out of here, right? If you can't feed these kids, something else is missing. Because food is a primary need. Think about this, right? Children need way more than food. But if you can't even provide a primary need for your children, they're going to be in fucking trouble. Right? And that's why most people, when they have children, they go into crazy mode, work mode, and entrepreneur mode. They go into all kinds of mode because, now that I got children, I got to go work harder. But if you believe that the only thing these kids are missing is food, you're fucking insane. If all it took was to feed children goofy ass Kraft and cheese macaroni to make kids successful, government cheese, everybody will be fucking at Harvard. Everybody will be, I don't know, like a STEM major. Most of these kids are in fucking prison because it takes more than food to raise children. And that's the conversation that people don't want to have because there's only so much one parent can do. What about homework? Right? What about checking their homework? What about studying with those kids? What about parent-teacher conferences? What about even activities for the kids? What about this? What about the clothes? There are so many other needs that are not going to be met. And you want us to believe, all it takes is a check, some groceries, and we're good to go. No. That is not how it goes. Right? Now, feed that bullshit to the bird because birds always want an easy answer. Life is way more complicated than that, right? Lisa and I had this conversation because what's his name? Stevie Knight and Abba were going back and forth about, free lunch in school. And so Abba does what them goofy ass socialists does. Oh, so you don't want to give kids free lunch? You don't want the kids to have free lunch? It's not even a matter of whether you want to give the baby a free lunch or not. Me, honestly, feed the baby. It doesn't matter. Feed the baby. But if you think all it takes is giving the baby free lunch, so what about dinner? Now what? So it never stops, right? Because if just give him lunch and everything will be fixed. Yeah, look at that. And what do you have? You have a fucking fool. Okay, miss me with the bullshit, Mary Poppins. Right? If most school lunches are less than $3, think about that shit for a second. You don't have $3 for your baby to eat. Right? I think kids go to school like what, like maybe 180 days out the year or some crazy shit. Let's even say kids go to school for 200 days. So feeding your baby at lunch at school is only 600. You don't, in 12 months, you're not able to go find $600 to feed your baby. You don't have it. So if you don't see that, if somebody can't even pay $3 lunch at school, there are bigger problems in this child's life, right, that need to be addressed. And once again, the government cannot fucking address nor resolve those problems because these are traditional problems. They're family structure problems. They are culture problems. You are going to have a child that is going to go to prison. And I wouldn't even be surprised if anybody one day cares to do a study, like invest the money and do a study and survey most inmates, right? Especially the Black children. I would love to see Black children, Hispanic children who are even white kids, I guess, whatever, who are currently in prison, and see how many of them had free lunches. I really want to bet a pretty penny that over 80% of them had free lunch at school, right? The vast majority of middle-class children do not receive free lunch. Look at their life. Okay? Look, I'm like, and if you think this is not very telling of who's going to make it in life and who's going to go to prison, good luck for you. Me, Marlene, I will never want my children to get free lunch. I would never. Never in my life. It sets a precedent. Something as small as getting free lunch will let you know who is going to make it in life, who's going to go to prison and just rot in prison. You understand? Because you pass that on. It's a culture. Because most likely that kid's going to be missing clothes. That kid's going to be missing the right kind of shoes. That kid's going to be missing the right kind of structure at home. That kid's not going to have a bed. That kid's not going to have his clothes washed on time. That kid's is barely going to have clothes washed on time. That kid's not going to have vacation. Listen, this is how it starts. But like I said, anybody who wants to throw their money away and do a survey of most of our young inmates and ask, did you have free lunch at school? I promise you might see that 80 to 90% have free lunch at school. They're in prison. If you want to go to colleges and you want to do a survey, how many of you young people here ever had free lunch at school? Many of them will say no. My parents paid for my lunch. Like, do you see that? I'm like, there is a serious distinction in outcome when parents are responsible for their children. When parents are responsible for feeding their kids, they're more likely responsible above the board. How you do one thing is how you do everything. You get me, right? You understand? But if you can't even meet a basic need of $3 a day, yeah, right. I know you're not checking homework. I know you're not taking them to the library. I know they stay on their tablets. I know they don't have a bedtime. Oh, I definitely do know. Oh, I know. I know you barely wash their clothes because if you can't even afford food, can you afford detergent? You see, these are the conversations people don't want to have because they want you to believe it's the quick fix. The thing that fixes it all is free food. Okay. Prisoners have free food too. Why do we have so much recidivism? Right? There you go. So I'm saying you can do it if you want to. Anybody has money, go to prison. Ask them prisoners. How many of y'all took a free lunch at school? Then ask the people for how many years. And I promise you, the longer they were on food stamps, the more vicious the crime is going to be. The longer they were on food stamps, the more vicious the crime is going to be. The shorter they were on food stamp, the less severe the crime is going to be. Then you go to a college, community college, big college, medium college. If you go to an Ivy League, most of the kids there are definitely not on food stamp, whatever. And that's why they're in Ivy League, because their parents are fucking winners. And that's why usually when it comes to these Ivy Leagues, right, it's generational. It's the daddy, the granddad, the dad, the sons. Like, it's generation because they're generational winners. They are generational winners, right? You'll do it, you'll see. Then you'll realize, like, you know what? Let me pay for my own child's lunch because I don't want my child to go to prison. Okay? In this life, there are certain things you never take. Because once you take this stuff, you are putting curses on your children. Okay? You don't have to listen to me. God is faithful. Okay? Yeah. Babies, I'm like, Lonnie, there's something more. If you can even feed the babies, you can afford detergent. Right? You can afford detergent. Right? If you can't even give them lunch, I'm supposed to trust that you can give them dinner. Right? Because people are so afraid to say to these women, you need to fucking get a fucking husband. You need to be a traditional woman. Enough with this goofy ass single mom, strong black women, backbone of shit. Shut up. Shut up. You're the backbone of the incarceration system, right? You have a prison, you have a womb to prison pipeline. Stop the bullshit. Stop the fucking bullshit. Strong people don't send their kids to prison. Strong people don't have 4 kids, 2 sons, 3 sons, 1 child in prison. Get the fuck up out of here. Strong people make a way out of no way. There you go. There you go. There you fucking go. Strong people will rather start a business than to say, oh, give me help, give me money, right? Shut the fuck up. People need to stop fucking lying to themselves. It's fucking annoying. It is fucking annoying. The vast majority of people in prison are black boys. Strong people don't have their sons in prison. They have their sons at colleges doing hard things, right? And then they do the internship, they graduate, they make 6 figures, they go on to get married, and they become fathers in the home. There you go. This is what you do. Stop lying to your fucking self. It is a womb to prison pipeline. It's okay. It really is okay. Stop lying to yourself. Okay? Yeah. Like, stop lying to yourself. Womb to prison. There you go. I guess like womb, public school, prison, right? Okay, cool. Right? But they're going to go to prison. It's okay. Or if they don't go to prison, single mom, that's it. It never fails. But I'm like, if you think all it takes is giving people free food and you've solved all their issues, you solved their emotional issues, you solved their traditional issues, their family structure issues, their self-esteem issues, their self-worth issues, you are a fucking clown. You are a fucking clown. It takes more than money. It takes more than a measly government check to create successful children, right? Stop playing with people. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And these women right there, any woman that has 1 baby and she don't do it again, it's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. But there are people who are professional at being single mom. They're like athletes at this point. They're like professional athletes. They make it their ministry to have children by multiple men. So because they know the government is going to pay. And most of these kids are going to go to prison. That is fucking evil. That is because she has no structure. She has no plan. She has no vision for these kids. She just sends them to school so she don't have to feed them for the day. They're not going to make it. They are truly not going to make it. And the fact that doesn't make people sad is crazy to me. You can tell that most of these black kids in Baltimore, they're going to go to prison. You are in the 12th grade. You are reading at a 2nd grade level. Yeah, prison. They're going to go to prison. Yeah. And I'm like, and I'm sure if they had the Olympics for who can carry the most kids by most men, they're going to win. It's going to be impressive. It's going to be impressive, right? They're going to go to prison. It's okay. Most black kids in New Orleans, they're going to go to prison. It's like, do you know how bad schools are in New Orleans? They all go to prison. They're going to go to prison. There is you don't even have to, and the way these single moms are more and more immature, they're silly, they're irresponsible, they like accountability. Oh, Lord, people are going to make a killing off of these prisons because they are going to be there to supply these people with the inmates that they need to charge the government and taxpayers. It takes more than goofy ass SNAP benefits and free school lunches and a free carton of milk to raise successful children. The household has to have an environment that loves education. The household has to have an environment that has structure. And most single mothers have no structure. That's why they're always crying. They're always crying all the time. So you think she got time to sit there and talk about the kids? No, she's so consumed with her emotions. Instead of getting to fucking work, call the man who got you pregnant, go make it work. And go be a traditional woman and go raise your fucking kids. Go raise your kids with that man, because your kids deserve something better than being inmate at some prison somewhere that's making collect call to his mom because he needs money for freaking commissary. Stop doing that shit. Stop having children just so that the kids can go to prison. It's fucking diabolical. And God is going to punish you. God is going to punish you. Your job is to make sure your kids are successful. That is your fucking job. So if you can't even find $3 to feed them, okay. You on Judgment Day, it's not gonna be. It's gonna get hot. It's getting hot in here. Okay, it's gonna get super hot. People have to stop lying to people.
Now, as we have learned a part of our coverage here about food stamps, the majority of stamp recipients, according to reports, are white Americans at 37%, while black Americans make up 26% of food stamp users.
I hate when people use percentages. People use percentages when they want to misconstrue your perception. Give the actual number. White people are the majority. So technically, when you do the percentage, their stuff is going to be higher because they have bigger number. Black people have a smaller population number. So when you do percentages, it's going to be a smaller percentage. Give the actual number of lives. Why can't you say there's 300, there's like 1 million white women to how many black women? Give the actual number. I despise when people want to use percentages. It's like, oh, only 2% of people in Gaza were displaced. Give the actual number, right? People love to use percentages when they want to diminish the magnitude of the population. Give the actual number. Stop playing in my face. Give the actual number. What is the total? Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find this number, right? Hold on. Okay. So it seems like, okay. So it seems like you have almost 11 million black people on SNAP benefits, right? Almost 11 million people out of 41 million people. Okay, cool. Now, what's all of white women? Let's see. Give us a number. You see? Give the number. Like, what's the number of people? I hate when they do that. Give the actual number. I will look for the actual number. They need to give the actual number. I'm gonna look for the actual number, you guys, because I have to go. I'm gonna look for the actual number, but it's like you need to give the actual number. But I'm like 11 million people out of 41 million people. Okay. Okay.
So yes, this black mother's story was real, but for some in the comments, it further projected a stereotype and a slight towards black people, that they are the ones who always need help. While one user would go on to say, interviews like these do humanize specific situations, but please interview a multitude of individuals from the group. You specifically selected a black woman to further push stereotypes. Most SNAP benefits do not go to black women, but I do appreciate the airtime focused on this. People deserve to eat. While another would say, why these interviews are always black people when it's white people that are mostly on food stamp. Now, to further investigate, we decided to take a more in-depth look at the food stamp coverage CNN would air across their social pages. And we would notice that they mainly only showed black people, and more specifically, black women. Now, just 7 days before the mentioned black mother story would air, CNN would release another video on the food stamp shutdown, this time at a food bank in DC. And guess who they would only interview amongst the recipients there? A black woman.
Tens of millions of Americans are at risk of losing federal food stamp benefits funded through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
I have to come to pantries, and sometimes I don't have, all the food that I needed, to provide for my family. I just hope and pray for everybody that's out there being, in the same situation as me.
Now, interesting enough, while covering some of the federal workers who now need assistance, a CNN reporter would bypass the rural areas where a good majority of white food stampers live, as well as white residents lining up at food banks, and decided to travel to Queens, New York to interview another black woman about her struggles and needing assistance.
We're moving money around just to get by, going into our savings just to get by.
Here in Queens at a food distribution site, we're speaking.
I got the number. I'm like, they love to do shit like this. They love to play with numbers. They're fucking crazy. Okay, I knew it. So it's like, you see, so they're saying like, so DeepSeek is saying female headed SNAP household, non-Hispanic white, 2.7 million. So that's based on fiscal year 2022, right? Let me see. Oh, sorry, y'all not seeing this, right? Okay. It's okay to be honest. It's not a big, it's not a big deal, right? So it seems like it's about, in 2022, you had 2.7 million white women on SNAP benefit. So let's say 3 million. Okay. There are almost 11 million black women on SNAP. It's okay. It's really okay. Like, it's truly fine. I'm telling you, every time people say things in percentages, they're playing fucking games. They're playing, trust me, I took statistics. Every time people say something in terms of percentages, people are playing games with you. They're playing games. Give the actual number, right? Give the actual number. Anytime there's a genocide, they always want to give you how people died in terms of percentages. Say the actual number of dead bodies. 700,000 people died yesterday. There you go. Don't say, oh, only 2% of the population is dead. Only 1% had to be displaced. No, give the actual number. Because when you say things in percentages, your goal is to diminish the magnitude of the people who are affected. It's very silly. You're not helping people by lying to people. People need to know what the number is. It's like getting on the scale. Oh, the scale is a liar. No, the scale doesn't lie. That's your fucking weight. The goal of the scale is to measure your weight. Weight is mass times gravity. Now, if you want more of a breakdown of what is into your weight, there's a special machine for that. It's called DEXA scan, right? But the scale doesn't lie. You weigh what you weigh. And it's okay. Stop letting people hide. Oh, the scale's a liar. I don't get on the scale. Yeah, because you know you fucked up. You know you're big as fuck, right? The day you can be courageous enough to get on the scale and look at the actual number, you will see, oh shit, I done fucked up. Like me, I saw 245. It wasn't a lie. It was factual. When I saw myself in the mirror, I was like, yeah, it does give 245, huh? There you go. I weighed myself recently. I'm 203 pounds. I can see that. The scale doesn't lie. You are lying to yourself by saying the scale lies. The scale was created to measure something specific. It's called weight. Weight is what? Weight equals mass times gravity. That's the right equation. That's what the fuck it says. Now, if you want a better breakdown of what's into your weight, the scale can't do that because it was not designed for that. You want a breakdown of what makes up your weight, you have to go do a DEXA scan because that's what it was built for. You got to use the right tools for the right problem. There you go. It's not that hard, right? Now, I will say I do agree with applying pressure on CNN as to why are you only showing black women? But at the same time, if 11 million black women are on SNAP and only 3 million white women are on SNAP, you're going to see more black women complaining. It's the law of large numbers. It's not that hard. Everything is not racist. Everything. I'm like, people here, they really struggle with numbers. Everything is not racist, right? It's the law of large numbers. If you put 11 million black women in a jar with 3 million white women in a jar, and you put your hand in the jar and you take out a person, you're more likely to take out a black person, right? So if it was like a 3 to 12 ratio, it's like what, a 1 to 4 ratio? Almost, right? For the sake of the argument, round the 2.7 to 3, round the 10.8 to 12, right? 3 over 12 gives 1/4. So it will mean if I put my hand in there, out of, I might like for every 4 black women I get, I only get 1 black woman. I only get 1 white woman. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's the reality of things, right? It's okay. But I think it's important for people to actually know the numbers. So hopefully it can cause people to want to change their behavior. And even if it's too late to change your behavior, hopefully you're going to want to create something different for your children. Right? This generation right here, maybe you can't save them. I don't know. But for the young people, for the babies that are growing up, hopefully we'll have something different. Because it's already 10.8 million with the inflation, bad cultural attitudes, horrible attitudes towards marriage, accountability. This 10.8 million can quickly turn into 20 million. Then it can quickly turn into 25 million, right? It's really sad that so many women over here are relying on welfare instead of being wives. Instead of be wives, be married, or just don't have kids and have a career. It's really, really sad. And it goes to show you can give people money, but the most important thing to do is to make sure that people maintain traditional values around family, marriage, and the rearing of children. Otherwise, we all suffer. And that's why nobody can come here and tell you, oh, why do you care what people do? Why do you care what people do in their bedroom? Why do you care how people have sex? Because when they can't raise their children, they're going to come ask me to pay for their kids. That's why you have to care. When people out here fucking like rabbits, we should all be getting concerned because the odds of them deciding to stay together are very slim. The odds of them trying to raise the child together, very slim. The odds of them having the financial means to provide this kid for this kid are very slim. So when we see people fuck around like rabbits, we should all be scared. Like, okay, maybe we should neuter these people, okay, so they can stop doing this because they are irresponsible. They're selfish. They are selfish. They are irresponsible, and they're causing us to waste our money. People should not be coerced, bullied, extorted by the government to lose their money to go take care of somebody else's responsibility. That is not fucking fair. You should learn to not let your mess, you know what I mean, trickle down into somebody else's property. That is not fair. It is your mess. You take care of your mess. You clean up your mess. People should know how to be adults. I don't know why we have different rules for certain adults based on their gender. No. You want to be like a man, act like a man, work like a man, get paid like a man. You need to adult like a man. Stop expecting people to take care of you because you're a woman, because you cry, because you have children. We all have children. I have 3 children. If you think in your life, for as long as I've been married, I have never looked at the door and said, okay, that's it, I'm done with this marriage. Yeah, right. We all have our days, but I stay. So who are you to think that you should have to toughen up with a man the way I do? Why do you get a special pass to not have to adult and put up with the man who got you pregnant? Exactly. Right? Why do you think you get a special, you get special treatment? Quitters get special treatment. Oh, she quit, so let's give her free housing. Let's give her this. Like, no. If anything, they should pay me for staying married. They should pay me for raising kids that get straight A's. They should pay me because they're not going to have to worry about my kids going to prison. They're not going to have to worry about my kids being a warden of the state. I should get paid because it's not easy to stay married. When you do hard things, nobody claps for you, right? Do you see me come on social media and cry, oh, today was a hard day in my marriage. Oh, today I had a hard day with my husband. You don't think I have days where I want to fucking cry as well? Get the fuck out of here with your goofy ass tears. You don't think I have days like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I should be selfish and do what makes me happy because that's what I want to do, right? Get the fuck out of here. You cry. We all fucking cry. Why do you get to have a whole camera crew around you when you're crying? Because that's the life you chose for yourself. You chose this life. You chose the hard life. Welcome to being a single mother. You chose the hard life. And now the world has to stop because you're fucking crying. Get the fuck out of here. Do you know how much I cry? Like people are batshit crazy. People are batshit crazy, right? People are fucking crazy. You don't think that the vast majority of people who are married want to cry also, or maybe have cried? You think every day is a great day, right? Oh my God, I think I failed my kids. Oh yeah, maybe I think I failed my kids picking their daddy. You will never know who you, huh? Right? Get the fuck up out of here. This is what being an adult is all about. I am sick and tired of the crying crew committee. Y'all could flood the damn planet and you're still not going to make better decisions. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. I am sick and tired of people with their tears. I am sick and tired of people with their tears. Everything that led you to this moment. Okay? Everything that led to this moment is a decision that you made consciously. No, but it's serious, Lonnie. Like, what the heck? He's a fucking Gemini. I'm a fucking Aquarius. Like, we're fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? One day, Jimmy did not pick up my call. I had a panic attack. Oh my gosh, you guys, it was so embarrassing. Okay. He was like, he didn't even expect it. I don't know. I just felt forsaken. I started crying. I was like, what the heck? Oh, maybe I'm tired. I don't know. Okay. Mama, do you see me come here? Oh my gosh. Okay. Being married is not easy. Right? I'm like, child, I gotta go. You understand? Even this morning, we got into it this morning. Oh my gosh, you would never know. And I still called him because I had to go to Sephora. I don't care about Gemini, leave it on you, freaking bully. You are a bully, Gemini. Aquarius is getting the fuck up out of here. Okay? People are crazy. But like, people really are bold. You think being married, I've been married since I was 25 years old. 25. Almost like it's about to be like 16 years, like in February, right? 16 years of being stuck with this Gemini. Okay. What the hell? Like, what the hell? What the hell? I could have lived my best life. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay. Oh, I think I failed my kid. We all fucking cry. We all second guess ourselves. You don't think people second guess themselves? Did I marry the right person? The fuck? Is he really the one? Okay. You watch the person sleep like, oh, maybe this is the night where I get to stab him in the throat. Okay. You understand? Child, let me tell you something. Okay. It's not easy. It is not easy. Right? It is not easy. But that's part of being an adult. Like, you do hard things. But sometimes you're like, oh, fuck this shit. Who gonna make me do it? Right? I'm sick and tired of the tears. We can all cry, you guys. Everybody can sit here and fucking cry. I was on my fucking weight loss journey. I wake up one day, I got pregnant. And I even told them, I'm like, this is really like, no, like, I didn't really give consent to get pregnant. I'm just saying, do I need to make a YouTube live? Okay. What the fuck? I was trying to lose weight. My little TikTok was blowing up. Okay. We can all cry. That's why I spend this money. I don't even feel bad about it. Okay. Let me tell you something. Okay. We can all sit here and cry. Cry this, cry. But guess what? You got to toughen up. I spent all his money. What the heck? I don't care. I didn't give consent to this. I did not give consent. What the hell? What? I'm like, I'm pregnant at 40? What the fuck? I'm a fucking failure. Okay? Like, this shit is fucking real. This shit is real. Right? But hey, it is what the fuck it is. You understand? Like, because of all this bullshit, I gotta go to the gym at like 2 o'clock in the morning. You think that's fun for me? Like, get the fuck out of here. Crying. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy. I don't know what these people think. Who are you to think that you can put up with a man? Who are you to think that you have some kind of immunity from putting up with a man? You need to learn to put up with his asses, and you need to learn to get along with his ass the way the rest of us are getting along with these fucking men. You think it's fucking easy? No, what the fuck is not? It's not. I'm sure he'll say the same thing about me, but whatever. Right? It's adulting. Life is not easy. Is it okay? I'm like, oh gosh, what is going on? Okay, 2 Geminis. Like, one is outside and one's inside the womb. I'm like, it's giving besieged. Okay, I feel besieged. Okay, I feel cornered. Okay, it's an invasion of Geminis. What have I done to deserve this? But I'm like, we all go through stuff. Life is not easy for anybody. So it's really disgusting to me how you think you're not allowed to suffer. Oh, I'm too good to put up with a man. I'll just ask the government for money. No, you're not. You better go find your husband. Better go raise your kids with your husband. Like, you're crazy. Even me, I can go, oh, well, Jimmy did this, so that's emotional abuse. Jimmy said no to me. It's emotional abuse. And James can roast a person. This man has made me tough. He's so damn shady. I'm like, what a shady man. Okay. You understand? I'm like, oh, I can say, oh yeah, that's emotional abuse. I can call. Do you know how many things I can call emotional abuse? But sometimes you also have to learn to laugh. Like, don't take life too fucking seriously. Like, what the fuck? Okay, you bully me, I'll bully you right back. Get out of here with that. Oh, everything is emotional abuse. A man doesn't call you back, emotional abuse. A man tells you can't do something, emotional abuse. A man don't agree with you, emotional abuse. Oh, please, we are fucking bored. We are fucking bored. We are bored. You go raise those kids with that man. Go start a family, and y'all need to fucking grow up. These people don't even try counseling because they know the government is right there, right? Yeah. They don't even try counseling. At least try counseling. You know, because sometimes when you're young, you're dumb as shit. I used to be stupid too, you know. I used to break plates and shit. I was fucking stupid. Listen, right? You're dumb and you're young, you're dumb, you're fucking stupid, you're fucking emotional, right? I used to break plates. I just asked Jimmy. I used to break plates and shit. I'm fucking tired of this fucking marriage. And now look at me. I'm like a fucking pastor. I'm like a fucking Jedi. I'm like Marlene, one Kenobi. Okay? Make it make sense, right? Okay? Like, be so for real. Be so for real, right? It happens. But I'm like, at least try counseling. Oh, no, I can't. Why? You're able to say you can because the government puts you in a position to say you can't. If there was no money from the government, you will be at least open to trying counseling. You will be open. Like, you know what? He fucked up. I fucked up. Let's see how we can do better, right? Nothing is perfect. Nobody's perfect. Iron sharpens iron. You're a little crazy. He's a little crazy too because Black people are hot-tempered people. We're not known for being calm, in case you didn't realize, right? We are a hot-tempered, highly emotional people. So if that's the case, we're all fucking emotionally abusive. We like to crack jokes, make fun of people. We ain't shit, all right? But I'm like, at least be open-minded to try counseling. Oh, no, he made me mad. Oh, no, he's a narcissist. Listen, we're all fucking narcissists. Now, is he a malignant narcissist? Does he have a narcissistic disorder? Right? You don't even know because you have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. We are all mildly narcissistic, right? That's a given. Otherwise, we're not going to be taking showers, putting makeup on, putting lotion on. We would completely neglect ourselves, right? Now, does the person actually have a disorder? You are not qualified to analyze, to psychoanalyze and to say, oh, yeah, he definitely has a disorder. You don't know because you might have a disorder. So that's why you go to counseling. You have to at least try. But they're not willing to try because the government is right there interfering with natural selection. And that to me is extremely problematic. Don't even try to let people solve their shit. Oh yeah, here's a check, here's a check, here's a check. And eventually you make people dumb. You make people quitters. You make people not become problem solvers because I just have to ask the government. And that's not the way it should be. You should try as many recourse as possible. If you tried everything and everything fails, then you come to the government, right? You have to try to make it work because it could be y'all just need to mature the fuck up anyways. Because now you got to realize there's a child and it's bigger than y'all at this point. It's way bigger. Do you want the child to be on the free lunch and go to prison? If the answer is no, try to make it work. Try to make it work. But we have given people the sense of entitlement. Oh, I don't need a man. Then why are you asking for money? The role of your man is to give you money. They have turned the government into the man. Government is not the man. Because government don't have merch to sell. It collects taxes from hardworking people. And I don't want to take care of your child. I think the baby cute though. But if there's a father that's a working able body, y'all need to go make it work. So he can work and you can stay at home and provide an environment for your child to be successful. I want to see my niece and nephew at Harvard, not at some Harvard County Police Department somewhere. Okay, please make that happen for me. But I'm like, why are you crying? So that's it.
Speaking with people here who are emotional, worried about how they're going to pay their bills and knowing this is the only way they're going to put food on the table.
And literally just a week before this DC coverage on October 24th, they will post another government employee having to go to a food bank. And she too was a Black woman.
I would have never thought in a million years that I would have been in this position.
Denise Blake says she drove over an hour to this food bank for federal workers. Blake is one of more than 1 million federal workers going without pay. She did.
Also, Ms. Blake, I don't feel sorry for her. She's not forced to be on camera. She is not forced to tell her story. She's not forced to show her poverty to people. She's not forced to show this. When they ask you, hey, do you want to be on camera? Ms. Blake and say, oh, no, thank you. Don't nobody need to know I get food stamp, right? But these women are comfortable with oversharing. They want to overshare. They want people to feel sorry for them, so they're going to use you, right? If you say no, they're not going to. It's just like the Kevin Samuel show, right? If these black women were not calling in, who would Kevin Samuel have to roast? They are a willing participant in their public shaming ritual. They create the content. They cry on TikTok. They record themselves. They want to be recorded begging for food. So who can you blame, right? If she didn't give her consent, CNN could not put her in the footage. If she's in the footage, she agreed to be on camera. Why? Why can't you get your food quietly and go home? Why do you have to be the face of this? Because you know it's CNN. They're going to put your face everywhere. Why do you agree to be in this stuff, right? I'm like, no, I don't feel sorry for people. Because I remember like when I had to go give birth to Stefan, right? When the paramedics came, there was a freaking camera crew. Like it was some show on A&E they were filming, and they wanted me. They wanted to have me on the show, and I was like, yo, I was in so much pain, contractions and everything. And then like they're asking me to sign a release. I'm like, no, I don't want to be the black woman with her crazy scarf and her crazy hair on your damn TV show. I don't look cute enough. I said no. Okay, you can say no. If you realize that this is not going to be a good representation of black women, no, I don't want to be seen in this light. I don't want my coworkers to know. I don't want the internet to know. I don't want people to know. I don't want to look like that on camera. Okay, so go find somebody else. That's it. Just say no. Stop recording yourself. Stop crying about the food stamp. Stop putting your face with the stuff on the internet. Nobody's going to know. But the thing about black women out here, they love to react. They love to record themselves. They love to react. They love to complain. They love to do the whole race raging thing. They always fall for the race bait, right? They don't know how to not give a reaction. It's really sad. How many racist people have they made famous because they just don't know how to not give a reaction? They don't know how to just ignore stuff and go about their business, right? You can cry privately. You can be scared privately. You can have anxiety privately. No, they always need an audience. And that's why people use them for ridicule content. People use them for shaming rituals. People use them for mockery, all kinds of stuff because they love to record themselves, right? So I'm like, you have to stop doing that, right? Everybody goes through hard times. You don't have to be on camera while you're getting food at a pantry. You have the right to your privacy. So you say, no, I decline. They're not going to use your face. They're not going to use your name. They're not going to use your voice. You have to protect not only your personal brand, but the brand of black women, right? Black women are very careless with the brand. And then when they're mishandled, they want to start crying about it. No, protect the brand. Cry in private. Be scared in private. Have agony in private. Having anxiety in private. But protect your personal brand. Nobody needs to know that you are a federal worker that receives SNAP benefits and then you got to go to a pantry and see if you can get food for free. That is too fucking private. It's too private. Think about yourself. Think about your kids. Think about anybody who's connected to you. Protect your family's privacy. No one needs to know. Right? Nobody needs to know. When they want to record you, let them record you when you're celebrating something big. Okay? But when you're going through hardship, do not turn that into content. Stop doing that. It's weird. It's really weird. Okay? So you guys, I love you. Yeah, it's like it's no shame. Me, I wouldn't do it. You're about to record me. Go find somebody else. Okay? Don't. I don't want to be on camera. I came here to get my food. I didn't come here to be recorded. Leave me alone. Okay. But it's like you got to have a certain level of shame. And like I said, you got to care about the brand. The brand has to mean something to you. Right. But if the brand doesn't mean anything to you and you're comfortable with being on camera, then we cannot complain that, oh, CNN has an overrepresentation. These women have agreed to be on camera. You have to say no. They can never not say no. They always have to record. They love an audience. They love feel sorry for me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm going through this. No. A lot of black women back in the day, they would go through all kinds of stuff. Nobody would know. She put her makeup on, put her best dress on. You would know it was between her and the Lord because she knew God was going to make a way. Nobody needs to know what you're going through. Put all your faith in the Lord. He's going to make a way. But today, everything is content. Everything is to feed their narcissistic disorder. Give me attention. Give me validation. Tell me you feel sorry for me. You know, this is what we've created. And I'm like, you can simply say, no, I don't want to be recorded. Okay? I don't do it. All right? So love y'all. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Love y'all. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. When I mess with y'all, I can't work out. Y'all crazy, but I need a little break too, though. I was like, oh, I need a break. I live my life. Okay? Love y'all. I gotta go pick up my own tea bag. Love you very much. Bisous. Hope you enjoyed the live. Okay? See you in a little bit. Bisous, my people. Bye, Brittany. Bye, Lonnie. Bye, Kevin. Bye, Janet. Bye, my peoples. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Okay? Bye-bye. Bisous. She gotta go. And Egyptian, thank you for the coins. Love y'all. Bisous.